The story begins at an ordinary orphanage, no different from any other. An unexpected notification rang in the male protagonist's ears. Your charitable act has been completed. Merit points have been transferred to your account. Boxes of donated supplies were being unloaded from a delivery truck and carried into the orphanage by workers. Guiyun, if it weren't for your help, this orphanage would have shut down long ago. I don't even know how to thank you. Lin Guiyun did not pay much attention to the orphanage director's gratitude. It's nothing. Doing good deeds earns merit points. Please don't take it to heart. Another series of notifications sounded in his ears. Congratulations. You have received 500 merit points. Your current merit balance is 11,451,143 points. Guiyun did not care much about his enormous merit balance. He casually closed the system display and strode out of the orphanage. He was Lin Guiyun, a man with no parents, no grand home, and no luxury car. Upon returning to his rundown old apartment building, Guiyun called out for Uncle Liu, the security guard, to open the door for him. The two were fairly close. The moment Uncle Liu saw Guiyun, he knew that the young man had gone off to do charity work and accumulate merit again. What else could Guiyun say? He could only claim that it had been his parents' final wish. For some unknown reason, Guiyun had been bound to a system. Name, Lin Guiyun. Age, 18. Gender, male. Bound system, merit system. 2 years ago, his parents left him this system in a single sentence before disappearing without a trace. When the blood moon hangs high and the great calamity descends, how can one cross the sea of suffering? Only through merit. That was why Guiyun had spent the past 2 years doing good deeds. His merit had long ranked first in the world. Yet despite having 11,451,143 merit points, his available balance was a neat, round zero. What use were these merit points, anyway? Guiyun could not figure it out. Just as he was wondering, an anomaly occurred in the sky outside. The moon, which should have been golden, turned blood red. It even bathed the entire world in crimson, a sign that something terrible was about to happen. A notification panel appeared before Guiyun. Congratulations. You have obtained player eligibility for the Sin game. Time until the first instance opens. 23. 59 remaining. The Sin game? What was that? Guiyun had no idea what was happening. He slowly reached out and touched the mysterious words before him. They felt terrifyingly real, as though the words had been written in human blood. At that moment, Guiyun saw his surroundings begin to change, and his merit system abruptly appeared. Low-level system restriction, card detected. Successfully integrated into the Sin game system. Spending system unlocked. Available balance, 11,451,143. Guiyun rubbed his face, trying to calm himself. Stay calm. Stay calm. It's not time to be afraid yet. System, after you integrated with it, is the Sin game invitation still there? The system sent him a notification. Opening your system mailbox. Time until the first instance opens. 23:40. The countdown was still continuing. It seemed Guiyun could not avoid being dragged into the so-called Sin game. Before officially entering the Sin game, Guiyun wanted to find out exactly what it was. He took out his phone and searched for every piece of information related to the Sin game. But he immediately received an unexpected warning. It has been detected that you're searching for the keyword Sin game. If you personally received a game invitation, please visit the page below to review the relevant information. If you learned this term from someone else, please contact us. Guiyun had not expected there to be a government-run website. It seemed the Sin game had existed for quite some time. First, please believe that the Sin game truly exists. The Human Safety Assurance Bureau exists precisely to respond actively to this situation. Warning, numerous monsters and anti-scientific, common-sense-defying events may appear in the game. Please prioritize your personal safety. Once survival is assured, try your best to complete the missions. Mission failure carries serious consequences. Completing missions may grant rewards, supernatural treasures, special abilities, and even the power to have any wish fulfilled. Winning or losing this game does not concern only your own life. Good luck. A game full of monsters and supernatural phenomena, where failure had severe consequences, but completing missions offered enormous rewards. That meant risks and opportunities went hand in hand. A low-level add-on had been integrated. At the very least, his starting point was better than other people's. Survive. No matter what awaits me tomorrow, I have to survive. The 24-hour countdown quickly passed. During that time, Guiyun gathered enough food, water, warm clothes, and basic medicine. He was ready to officially enter the Sin game. Just then, a mysterious black hole suddenly appeared and forcibly swallowed Guiyun. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. 15 minutes until the game begins. Players, please enter the preparation area. What did Guiyun do? He had put so much effort into preparing his supplies, only to find that he could not bring any of them. Why had no one told him sooner? When he opened his eyes again, Guiyun found himself in an entirely unfamiliar space. He was not alone. Besides Guiyun, there were 5 complete strangers in the strange room. Just after being transported, an old man fell from his chair, likely because he was too frightened. Seeing this, Guiyun stood up and went over to help the old man. Talp, talp. A light knock on the table drew everyone's attention. The one knocking on the table was a fierce-looking, middle-aged man. Don't tell me they're all rookies this time. Has anyone here participated in a game before? From what the middle-aged man said, it seemed this was not his first time participating in the Sin game. The bespectacled man beside him hurriedly asked, "Uncle, this isn't your first time in the game? So everything online was true?" "That's right. Everything on that website is true," the middle-aged man explained calmly. "Once you become a Sin game player, you have to play one of these games every week." Once a week? The news shocked several people in the room, and they found it hard to believe. That's right. The middle-aged man angrily smashed the table. This kind of game is a near-death experience. From now on, we have to play it once a week until we die. Guiyun pondered this. This burly uncle looked intimidating, but he was really just showing off his experience clearing instances. If Guiyun flattered him a little, perhaps he could get some useful information out of him. Guiyun's expression immediately changed as he spoke innocently. "A powerful expert like you must have no problem with this, big brother. Could you give us rookies some advice?" The middle-aged man was not selfish. Hearing Guiyun's words, he immediately shared some information. "Experience? I do have some. First, don't meddle in other people's business. Your own life is the most important thing. Next, throw away all your ordinary common sense. Ghosts, demons, ox-headed and horse-faced monsters. Anything can appear in the Sin game. And most importantly, there's special rules in some games. Breaking the rules will get you killed even faster than encountering monsters." Guiyun roughly understood. Rules? The website had mentioned them yesterday as well. It said every game had different rules that could not be violated, but he did not know what exactly he would be required to do. The silver-haired girl, who had been silent from the start, suddenly spoke. "I just received a notification saying that the newbie shop has been unlocked. Does anyone know what that means?" In fact, it was not just the silver-haired girl. Everyone participating in this round of the Sin game had received the same notification. The middle-aged man did not care much about it. "Just take a look. You won't have achievement points to buy anything until after you complete your first game." The man in the hat looked displeased. "If we can't buy anything, what's the point of opening the shop? Are they messing with us?" The old man raised his hand. "Young man, can achievement points be exchanged for money?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Exchange for money? Old man, you're dreaming. I heard achievement points can only be exchanged using certain spiritually infused antiques, and each one is worth just 1 point." Unlike the grim expressions of the rookie players, Guiyun was struggling not to laugh, as if he could burst out laughing at any moment. Why? Because a notification had appeared before him. "Would you like to exchange merit points for achievement points? Exchange rate 1 to 10. The exchange rate was 1 to 10. Guiyun currently had 11,451,143 merit points. Would that not mean he could exchange tens, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times that amount? There were too many numbers for Guiyun to calculate. In the end, he concluded that he had over 114 million achievement points. Guiyun suddenly felt like a genuine tycoon, someone who could crush others with money. So this was what merit points were for. Understanding how it worked, Guiyun immediately opened the newbie shop to inspect it. The newbie shop contained many items. Crude poison, 150 achievement points per bottle. Clear mind pill, 200 achievement points per bottle. Invisibility talisman, 500 achievement points per talisman. Basic healing medicine, 300 achievement points. Demon suppressing talisman, 1,000 achievement points per talisman. White tiger seal, 30,000 achievement points. At that exchange rate, he only needed to spend a few thousand merit points to buy out the entire newbie shop. Guiyun decided to exchange 10,000 merit points first. 10,000 merit points deducted. You have received 100,000 achievement points. Remaining merit points, 11,441,143. After exchanging achievement points, Guiyun decided to clear out the newbie shop. Buying every item in it did not even cost a tenth of his current achievement points. Just then, singing came from outside the room. What a fine day of the year, joyfully joining in a ghostly marriage. The bespectacled man and the man in the hat began trembling uncontrollably upon hearing the song. The middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted, "Quiet, everyone! This is a sign that the game is about to begin. Red wax, white candles, tears run dry. The bride's dowry will never return to the village. Mission, ghost wedding procession. Completion condition, survive until the ghost wedding procession in the mountains ends." This was the notification received by every participant in this round of the Sin game. As soon as the notification ended, the scenery outside the room changed immediately. Countless villagers mysteriously appeared. They sat around banquet tables, as though they were truly attending a wedding feast. But the way they ate was strange. They seemed both crazed and starving, constantly fighting and lunging for food. Don't interfere and don't ask questions. The more curious you are, the faster you die. The middle-aged man did not seem concerned, simply sitting still with his eyes shut. Esteemed guests, why aren't you eating? A bald old man walked over and questioned the players. The aura around this old man was terrifying. He did not feel like a living person at all. What should we do now? The bespectacled man urgently asked the middle-aged man, the only person here considered experienced. The man retained his previous stance. Ignore him. We'll wait and see. But the bald old man clearly had no intention of letting the players go. On such a joyous day, are you esteemed guests refusing to honor us? Someone pour the wine. At his command, a group of vacant-eyed villagers brought wine over to the players. These villagers were pale, sallow, and severely malnourished, while the food on the table was so lavish. More than half of this food had to be problematic. They absolutely could not eat it. Come on, young man, have a drink. Let's feed you. Not only Guiyun, but every player seated at the table was being forced to eat by the villagers. The first to break down was the oldest man in the group. Fine, stop talking. I'll drink it. The old man drained the bowl of wine the children had just poured for him in one gulp. Shortly after swallowing it, he suddenly let out a choked gasp. His eyes rolled white, and he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his throat in agony. The villagers mocked him upon seeing this. He got drunk after only one drink. With such a weak tolerance, he still came to the banquet. The silver-haired girl bent down to examine him. His pupils are dilated, and his blood vessels have turned black. It looks like the old man has been poisoned. Just as Guiyun had expected, there was something wrong with the food. This in-game truly was filled with danger at every turn. Special mission activated. Save a life. You may choose whether to rescue another player. Successfully rescuing them will increase your merit points. The moment he received the mission notification, Guiyun turned to look at the other players. They showed no reaction at all. It seemed that only Guiyun's merit system had issued this mission. The bespectacled man could only cling to the middle-aged uncle, begging him to save the poisoned old man. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shoved him away. I told you not to touch anything. He brought this upon himself. Saving him might get everyone else killed. Whoever wants to save him can do it themselves. Only then did Guiyun speak. Then I'll save him. Guiyun took out an item he had purchased earlier, a clear mind pill. Refined from clear-hearted grass, glazed herb stamens, and pure water. Detoxifies and sterilizes. Can remove ordinary poisoning effects. This was also a perfect chance for Guiyun to test the effect of an item purchased from the newbie shop. The instant the clear mind pill was taken out, the other players stared at Guiyun in astonishment. The pill gave off a fragrant scent. The middle-aged man understood best of all that this medicine was no ordinary item. But was this kid not participating in the Sin game for the first time? Could he be? The clear mind pill's effect was truly remarkable. The moment it entered the old man's mouth, he immediately recovered, and every sign of poisoning vanished in an instant. Thank you, young man. Without you, this old life of mine would have ended here. As the old man voiced his thanks, a system notification rang in Guiyun's ears. Special mission save a life completed. Mission details. Rescue the poisoned Chen. Mission reward, 7,777 merit points. Sure enough, this was a special mission. Saving one life was worth more than building 7 pagodas. He had truly gained quite a lot of merit points. Looking at the mission panel, Guiyun suddenly noticed additional mission prompts. A mission panel appeared before Guiyun. Ghost Wedding in the Mountains. Mission 1. Survive until the ghost wedding procession ends. Reward, 1,500 achievement points. Mission 2. Rescue the Bride. By Ling. Mission 3. Steal the statue of the Three Rivers Netherworld Mother Goddess. Reward, 5,000 achievement points and a shop clearance item. Mission 4. Discover the truth behind the ghost wedding procession. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. So, this was a chain of missions. In other words, besides surviving, there were actually other objectives in this game. I see. The basic mission was the simplest, but its reward was also the smallest. To gain more rewards, one had to complete hidden missions independently. Although I do not lack achievement points, additional shop items can rapidly increase my strength. These missions are all worth completing. The platinum-haired girl suddenly spoke. Did everyone notice? Where did the villagers go? Only then did they realize that all the villagers who had gathered around them earlier were gone. Only the 5 players remained. They must have left while our attention was on that old man. I just don't know where they went or what they are doing. The man in the hat viciously kicked over a chair. It can't be anything good. We can't just sit here and wait to die. The middle-aged man shouted. What are you trying to do? Don't act rashly. The man in the hat ignored him and ran to the door, trying to leave, only to find that it had long been locked. The middle-aged man angrily shoved him aside. Damn it, I told you not to do anything useless. Don't you understand? Or are you looking to die now? Ling Guiyun stepped forward to stop him. I think he's right. The villagers are clearly hostile toward us. If we do nothing, we'll just be sitting here waiting to die. The middle-aged man retorted, but we don't have a single clue right now. How do you know going outside isn't trapped? Lin Guiyun answered confidently, You're wrong. We still have a willing ally. She definitely has the information we need. His words left the other players confused. They had an ally in this Sin game, but who could it be? The person Lin Guiyun meant was none other than the bride in this ghost wedding. Since it was a ghost marriage, the bride being married off was naturally a sacrifice. She would surely be willing to help them. The middle-aged man was still doubtful. What if the bride herself is a ghost? Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not going. The man in the hat, however, chose to follow Lin Guiyun in search of clues. The silver-haired girl thought to herself, his expression is so certain. He must have learned something already. She decided to go with Lin Guiyun as well. The old man also offered to join them, but Lin Guiyun refused. To protect his health, it would be better for him to rest here. That left only the bespectacled man. After hesitating for a while, he decided to stay with the middle-aged man. Apparently, he still trusted someone experienced more. Take good care of the two of them. We'll be back soon. If there's real danger, just shout for help. Lin Guiyun's words made the middle-aged man wonder who the rookie in this game really was. The players split into 2 teams. Lin Guiyun, the silver-haired girl, and the man in the hat headed straight into the house to search for clues. The moment they pushed open the door to the bridal chamber, they saw a room drenched in red. Numerous paper servant figures stood along both sides, while the veiled bride sat in the center of the room. The sight was exceedingly eerie. Suppressing his fear, Lin Guiyun stepped up to the bride. Miss, we're passersby who got dragged into this ghost wedding. We want to work with you and escape this village together. What do you say? The bride seemed to have no intention of replying. She merely sat there in silence, completely still. Lin Guiyun suspiciously lifted her veil, only to discover that even the bride was a paper figure. Why is she a paper person too? Then where's the real bride? Seeing Lin Guiyun's reaction, the silver-haired girl became suspicious as well. He had been certain that the bride existed, yet this was clearly his first time entering the game too. Why did he know things the others did not? Lin Guiyun was equally puzzled. The system's mission to rescue the bride, Bai Ling, could not be wrong. Bai Ling was obviously a person's name, and paper figures did not need rescuing. So where was Bai Ling? The silver-haired girl suggested, let's split up and search. There might be some hidden mechanism in this room. Before long, she made a discovery. There was a concealed space beneath the paper bride's bed. Lin Guiyun looked at the silver-haired girl with admiration. When that old man had been poisoned earlier, she had been the first to make a judgment. She was brave, clever, and highly skilled. This girl was clearly no ordinary person. To reach the hidden space, they had to move the paper bride aside for the moment. The man in the hat took on that task. A remarkably well-hidden secret chamber had been built beneath the bed. Looking down into the pitch-black darkness, all three of them felt nervous. But they had no choice but to go down. Once they made up their minds, they descended the stairs one after another. Though dark, the space below was quite broad, with only a single passageway. The three relied on the faint light of a candle as they moved forward. Suddenly, the man in the hat spotted something horrifying and fell onto the ground with a frightened scream. It turned out to be nothing more than a fallen paper arm. Apparently, he was even more timid than the silver-haired girl. They also discovered 6 paper figures here, presumably corresponding to the 6 paper figures above ground. The bespectacled man observed that the paper figures were severely damaged. Could they be defective products that were thrown down here? No, Lin Guiyun shook his head. Haven't you noticed? These 6 paper figures look somewhat like the 6 of us. In ancient times, wealthy families had a custom. When a bride was married off, she had to bring a dowry. The dowry included not only jewelry and ornaments, but people as well. The 6 of us are the dowry for this ghost wedding. Upstairs, there's a fake bride and a fake bridal chamber, so naturally there's a fake dowry too. If I'm right, this is the real bridal chamber down here. These paper figures are foreshadowing our fate. Time is running out. We need to act fast. With that, Lin Guiyun rushed ahead. They had to find a bride quickly, or something might happen to the 3 people outside. Before long, another room appeared in front of them. This was probably the true bridal chamber. As Lin Guiyun had guessed, the real bride was here. A girl in red lay motionless upon the bed. After examining her, the silver-haired girl confirmed that she was a living person rather than a paper figure. The girl was still breathing, but appeared to be in a deep coma. Can you wake her? Lin Guiyun asked. No, she's unconscious too deeply. I don't know when she'll wake up. Unable to awaken the bride, Lin Guiyun and the others decided to carry her out of the secret chamber. Just as they successfully brought her upstairs, the middle-aged man and the bespectacled man rushed in, shouting desperately for help. The villagers, the people in the village, are coming to kill us. They're carrying hoes and sickles, and they slash at anyone they see. The old man is holding them back outside. Lin Guiyun quickly assessed the situation. There's no exit from this room. Bring the bride. We're going out to take a look. Outside, numerous crazed villagers had surrounded the middle-aged man. Every one of them looked deranged and vicious. The middle-aged man was now covered in an exceptionally strange suit of armor. I'm warning you, take one more step, and the ghost envoy behind me will strike. But his warning had no effect whatsoever. The villagers continued to rush forward with crazed growls. The ghost envoy behind the middle-aged man finally made its move, lashing out once and driving back countless villagers. Lin Guiyun was somewhat surprised by the so-called ghost envoy. This must have been power granted to players by the Sin game. Yet after just one attack, the middle-aged man suddenly groaned in pain. Was this the price of using the ghost envoy's power? Backlash, attacking its host. No, with so many old scars. Was this the price he had paid all along? Ghost Envoy Illusion Shard, Echo Rank. An evil ghost shard born of suffering and sustained by pain, taking pleasure in tormenting others. It can attack with a long whip. Each attack inflicts a certain degree of damage upon its user. The bespectacled man, entering the game for the first time, watched the middle-aged man's power with undisguised envy. Using the Ghost Envoy's power comes at a price. He won't be able to hold on much longer. Sir, while we were inside, did you inspect the courtyard? Did you find anywhere we can escape from? Lin Guiyun approached the old man and asked. Yes. The old man immediately replied. There's a relatively low wall to the west. We might be able to climb over it. The old man took the lead, and Lin Guiyun's group hurried after him. Lin Guiyun did not forget to turn back and urge the middle-aged man to follow. The group fled ahead, while the crazed villagers pursued them relentlessly from behind. Although the silver-haired girl was also a newcomer to the Sin game, she was clearly different from the others. Not only was she bold and courageous, but her fighting ability was anything but ordinary. Every villager who charged at her was thrown to the ground. One particularly unlucky fellow even took a direct kick to the groin. His family jewels probably did not survive intact, but there were too many villagers. Before long, the group was surrounded with nowhere left to run. What do we do? I can't hold on much longer. The ghost envoy can only lash out 3 more times at most, the middle-aged man said with difficulty. As long as there was a chance, they had to try. Lin Guiyun pulled a talisman from his inventory, one of the items he had bought at the newbie shop earlier. Such a powerful talisman was making even the ghost envoy tremble. Just who was this kid? The middle-aged man wondered. 3,000 celestial masters gather the supreme divine radiance. Demon-slaying talismanic script. Night-walking corpses, 7 evils, demon souls, all shall perish. Malevolent spirits and wicked evils, obey the law with all haste. Towering flames instantly engulfed the entire mob of villagers, trapping them all in a sea of fire with no way to escape. That talisman is incredible. Kid, do you have any more? Wipe them all out, the middle-aged man exclaimed. Lin Guiyun hurriedly shook his head. The demon-suppressing talisman is for driving away evil spirits. Although their bodies have been mutated, they are still human in essence. This talisman cannot destroy them. Since they could not completely eliminate the villagers, they could only proceed according to their original plan. Escape first and think later. The group followed the old route, leaped over the wall, and fled. Before long, the villagers resumed searching everywhere for Lin Guiyun's group. 2 villagers who had wandered off alone were immediately ambushed by the silver-haired girl and the middle-aged man. They were subdued and knocked unconscious before they could utter a sound. There are more and more patrols. We have to move. Where do we go now? Everyone waited for Lin Guiyun to decide. Lin Guiyun thought to himself, the ghost wedding has been disrupted and the bride has been rescued, yet it still has not ended. We must have overlooked something. The bespectacled man suddenly spoke up. It looks like the unconscious bride has woken up. Miss, are you all right? Do you remember your name? The newly awakened bride looked dazed. I am Bai Link. Where am I? Who are you people? Lin Guiyun sighed. We're a group of unfortunate people who got dragged into this ghost wedding. Miss, do you know anything about this ghost wedding? A ghost wedding? The girl looked startled. I don't know much either. A few days ago, they captured me and brought me here. I don't know why they chose me to be the bride. Miss Bai, if we don't end this ghost wedding, all of us will die. And as for you, you likely won't meet a good end either. Do you really remember nothing? Lin Guiyun tried to get some clue from Bai Ling, since they had reached a dead end. Sure enough, Bai Ling recalled something. I remember. It was the day I was brought to this strange village. The old man, who seemed to be the village chief, quietly said to the person beside him, has the road from the ancestral hall to the Lady Mother Temple been cleared? We cannot delay the bridal procession. The Lady Mother Temple? The Temple of the 3 Rivers, Nether Mother. Lin Guiyun remembered that the Lady Mother Temple had appeared on the mission list as well. It seems that if we want to end this ghost wedding, we need to visit that ancestral hall. The group soon arrived near the village ancestral hall, but numerous people were guarding it both inside and out. The man in the hat paled. Are you insane? That ancestral hall is full of those monstrous villagers. It's fine. Lin Guiyun was not worried in the least. There are always more solutions than problems. He took another talisman from his inventory. This one was an invisibility talisman. Once we touch someone or someone touches us, the invisibility will be broken, so be careful. We only have the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Move quickly. Once the players received the invisibility effect, they immediately headed straight for the Lady Mother Temple. The invisibility talisman was indeed effective. The guarding villagers had no idea the players were approaching. Completely invisible to the villagers, the 6 players slipped into the ancestral hall without much trouble. As soon as they entered, the silver-haired girl whispered to Lin Guiyun, "There's a path behind the ancestral hall that leads up the mountain." Lin Guiyun was about to leave when he noticed a book placed neatly on the table in the middle of the hall. Upon closer inspection, it was the Village Chronicle, a book recording all the information about the people of this village. In the 17th year of the Dragon Emperor's reign, black underworld rain fell from the sky. Every kind of crop failed to grow. Famine spread everywhere. People ate one another, and their beastly natures erupted. The players led by Ling along the path behind the ancestral hall and up the mountain. Miss Bai, what exactly is the black underworld rain mentioned in the Village Chronicle? Do you know? Bai Ling shook her head. No one knows what it is. There are only rumors saying that the Dragon Emperor was incompetent and immoral, and that he murdered his meritorious ministers. The heavens were enraged and sent down the black underworld rain. I had heard that black underworld rain had recently fallen in Bright Province, so I took a detour through this area. I never expected to be captured. According to the Village Chronicle, it was the Three Rivers Nether Mother Temple on this mountain that protected the villagers from the black underworld rain. But it also turned every villager into a monster, neither human nor ghost. The old man leading the way suddenly shouted, "Stop, I think we've arrived." Before them stood what was likely the temple of the Nether Mother. Yet even from afar, they could clearly sense the sinister aura emanating from it. "Go! This is not something we can deal with. We need to leave now." The middle-aged man urgently pressed the group to retreat. At that moment, the temple doors slowly opened, and a strange-looking man stepped out. "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Sensing that the newcomer meant trouble, the middle-aged man immediately summoned his ghost envoy and lashed at him with its whip. Yet the whip never touched the newcomer. He casually caught it with one hand. "An exorcist? Are you from the reincarnation cult?" "What the hell is the reincarnation cult?" "I don't know." The middle-aged man tried desperately to yank the whip back, but could not move it. "So, you are a heretic." The man suddenly pressed his palms together. "Then I shall not be polite with this evil ghost." With a flick of his hand, he forcibly pulled the ghost envoy out of the middle-aged man's body. The difference in power was absolute. He had suppressed the ghost envoy illusion shard with a mere wave of his hand. This demonic Taoist was far too powerful. As his ghost envoy was forcibly extracted from his body, the middle-aged man immediately lost all fighting spirit, trembling from head to toe. The mysterious man absorbed the ghost envoy into a box in his hand. Though incomplete, it is still a rare Een artifact. May the ghost mother bless me. Judging by your attire, you must be tonight's ghost wedding bride, correct? The moment Bai Ling was noticed by the man, her whole body began to tremble. "No, don't come near me." The mysterious man slowly approached Bai Ling, skin like ice, bones like jade, with a divine soul hidden within. "To find such an excellent seed in a miserable place like this, the Nether Mother will surely be pleased with you." The Nether Mother is a deity. Why would she need a bride? Lin Guiyun stepped forward, blocking his path. The man flew into a rage when Lin Guiyun dared interrupt him. "Brat, you dare cut off this Taoist master while I'm speaking? Are you tired of living?" Lin Guiyun forced himself to remain calm. "Don't be afraid. Stall for time. There is still a chance to clear this instance. But dowry like us probably will not live much longer anyway, right, Taoist priest?" The man looked at Lin Guiyun and sneered. "Interesting, very interesting. You wear such strange clothes, and despite knowing you are about to die, you still dare question this Taoist master? Boy, who exactly are you?" Lin Guiyun pretended to remain calm. "We're merely ordinary country folk from outside. In our hometown, if the cause of death is unknown, the deceased will become wandering ghosts in the wilderness. That is why we dared to ask you, Taoist master." The Taoist seemed to understand. "So you do not wish to become wandering ghosts, which is why you want to know what this underworld wedding is really about, correct? This Taoist is in a fairly good mood today, so I shall show you mercy and tell you. Lady Nether Mother naturally has no need for a ghost wedding herself. The ghost wedding is for Lady Nether Mother's Vajra protector to take a wife, and dowry offerings like you will become this Taoist's blood feast. Do not worry. Whenever this Taoist kills someone, their soul is utterly scattered. I will not leave you to become a pack of wandering ghosts." Before he finished speaking, the Taoist swung his staff at Lin Guiyun's group. Countless furious spirits surged toward the players as though crawling out of hell. Faced with such a terrifying attack, did this group of rookie players have any chance of surviving? The Taoist had been absolutely certain that Lin Guiyun's group would die without question. Yet at that moment, he realized something was wrong. A powerful radiance blocked his entire attack, gradually taking the shape of a massive tiger that safely enclosed Lin Guiyun and the others within it. "I thought I was dead for sure. Buddy, you saved my life again." Having narrowly escaped death, the man in the hat could not help sighing in amazement. What Lin Guiyun had just used was the white tiger seal purchased from the shop. After that strike, the white tiger seal retained only 85 of its spiritual power. Leave now. Get as far away as you can. Blocking that one attack consumed 15 of its spiritual power, so I need to find a way to stall for time. The sharpest one was still the platinum-haired girl. While the others hesitated, she had already made up her mind. He's right. If we stay, we will only burden him. Everyone, follow me. The Taoist was also visibly astonished. A weapon spirit manifesting in physical form? That must be at least a mid-grade magical artifact. But I clearly cannot sense even a trace of spiritual power from this brat. How can that be? Speak. Who exactly are you? Lin Guiyun put on an innocent expression. I told you from the beginning, I'm just an ordinary commoner from outside. Taoist master, why don't we keep talking? Could you stop attacking me? Brat, how dare you insult me? Enraged, the Taoist formed another hand seal and attacked Lin Guiyun again. Resentful spirit ghost transformation. Once again, countless resentful souls charged at Lin Guiyun like enormous pythons. Without the white tiger seal's protection, Lin Guiyun had no idea how many times he would have died by now. The Taoist realized something because of this. Lin Guiyun was merely a useless fool relying on a treasure's power. He had no magical power at all. Once I exhaust your artifact's spiritual power, I will skin you and grind your bones to dust. Lin Guiyun began to panic. This was bad. The Taoist had figured it out. What should he do? As the white tiger seal's spiritual power steadily drained away, the defensive barrier it created became increasingly unable to protect him. He could only evade desperately. Seeing this, the Taoist became even more frenzied. What is it? Why are you no longer so quick with that tongue of yours? He could not keep defending passively like this. Sooner or later, he would be unable to dodge. He had to strike first. The moment he thought it, he acted. Lin Guiyun shouted, "White tiger!" A colossal, fierce tiger, like a war god entering the battlefield, charged the Taoist with overwhelming momentum. However, the white tiger was completely blocked by a green barrier. Did you think I would not defend against your technique? Without spiritual power to support it, relying solely on the weapon spirit means that even a mid-grade magical artifact cannot break through my soul banner. Once I kill you, I will use resentful spirit ghost transformation to refine this artifact. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions suddenly sounded beside the Taoist. It was the platinum-haired girl, holding several talismans in her hands. Furious at someone interfering, the Taoist intended to deal with the platinum-haired girl first for being so meddlesome. At that instant, however, he noticed something was wrong. The green barrier he had always been so proud of was beginning to crack under the white tiger's pressure. "This is it," Lin Guiyun shouted, signaling to the platinum-haired girl. She immediately unleashed countless talismans at the Taoist. The instant the talismans flew forth was also the instant the white tiger shattered the Taoist's shield. The aftermath of the explosions immediately devastated the ground with earth-shaking force, filling the air with shattered stone and thick dust. The quick-footed Taoist escaped before being struck directly, but he appeared to have suffered serious injuries nonetheless. "You, what did you do?" Seeing his miserable state, Lin Guiyun mocked him. "Looks like your spiritual power ran out before my artifacts did." The Taoist roared unwillingly. "That is impossible. Clearly, as long as Lady Nethermother." Before he could finish, Lin Guiyun interrupted him. "As long as Lady Nethermother's statue remains intact, your spiritual power will never run dry, right?" The Taoist was stunned beyond belief. "How do you know that?" In the 12th year of the Dragon Emperor, a flash flood suddenly occurred, and Lady Nethermother's statue was swept away. A massive search was conducted for 3 straight months. Anyone who failed to find it in a day was punished with 30 lashes. After the statue was recovered, the ghost wedding took place, and a great famine followed. 3 or 4 out of every 10 villagers died. If losing the divine statue only resulted in people being whipped, then would not everyone else have their souls destroyed? At that moment, the old player came running anxiously out of the shrine. "I got it. I stole Lady Nethermother's statue." Seeing someone trying to steal the statue, the Taoist rushed to snatch it back. But how could it be that easy? Lin Guiyun immediately appeared in front of the old man to block him. "So from the beginning, you were only pretending in order to divert my attention?" Only then did the Taoist realize that he had been deceived from the start. That's right. Lin Guiyun did not deny it. This was planned from the very beginning. When villains insist on keeping diaries, it becomes very easy to expose their weaknesses. The Village Chronicle had served its purpose. Lin Guiyun tossed it at the Taoist's feet, infuriating him even further. This was Lady Nethermother's statue. The players had successfully obtained it, so the mission was considered complete. Lin Guiyun bent down and lightly touched Lady Nethermother's statue. A notification immediately appeared. Mission complete. The ghost wedding has ended. Congratulations, player, on clearing the game. Bonus rewards are being calculated. Please wait a moment. Young man, the system notified me that the game is over. Is everything really over? The old man asked tremblingly. Lin Guiyun stepped forward to help him up. I received the notice too. It really is over. Perhaps because she had been lucky enough to survive, the bespectacled girl burst into tears of joy, overwhelmed at having escaped death. Seeing her sobbing, the man in the hat snorted. What are you crying for? Nobody was injured or killed. What bad luck. Perhaps the middle-aged man was the only one among the 6 who had been injured. He was still unconscious, but his vital signs were stable. He had likely only fainted, and his life was not in danger. The game is over. I wonder how much longer we can remain here, Lin Guiyun asked quietly. Usually, the results are calculated within 5 to 15 minutes. Then the surviving players are teleported back to where they were before entering the game, the platinum-haired girl explained. Lin Guiyun immediately looked at her suspiciously. Hey, how do you know all that? Wasn't this your first time entering the Sin game too? The platinum-haired girl did not answer Lin Guiyun's question, instead saying cryptically, "You are not the only one with secrets." Everyone then turned their attention to the bride. Bai Ling, what will you do from now on? Can you leave this place on your own? Bai Ling looked at them in surprise. Benefactors, are you leaving? Just then, a group suddenly approached from behind them. Looking closely, it was a fully armored cavalry unit. The cavalry suddenly halted before the group, causing Lin Guiyun and the others to become wary again. Bai Ling stepped forward and said, "Do not be afraid, benefactors. My family has come to take me home. Bai Ling is safe now. May I ask which general under my father's command has come?" A man dismounted and bowed to Bai Ling, the commandant of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, pays respects to the young lady. Our rescue came too late. He deserved 10,000 deaths. Only then did Lin Guiyun finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no longer any need to worry about Bai Ling's future. The players' bodies began to fade away. It appeared they would not have the opportunity to properly say goodbye. Farewell, Bai Ling. In the blink of an eye, all 6 players vanished before Bai Ling and her men, transforming into 6 pillars of light that shot straight into the sky. Not even a trace of aura remains. The cavalryman beside her could not hide his curiosity. "Miss, who were those people?" Bai Ling smiled. "I do not know either. They were merely strangers from elsewhere." Game cleared. Rewards are being calculated. Achievement points earned, 14,500. Missions completed, April 4th. Special hidden missions completed, 3. Purchase authority, 200. The shop will unlock the right to purchase special items. Based on his previous experience, the shop would remain open until the next mission began, so he could study it at his leisure without rushing. He had completed every mission, yet he had received only 14,500 achievement points, less than the amount he had spent on items in the shop. If one only completed the most basic missions, one would need to clear the game many times before being able to exchange points for shop rewards. The efficiency was frighteningly low. Lin Guiyun now understood why that middle-aged man had not dared to meddle in other people's business. But Lin Guiyun did not need to be like that. He did not lack so-called achievement points. What he lacked were the items in the shop. Having learned much more about the Sin game, Lin Guiyun decided to log out and return to the real world. The moment he confirmed his return, Lin Guiyun found himself back in his familiar room just 1 second later. He had truly returned, and only a few minutes had passed since before he entered the game. Suddenly, Lin Guiyun felt a splitting headache. Had he overworked his mind in the Sin game world? He could not think any further. He would sleep first and worry about tomorrow when tomorrow came. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Guiyun was awakened from deep sleep by insistent ringing from outside his door. The person outside was someone he never expected to see, the platinum-haired girl from the previous game. "Mr. Lin Guiyun, I represent the Human Security Bureau. We require your cooperation in an investigation." The Human Security Bureau? Lin Guiyun was somewhat surprised. Was that not the name of a government organization? So your appearance in yesterday's game was not a coincidence? And how do you know my home address? The platinum-haired girl answered calmly. The Sin game chooses its players completely at random. Our meeting truly was a coincidence. As for your second question, if you cooperate with our work, you will naturally receive an explanation. Lin Guiyun swallowed. The work you need me to cooperate with. It is not something like cutting me open for research, is it? Do not worry, the platinum-haired girl reassured him. Every player is an important talent. As long as you cooperate voluntarily, we will absolutely not endanger your personal safety. Despite her words, Lin Guiyun could clearly see the muzzle of a gun protruding from a nearby corner. The platinum-haired girl immediately changed her tone. As long as you cooperate voluntarily, we will absolutely not endanger your life. What else could Lin Guiyun say? He could only raise both hands and surrender. I understand. I will cooperate. I will cooperate completely. But can you give me some time to change clothes? The platinum-haired girl checked her watch. Fine. 15 minutes. We leave in 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, after changing clothes, Lin Guiyun went downstairs and found the platinum-haired girl already waiting in a car. Yesterday's newbie mission was rated at the highest difficulty level. The reason 80 of the members survived was because of you. Thank you. However, the organization did not seek you out because of your performance last night. More importantly, it is because of your identity. That is all I am authorized to reveal. Soon afterward, the platinum-haired girl brought Lin Guiyun to a heavily guarded area. All entrants were required to present complete identification. Identity verified. Human Security Bureau Special Operations Team. Team Leader Ji Qinglin. Verification approved. The scene shifted to a conference room. Ji Qinglin led Lin Guiyun into a room and seated him there. Even now, Lin Guiyun did not know why he had been brought here and could not help growing anxious. At last, the door opened and an old man entered. Little Yun, it has been a long time. Have you been well? Lin Guiyun immediately recognized the man before him. Uncle Bai, why are you here? This man was Professor Bai, a renowned folklorist, historian, and archaeologist. Before their disappearance, he had been an important collaborator of Lin Guiyun's parents. Of course, I'm here for research. Do you think these old bones of mine could spare the time to become a player like you youngsters? I could never endure it, Qinglin explained from beside him. Professor Bai is the chief advisor to the Human Security Bureau, a key member of the research team, and one of the Bureau's honorary deputy directors. Professor Bai waved his hand. Just empty titles. If the Fengmian couple had not disappeared, the position of chief advisor would never have fallen to me. The moment Lin Guiyun heard his father's name, he became agitated. Are you saying my parents also work for the Human Security Bureau? Those two. Professor Bai sighed. It seems they truly never told you anything. Professor Lin Fengmian and Professor Jiang Hongli can be considered the founders and original elders of the Human Security Bureau. They were also the first to discover anomalies in the rules and predict the appearance of the Sin game. But heaven is jealous of talent. Lin Guiyun became even more emotional. Then my parents were not in a car accident, right? What exactly happened? Are they still alive? Actually, Professor Bai had barely begun before Qinglin stopped him. Professor Bai, what comes next is classified. Lin Guiyun's clearance level is insufficient. We cannot reveal it to him yet. Why? Why do I not have the right to know about my own parents? Lin Guiyun demanded immediately. If you truly want to know, then sign the consent form and become an official member of the organization. Confronted with the truth behind his parents' disappearance and an invitation to join the organization, what would Lin Guiyun choose? But I hope you understand that signing this contract means becoming part of the battle against distortion. You will face bizarre, twisted, insane things and death. As Lin Guiyun read the contract, he asked, "It says here that you will not deliberately send people on missions where death is guaranteed." Qinglin explained, "I told you before, every player is a precious resource and asset. We will not deliberately put them in harm's way unless..." At this point, Qinglin suddenly recalled a terrifying event from the past. Unless it can save more lives. In the end, Lin Guiyun signed his name on the contract. Then there is no problem. I will definitely survive and uncover the whole truth. The scene shifted elsewhere, where two people observed the entire conversation between Lin Guiyun, Qinglin, and Professor Bai. One of them spoke. "What do you think of this kid?" The scar-faced man shook his head as he evaluated him. Impulsive, confident, passionate, convinced of your own righteousness. Different positions carry different responsibilities. You are responsible for trusting. I am responsible for doubting. Seeing that Lin Guiyun had decided to sign and join, Professor Bai was quite satisfied. "Once you sign, we'll be family from now on. I have 2 more projects. As for training personnel, let Qinglin teach you. Young people communicate more easily with one another. After saying that, Professor Bai left, leaving Lin Guiyun and Qing Lin behind. Only then did Qing Lin formally introduce herself. Yi Kimglin, former head of the Human Security Bureau's Special Intelligence Analysis Unit, currently leader of the 2nd Special Operations Team. It was Lin Guiyun's first time shaking hands with a girl, so he was somewhat embarrassed. "Hello, my name is..." Qing Lin directly cut off Lin Guiyun's introduction. Lin Guiyun, male, 20 years old, unemployed, son of the renowned scholars Lin Fengyin and Jiang Hongli, a graduate of the Imperial Capital University's Department of Physics, currently unemployed, never been in a relationship, sexual orientation suspected to be male. Lin Guiyun immediately interrupted Qing Lin. "Stop, that's enough. My sexual orientation has never been male. In short, we know you very well. As for the Human Security Bureau, just as you found online, we are an official organization that handles all strange incidents, including the Sin game." Lin Guiyun sensed something unusual in Qing Lin's words. "Why including? Are there other bizarre things besides the Sin game?" Qing Lin slowly explained it to him. "Strange incidents began happening far earlier than you think. Take a look." A sealed file was placed in front of Lin Guiyun. 1890, the Inko Dragonfall Incident. 1930, the Ghost Market. 1943, the Ascension Feast. 1950, the Water Ghost Incident. 1965, the Heavenly Eye Child Prodigy Incident. 1982, the Cat-Faced Old Woman. Before this, strange incidents were like flames that occasionally blew out from some mysterious cave. What we needed to do was keep those flames from burning down the entire forest. But now, the monster in the cave has crawled out, and that monster is the Sin game. Since the Sin game appeared, all other strange incidents have vanished. Or rather, they have vanished, but not entirely. According to Professor Lin's research, your father's research, they have all become small worlds within the Sin game, what people usually call instances. The principle of a black hole. When an extraordinarily massive, strange entity appears, other strange entities are swallowed up and assimilated. In short, dealing with the Sin game and the incidents it creates is now the Bureau's absolute top priority. These resulting incidents are mainly divided into 2 types. The first is players losing control. Some players occasionally acquire power in the game. Naturally, a few of them will use it to commit evil and harm society. Monitoring, managing, and restricting players is the first type of resulting task we must address. The second type is instances. The instances mentioned here are not the instance missions we enter in the Sin game, but instances that manifest in reality. The game can appear in reality too. Lin Guiyun could not hide his astonishment at the news. Do you remember the official website mentioning that mission failure would bring severe consequences? That's right. Once a game fails, when every player in a game is eliminated and it is judged a total failure, the instance will materialize in reality. These manifested instances are the second type of resulting task we must deal with. Failed missions can appear in reality. How large an area can an instance cover? Why have I never heard of this before? Countless shocking revelations left Lin Guiyun's mind unable to process everything at once. No need to panic, Qing Lin comforted him. Those assigned to handle instances are usually veterans who have cleared many games. First, take a look at your welcome package. A box of equipment was tossed in front of Lin Guiyun. It contained numerous items, including a handgun. Your firearms license is in the box too. Later, I'll teach you the basics of using a gun. That is the organization's trust in you, not an investment in any reckless behavior. Abuse it carelessly, and you'll only become part of the Bureau's workload. There's also a specially manufactured mobile phone with satellite reception. Organizational missions and communications will all be sent through it. This watch has a detector built into it. If it detects something strange, its light will activate. It has 6 colors: green, blue, purple, orange, red, and white. The later the color, the more dangerous the situation. As Qing Lin finished explaining, the door was pushed open and a solemn, cold-faced man entered. Qing Lin immediately greeted him. "Deputy Director, why are you here? How was the training progressing?" the man asked coldly upon entering. He was Su Jingyan, Deputy Director of the Human Security Bureau, responsible for overseeing the Special Operations Division. Qing Lin hurriedly replied, "The basic briefing has been completed. I was about to take him to the shooting range for firearms training, Deputy Director Su." Su Jingyan took out a stack of documents and ordered, "Make up for that later. I have an urgent mission for the 2 of you right now." Both Lin Guiyun and Qing Lin received a mission sheet. Its contents read, Mission Codename, Cabin in the woods. Mission type, containment of an out-of-control instance. Assessed danger level, night class. Instance containment. Qinglin immediately questioned after reading it. But Deputy Director Lin Guiyun has only cleared the game once. The Deputy Director ignored her objection. Nobots, this is a mission. You may only choose to accept or refuse. Lin Guiyun asked, "May I ask what the consequences of refusing are?" "There are no consequences," the Deputy Director replied. "Only the document you just signed will be voided. After your memories related to the Human Security Bureau are erased, we will return you to where you were before you came here." They were clearly testing a rookie like Lin Guiyun. Was this a show of force right from the start? No matter what, if he chose not to participate now, he would never obtain information about his parents. Therefore, Lin Guiyun still chose to accept this mission. Good. The Deputy Director nodded. The Intelligence Analysis Unit will contact you later with the mission's specific details. With that, the cold and arrogant Deputy Director immediately left. Only after he left did Lin Guiyun dare to speak. Why did it feel like the Deputy Director was looking at me rather sharply? Ordinarily, the Bureau does not recruit players who have only cleared the game once, because their mental state is unstable, and there is a high chance they will die in subsequent games. I heard that Professor Bai and the others submitted your profile directly to the director overnight. The Deputy Director is the most rule-abiding person there is. Lin Guiyun understood. So people thought he had joined through connections. It seemed this time he had dragged Qinglin into trouble as well. Qinglin did not care about such a trivial matter at all. Don't overthink it. Completing missions is my responsibility to begin with. Hurry and put on the earpiece. The Intelligence Analysis Unit will contact you through it. Don't underestimate this mission. Containing an instance is not something a rookie who has only cleared one mission can normally handle. Lin Guiyun did not seem worried. He remembered that the contract said the organization would not deliberately send its members to their deaths, and that Deputy Director was supposedly the most rule-abiding person. Soon afterward, Ji Qinglin led Lin Guiyun outside to the vehicle, preparing to depart. On the way, she contacted the analysis unit. "This is Ji Qinglin. I require analysis support for the cabin in the woods mission." The analysis unit replied through the earpiece, "Request approved. Connecting to the dedicated network. Access granted to the Intelligence Analysis subgroup. Support Specialist is in position." This is Support Specialist Iris, providing you with intelligent support. Cabin in the woods appeared 36 hours ago. The contamination range is approximately 1,200 meters and has currently been sealed off. The temporary team consists of 3 members. Team Leader Li Tuyong, with Ji Qinglin and Lin Guiyun as members. All intelligence concerning the cabin in the woods incident has been provided above. Do you have any further questions? Lin Guiyun was somewhat expectant, so there was an experienced veteran leading this mission. It seemed the Deputy Director had merely wanted to test whether he had the courage to accept the assignment. However, while Lin Guiyun was excited at the prospect of having a veteran carry the team, Qinglin shook her head helplessly at the thought of Li Tuyong. "Guiyun, I advise you not to place too many expectations on that person. You'll understand as soon as you meet him." By the time Lin Guiyun met Li Tuyong, he understood why Qinglin had said that. The man vomiting his guts out was Li Tuyong, 29 years old, a discarded disciple of the Celestial Master's manor. He had experience clearing the game 5 times, but he was a severe alcoholic year-round, so his mission completion rate was extremely low. Lin Guiyun now completely understood Qinglin's earlier warning. Could this guy really lead a team, or was he only here to make up the numbers? Qinglin coldly ordered her subordinates to bring over a bucket of cold water. Then she unhesitatingly threw it in Tuyong's face. "Li Tuyong, this is mission time, not time for you to get drunk." Recognizing Qinglin's voice, Tuyong sounded relieved. That voice, its clear melody. I must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could I possibly see the real clear melody? Qinglin was utterly helpless with this man. Throw a few more buckets of water on him. If he still doesn't wake up, find 2 people to carry him inside. Then Qinglin ordered another subordinate to lead her inside to inspect the scene. Following behind, Lin Guiyun asked, "Why did he call you Clear Melody just now?" "That was my code name when I was in the Intelligence Analysis Unit, like Iris," Qinglin explained casually. At that moment, Iris chimed in through the earpiece. "Sister Qinglin used to be our team leader." Soon, Lin Guiyun and Qinglin were led to the mission site, a mansion completely shrouded in black mist, terrifying beyond measure. The moment he saw the place, an eerie, gloomy sensation enveloped Lin Guiyun's body. No, it was a feeling that something was fundamentally wrong, like a fragment had been forcibly stuffed into reality. So this was an out-of-control instance. At that moment, the watch on Lin Guiyun's wrist gave off a yellow warning. Had something strange escaped from the instance? Qinglin's expression turned serious. It isn't a strange entity. It's distortion. Everyone put on protective gear. Iris, locate our current position and determine whether the distortion is spreading. What is distortion? And why do we need to wear a full set of equipment? Lin Guiyun asked in confusion. We don't need it, Qinglin replied. I was originally going to teach you this during firearms training, but some first-hand experience should help you understand it faster. Strange entities is the collective term for all supernatural phenomena, including monsters, zones, and rules. Distortion is a byproduct of strange entities, like a virus or radiation. It infects ordinary people, distorting and corroding them until they become monsters. Protective gear can slow the rate at which humans are corroded by distortion. According to Qinglin, if strange entities distort ordinary people, then why did they not need protective gear? Wait, ordinary people? They did not need protective gear because they were players, right? That's right. Qinglin nodded. Because we were already distorted by strange entities long ago. Iris sent over more intelligence. Sister Qinglin, after comparative calculations, the target's distortion radius has expanded by 50 meters within the past 2 hours, and it is gradually accelerating. Qinglin immediately asked, the distortion zone is expanding rapidly, so its danger level will be raised. How long would it take to mobilize the fastest available resources? There isn't enough time, Iris replied. No other special operations members are stationed in this city. There is a village 800 meters away. Qinglin knew they had reached a point where there was no alternative. She could only reluctantly order an emergency evacuation before requesting reinforcements. Lin Guiyun spoke from beside her. Don't worry too much. The situation is still salvageable. I think I can give it a try. Qinglin did not forget to warn him. Cabin in the Woods has been rated night class, which means it possesses at least one complete supernatural ability or rule. Do not underestimate it. Our main objective this time is investigation. If we encounter danger, be ready to evacuate at any time. So we should stay together as much as possible. Don't split up. As she spoke, Qinglin took the lead and pushed open the door, entering the dark and eerie mansion. Yet at the instant she stepped inside, she turned around and found that Lin Guiyun and Tuyong had vanished. On the other side, Lin Guiyun and Tuyong witnessed the same scene. They had entered right behind Qinglin, but 1 second later, she was nowhere to be seen. Lin Guiyun immediately contacted Iris. Qinglin disappeared right in front of us. What happened, Iris? Qinglin's location signal has been completely lost, Iris reported. I repeat, Qinglin's location signal has been completely lost. Contact cannot be established. Lin Guiyun was confused. Didn't you say before that the special satellite tracking had reception everywhere? How do we lose signal already? Li Tuyong explained from beside him. That only applies when you're on Earth. She has clearly been pulled into another space, so of course we can't contact her. Iris, did the advanced team mention anything about spatial anomalies? Iris responded. The advanced team did indeed encounter folded space phenomena and positional displacement. The corridors were clearly longer than the actual dimensions of the building, and opening doors would scramble their locations. But there had never previously been forced spatial transfer like this. The rules of the instance have changed. The intelligence unit recommends abandoning this operation and waiting for the support team. After hearing Iris's report, Tuyong turned to Lin Guiyun. Spatial rules are the most troublesome kind. So what do you say, kid? Want to give up? Lin Guiyun frowned thoughtfully. Give me 1 minute first. With a thought, Lin Guiyun summoned the system and opened the redemption shop. A series of items appeared before him. Meanwhile, on Qinglin's side, she too realized something was wrong. She repeatedly tried to contact Iris, but there was no signal whatsoever. The phone has no signal, and communications cannot connect. It seems there's a problem on my side. In any case, I should leave this place first and figure it out afterward. However, something even stranger happened to Qinglin. Though she stepped back through the door she had entered through, she found herself back inside the mansion when she emerged outside. This was clearly a folded space phenomenon. Qinglin was completely trapped in the mansion. Whether she stepped out or went in, the result was the same. She would return to the interior of the mansion. No matter how she tried to leave, she was forcibly returned here. If there was no way out, she could only continue exploring deeper inside. Back on Lin Guiyun and Tuyong's side, after asking for a minute to think, Lin Guiyun decided to continue inward. Iris repeated the clues discovered within the instance. The advanced team has currently compiled 3 clues. First, an art museum operated by a family of 3. One member experienced a psychic vision and saw scenes from the family of 3's life. Second, every statue here contains human remains, and there have been numerous deaths. Finally, the advanced team encountered a wandering killer. Firearms had no effect on him. He is preliminarily assessed as the mutated core. Lin Guiyun fell into thought after hearing the report. An art museum hiding corpses, a homicidal maniac, and a family of 3? Hey, you finally made it. Suddenly, an eerily seductive voice sounded from behind Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyong. A hazy figure floated into view in midair. Though both young men were grown men, they trembled all over as they slowly turned around. They finally realized it was the ghost of a young woman and immediately went on high alert. However, the female ghost did not appear hostile. She approached and carefully examined Lin Guiyun, then turned and floated ahead, urging them to follow her. Li Tuyong seemed to regard Lin Guiyun as the leader and turned to ask for his opinion. Lin Guiyun decided to follow the ghost. They followed the female ghost into a room displaying countless ancient suits of armor, where they watched her pass straight through a wall. Lin Guiyun turned to Li Tuyong and asked, "You're a Taoist priest. Dealing with this kind of thing should be part of your job, right?" Li Tuyong confidently replied, "There are no ghosts in this world. I'm a steadfast materialist." After examining the painting the female ghost had passed through, Li Tuyong concluded that it was an anomaly. Anomalies were often accompanied by intense distortion. This one merely manifested in the image of a ghost. Iris added, "According to research, anomalies do often appear based on legends or classic ghostly imagery. The current theory is that human thoughts contain energy and influence their formation." As a newcomer, Lin Guiyun still had many things he did not understand. What difference does that make? It's like someone being struck dead by lightning. In ancient times, people would have believed that person had done evil and was being punished by heaven for sins such as failing in filial piety, disloyalty, or injustice. Nowadays, people would say he stood under a tree during a heavy storm. The former is called superstition, while the latter is called science. That was Li Tuyong's entire explanation. Then what was that female ghost trying to tell us by leading us to this painting? Lin Guiyun wondered. Looking into the painting, he saw a girl standing at a window and waving to someone below. Was she asking for help? Li Tuyong noticed that the female ghost had appeared in another painting. The two hurried over and saw a murderer wielding an axe and killing someone, while a terrified girl hid behind him. Was she warning them to be careful? While Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyong were still trying to understand the ghost's intentions, an axe-wielding statue had somehow crept up behind them. Although the suit of armor moved quietly, the two still detected it. The instant its axe came down, they both leapt backward to evade it. Lin Guiyun immediately drew out 3 talismans and hurled them at the statue, while Li Tuyong threw out his copper coin sword. Seeing Lin Guiyun use talismans, Li Tuyong assumed that he too was a fellow practitioner. Lin Guiyun immediately retorted, "Why call me a fellow practitioner? Didn't you just say you were a materialist?" While the two were still bantering, Lin Guiyun noticed that the statue's fragments were slowly returning to its body. Clearly, the statue had not been dealt with yet. Before long, the body that had just been blown apart reassembled itself as though nothing had happened. After reassembling, the statue was even fiercer than before. Its eyes burned red as it raised its axe and charged at Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyong once more. Meanwhile, Ji Qinglin had no idea how far she had walked down the corridor. 300 meters? 500? She could no longer remember. Was the distorted space stretching the corridor endlessly, or was she trapped in some kind of loop? After walking for a while longer, Ji Qinglin suddenly spotted someone standing ahead, holding a phone. It was a girl in a nurse's uniform. "Oh, I ran into someone again. Don't tell me you're a companion of that drunken uncle?" At the mention of a drunken uncle, Ji Qinglin immediately thought of Li Tuyong. She stepped forward and asked, "Who did you meet earlier?" The nurse replied, "A very handsome young man and a drunken uncle. They said they were looking for their companion." "Isn't that you?" Those two had to be Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyong. Ji Qinglin nodded in confirmation. "They are my companions. But who are you?" The cabin in the woods was sealed off by the advance team as soon as it appeared. No civilians should have been able to enter. So although Ji Qinglin said nothing, she had already drawn her own conclusion. There was definitely something wrong with this girl in a nurse's uniform. Noticing Ji Qinglin's suspicious gaze, the girl hurriedly explained, "I'm AI-chan, a small-time streamer here to do a paranormal livestream challenge." AI-chan, the super cute one. You've never heard of me? Ji Qinglin bluntly answered. Never heard of you. It seems you're not as famous as you think. Forget it, forget it. The girl did not intend to explain herself to Ji Qinglin. I can't film anything anyway, and I even got warned for entering a restricted area. I'm leaving first. You should go find your companions. Wait, Ji Qinglin suddenly called her back. If you want to leave through the main entrance ahead, that way out is no longer accessible. What do you mean it isn't accessible? AI-chan asked in confusion. A spatial folding phenomenon has occurred here. Unless we resolve the core issue, anyone who has entered this place can no longer leave. Despite Ji Qinglin's warning, AI-chan did not believe her and wanted to go to the main entrance to verify it herself. After running to the front entrance, the nurse discovered that she had returned to an interior room. Only then did she realize Ji Qinglin had been telling the truth. How can this be? I really can't get out. Ji Qinglin walked up to AI-chan. Where did you meet my teammates earlier? Let's find them first. Thus, AI-chan decided to accompany Ji Qinglin to the painting room at the end of the hallway, where she had previously encountered Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyang. If this corridor really goes on forever, isn't this just like that story? The story about the art museum ghost that kills people. Ai-chan began telling gatare. One day, the owner of an art museum went insane, murdered everyone in his home, and then disappeared. After that, anyone who entered the museum could never find the exit and would be lost forever, until they encountered that insane father and became his next sacrifice. As she reached this point in the tale, AI-chan's expression abruptly changed, becoming dark and horrifyingly sinister. But Ji Qinglin showed no fear at all. Interesting story, but didn't you leave something out? You forgot to mention that the people killed by that father also became resentful spirits, constantly searching for replacements to die in their stead. At that moment, electromagnetic waves spread from Ji Qinglin's body into the resentful spirit. The outer clothing on its body instantly vanished, revealing its true form. When did you figure it out? The resentful spirit shrieked. From the very beginning. Your acting was terrible. You and I are in the same space, so you could never have met Lin Guiyun and the others, unless you knew everything that had happened here, both past and present. The moment she finished speaking, Ji Qinglin lunged at the resentful spirit. She grabbed its head and slammed it into the ground. The resentful spirit screamed miserably, "You'll pay for this. My father will come deal with you." Then it let out another series of agonized shrieks. The sound forced Ji Qinglin to cover her ears. When the terrible screaming finally ceased, the resentful spirit had vanished from sight. Had it run away? Behind Ji Qinglin, the grating sound of an axe dragging across the floor rang out. Heavy footsteps accompanied the scrape of something weighty being dragged along. Could this be the father from the story? Meanwhile, Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyang had found a room to hide in temporarily. It doesn't seem like there's any noise anymore. The current situation felt just like a horror movie. The two protagonists think they have escaped, but just as they breathe a sigh of relief, the killer suddenly appears and says, "Found you." Then each of us gets chopped once, and the movie ends. Lin Guiyun sighed, speechless at Li Tuyang. Was this guy really a veteran who had cleared the Sin game 5 times? Still, the father statue truly seemed to be gone for now, and Lin Guiyun wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. But take advantage of it to do what? Wait for me, Li Tuyang asked in confusion. Obviously, to investigate. We destroyed that statue a total of 11 times just now. 3 times with your copper coin sword, 7 times with demon-suppressing talismans, and once with both together. The key point is that although the methods of attack differed, the statue took exactly the same amount of time to recover every time. Damn. Li Tuyang stared at Lin Guiyun in astonishment. You still had the presence of mind to observe all that. Lin Guiyun explained. The statue's recovery was too perfect, so perfect that it was completely at odds with its weak combat ability. So I carefully observed its restoration process. Every time it recovered, I saw an energy source flowing into its body from outside. Not only could I see it, I could see it very clearly. The reason Lin Guiyun could see that energy source so clearly was an ability called Een Eyes. Talent Ability Classification. Exchange value, 150,000 merit points. Effect, greatly enhances vision and grants additional sight. Allows the user to see certain creatures beyond this world. Note, open the pupils with the heavenly eye. Use a young body to see Een souls and perceive ill omens. Those who see through fate often die young. The source powering the statue's recovery is in the third room on the second floor. Following Lin Guiyun's directions, he and Li Tuyong immediately headed to the third room on the second floor. The instant they entered, an icy chill enveloped them. Thanks to his Een Eyes, Lin Guiyun quickly found the truly sinister object in the room, a painting shrouded in purple light. The two worked together to remove it, only to discover a hidden space behind it. Inside was a mysterious altar array. Several lit candles had been arranged around it in specific positions, while an extremely enigmatic mirror stood at its center. Demon-suppressing talismans produced fire and explosions, making them unsuitable for a room like this. Therefore, it made more sense to leave the destruction to Li Tuyong. He immediately grew serious, formed hand seals with both hands, and muttered an incantation. Demons and evil spirits begone. Go! The copper coin sword immediately flew toward the sinister mirror. But what happened next left Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyong dumbfounded. Li Tuyong's coin sword passed straight through the mirror. It was clearly only a projection, not the true object. Just then, Li Tuyong noticed an image appearing within the mirror. Looking closely, the two discovered that it showed Ji Qinglin fighting the axe-wielding statue. Iris, can you contact Ji Qinglin? Lin Guiyun asked urgently. No, it is replaced. All signal channels have been blocked. We can only receive information from her side one way right now. Lin Guiyun said anxiously. We need to find a way to contact her. If I'm not mistaken, the altar's true body must be on her side. Li Tuyong spoke up. Actually, I have a way. In one instance, I acquired an ability called Drunken Dream Divine Mechanism. But to use it, I have to get completely drunk on spiritual wine and fall asleep. I've already finished all my alcohol, so where are we supposed to find spiritual wine now? What did I think was so difficult? Lin Guiyun immediately took Immortal Drunken Brew from his inventory, worth 1,200 merit points per bottle. Then he took out Imperial Flow Nectar, worth 4,000 merit points per bottle. After that, he even brought out Jade Elixir, worth 2,000 merit points per bottle. I wonder whether these 3 bottles are enough for you? Seeing the 3 jars of fine liquor before him, Li Tuyong could not stop himself from drooling. Enough, enough. It's enough to get me drunk 3 times over. Young man, do you also practice techniques involving spiritual wine? Why do you have so much good liquor? Of course, Lin Guiyun was not a drunkard like Li Tuyong. Put simply, he was rich. That was all. Back at the battle between Ji Qinglin and the statue, no matter how many times she shattered it, it simply reassembled itself. She was only wasting her strength. Just then, she heard Li Tuyong's voice calling out. When not in the same space, I'm here to tell you how to resolve the anomaly before you. This statue is immortal. No matter how many times you destroy it, it's useless. To defeat this anomaly, you first have to destroy the altar supplying it with energy. The altar is hidden behind the painting of the knight on the left in the third room on the second floor. Only you, who are in that space, can destroy it. Hurry, the statue is about to recover again. After receiving Li Tuyong's warning, Ji Qinglin naturally stopped wasting time fighting the statue and immediately ran toward the second floor. Seeing that everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, Lin Guiyun wondered whether the plan would succeed. Perhaps because he still had doubts, Lin Guiyun turned back to the painting that had previously covered the altar. He approached it and peeled away the layer of canvas over the painting, seeming to realize something. At the same time, Li Tuyong guided Ji Qinglin to the door of the painting room on the second floor. Naturally, the resentful spirit would not let Ji Qinglin achieve her goal so easily and immediately appeared to stop her. Li Tuyong used the last of his strength to rush forward and help Ji Qinglin, trying to suppress the resentful spirit's screams. But before he could even make a move, the statue chopped him down with its axe, and his spirit vanished. While Li Tuyong was still dazed after being forcibly sent back, Lin Guiyun had already searched the entire painting room. You're awake? Hurry over and help me. Elena Wuyun, Urja Li Tuyan. What are you doing? Ji Qinglin has been blocked by the monster. Li Tuyong asked in confusion. I know, which is why I'm trying to figure something out. Look at those paintings over there. Lin Guiyun continued searching without explaining much. The truth was that the true culprit was not the father, but the daughter. Obsessed with dark rituals, she had turned her own father into a monster. The painting we saw earlier was not her asking for help. She was luring passers-by into the art museum. Li Tiyang immediately understood. No wonder she stopped us from entering the study. But what are you trying to do? I'm looking for her true body, Lin Guiyun replied. After being reborn as an evil spirit, she resides in a self-portrait. If we destroy that portrait, even if we cannot kill her, we can still severely injure her. She was clever enough to separate us, so she could defeat us one by one. But that also meant she could only deal with one side at a time. That is precisely the reason for her failure. At this point, Li Tuyong understood everything. The two immediately turned the painting room upside down in search of the resentful spirit's true portrait. Meanwhile, Ji Qinglin was unable to force her way into the painting room, with both the resentful spirit and the statue blocking her path. The resentful spirit had been smugly mocking Ji Qinglin when it suddenly noticed injuries appearing on its body. The wounds kept multiplying. It turned out that Lin Guiyun had successfully found the resentful spirit's true body. Perhaps worried about its true body, the resentful spirit immediately abandoned Ji Qinglin and rushed toward Lin Guiyun. Lin Guiyun and Li Tiang quickly realized it had come for them. Then we should give her a proper welcome. One was a wealthy talisman user, while the other was a Taoist priest. Neither feared the resentful spirit. They immediately unleashed their abilities against both the spirit and the statue. After shattering the statue 49 times, Li Tuyang's spiritual power was beginning to run dry. Hey kid, how much longer do we have to keep this up? My spiritual power is at its limit, and I'm in agony. Seeing this, Lin Guiyun decisively threw the white tiger seal to Li Tuyang. Holding the white tiger seal, Li Tuyang could not hide his astonishment. A mid-grade magical artifact? Where did you get so many good things? While the two were talking, the statue began preparing to recover once again. The two of them once again did everything they could to stop the statue. Thanks to the white tiger seal, Li Tuyang was still able to fight it. Soon, Lin Guiyun realized that after recovering this time, the statue was no longer as intact as before. Many parts of its body were damaged. After standing for only a few seconds, the entire statue quickly collapsed again. This proved that Ji Qinglin's side had succeeded, just as Lin Guiyun expected, without the resentful spirit or the statue obstructing her. She quickly found the altar and destroyed that strange mirror. The resentful spirit screamed for the statue to get up, but it remained completely motionless, like a pile of senseless stones. Looks like you're truly dead this time. So, little girl, do you have any tricks left? The resentful spirit looked at Li Tuyong, then at the pile of rubble on the ground. Knowing she was no match for the Taoist before her, she immediately turned to flee. Unfortunately, she did not expect Lin Guiyun to have already been waiting at the exit. The moment she reached the door, Lin Guiyun intercepted her. Seeing Lin Guiyun capture the resentful spirit, Li Tuyong looked somewhat troubled. According to regulations, monsters like this can produce distortions. They cannot be privately owned. Lin Guiyun interrupted him. What if I trade a jar of immortal drunken brew for your silence? Although Li Tuyong craved the wine, rules were rules, and he still felt conflicted. What about 2 jars of immortal drunken brew and 3 bottles of jade elixir? This time, Li Tiang did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately struck a deal with Lin Guiyun. The monster's soul had already been destroyed. It was deader than dead. Compared with it, a few jars of wine were far more important. As Lin Guiyun and Li Tuyang shook hands in celebration, Ji Qinglin arrived. Seeing the scene, she misunderstood and thought the 2 young men had a peculiar fondness for sword fighting. Ignoring them, Ji Qinglin contacted Iris. The spatial anomaly in the house has disappeared. How is the distortion energy level? Iris checked and reported the range of the distortion has been rapidly shrinking. We can preliminarily confirm that the matter has been resolved. Thus, Ji Qinglin, Lin Guiyun, and Li Tuyang's mission was completed brilliantly. They decided to leave the cabin in the woods and return to the organization's headquarters. At headquarters, the deputy director immediately received Ji Qinglin's team report. For this mission, Lin Guiyun was the primary contributor. Do you have anything to add, Li Tuyang? On the other end of the line, Li Tuyang replied, he's very strong, far beyond the strength of someone who has only cleared the game once. He has a strong sense of justice and is willing to take risks for his teammates and others. He is quick-witted and extremely observant, with great potential. But he also carries quite a few secrets. The deputy director nodded in satisfaction. All right, I have received your report. You've worked hard, Li Tuyang. Returning to Lin Guiyun, after a tiring day of fighting, he had finally enjoyed a good sleep and had just woken up. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he sat down and reflected on his experiences over the past few days. The appearance of the white tiger seal proved that everything really had happened. It was not just a dream. Only 2 days had passed, yet it already felt like he had gained some understanding. In any case, he should review his current situation. The Sing game took place once every week, and there were still 5 days before he entered again. Then, there was the Human Security Bureau. Deputy Director Su had said he disliked people using special privileges, but now that Lin Guiyun thought about it, the man's attitude toward him had seemed somewhat hostile, perhaps even wary. On top of that, his parents' case files had been classified as top secret. There had to be something he did not know. For now, they still had some value as allies and could cooperate. Just then, Lin Guiyun's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. The instant he answered, a rapid voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Guiyun? This is Wind Letter. From now on, I'll be your personal support specialist. Let's help each other out. Wind Letter? Where's Iris? Lin Guiyun asked in confusion. Yesterday, Sister Iris was only providing temporary support. Your assigned support specialist was to be allocated afterward. It seems she is now Sister Azure Bird's personal specialist. Hearing that, Lin Guiyun was puzzled again. You mean Ji Qinglin? Why doesn't everyone call her by her real name? Wind Letter stretched and replied, Oh my God, you don't even know that? To protect personal safety, the Human Security Bureau normally uses operational code names. Didn't they teach you that in training? Lin Guiyun sighed. I was forced into an emergency mission before I could even finish training. No wonder Sister Azure Bird told me to use your name. But you registered successfully, so why don't you have a code name yet? You won't be able to access the system that way. Wait, I'll look it up for you. Found it. Lin Guiyun. Code name, Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon. Lin Guiyun was somewhat surprised at the codename. Wait, why are there 2 people using this codename? Why is even the codename so strange? Why does the other user's profile have a firewall? But a firewall of this level evidently could not trouble Wind Letter. She quickly broke through it. A file appeared on her screen. The other user was Lin Fingmian, status, suspected defector. Upon hearing the words suspected defector, Lin Guiyun was utterly shocked. Why had his father been branded a defector? At that moment, Wind Letter's entire computer system crashed. Oh no, I think I broke protocol. Wait a moment, I need to deal with something. I'll call you back later. Lin Guiyun still wanted to get to the bottom of why his father was suspected of defecting, but Wind Letter had already hung up. Suspected defector? Hadn't they said his father was one of the founding elders of the Human Security Bureau? But if he truly had defected, then Deputy Director Su's attitude toward him made sense. Lin Guiyun's phone rang again. Thinking Wind Letter was calling back, he answered at once. Hello, explain what just happened. What do you mean, defector? But this caller was not Wind Letter. It was Ji Qinglin. After hearing Lin Guiyun's explanation, Ji Qinglin understood. I see. I only wanted to let you know that the specialist has delivered your badge and the training materials you did not finish yesterday to your home. The moment Ji Qinglin hung up, Lin Guiyun heard the doorbell ring. Outside stood a man in a black suit holding a box. Comrade Torch Dragon, these are your items. Please inspect and accept them. Lin Guiyun took the box and sighed. Ever since getting involved in all this, he had not had a moment to catch his breath. Wind Letter was not answering, so he decided to examine these materials first. The energy classifications remained the same. Anomalies were divided into 7 levels. After Echo Class, monsters created by minor distortions. They cannot use supernatural abilities, but pose an enormous threat to ordinary people. Night Class, monsters with powerful distortion energy that can use one supernatural ability. Even heavy firepower has difficulty eliminating them. Bishop Class, able to use multiple supernatural abilities simultaneously and possessing extremely powerful distortion energy that can instantly infect ordinary people, threatening many lives. Temple Class, the strongest known anomaly level at present. They have mastered at least one rule or law, cannot be defeated through conventional rule-based methods, and are monsters capable of shaking the foundations of civilization. Catastrophe Class, World-Ending Class, and Finality Class are the highest highest levels. They are monsters that exist only in theory, the true enemies of civilization, posing a grave threat to the survival of all humanity. Correspondingly, player ranks follow a consistent progression. After Echo class corresponds to Black Iron, while Silver corresponds to Knight class. Gold corresponds to Bishop class. Catastrophe corresponds to Immortal, World Ending corresponds to Truth, and Finality corresponds to Beyond Logic. Based on these classifications, Lin Guiyun was probably currently a Silver rank player. But the White Tiger Seal and Demon-Suppressing Talismans were not his own abilities. They were better described as items. To be safe, before his next mission, he should master some supernatural abilities of his own. Just then, Lin Guiyun's phone rang again. It was Wind Letter. Finally, everything's settled. I nearly got caught. Who knew a mere code name could be so dangerous? Lin Guiyun immediately questioned her. That person named Lin Fengyan. Did you see any other information? Wind Letter instantly shook her head. Please, do you think I don't value my life? I only saw one line before more than 30 cyber police and security personnel chased me halfway across the network. That was the greatest crisis in the history of my slacking off. Luckily, I'm smart, or I'd have been caught. What is it? Do you know Lin Fengyan? Lin Guiyun did not conceal the truth. Lin Fengyan was his father. Upon hearing this shocking news, Wind Letter was so frightened that she dropped the lollipop in her hand. Tell me, is it too late for me to turn state's witness? You're my support specialist, right? Lin Guiyun asked. Although Wind Letter was terrified, she could only nod. You were the one who voluntarily looked up information related to my codename, right? Wind Letter continued nodding. You also saw classified documents and escaped an internal pursuit, right? This time, Wind Letter did not dare nod. She was practically petrified. It's over. It's really over. They'll definitely treat me as an accomplice. I'll be expelled from the organization. My online account, my clearance, my new monitors, they're all finished. Lin Guiyun could not understand her. At a time like this, those were the only things she cared about. Relax. My father is only suspected of defecting, right? The organization still recruited me, didn't it? Besides, you were the one who looked up this information. Only the two of us know about it. As long as I don't report it, no one will find out. But I need your help with something too. Friends are supposed to help each other. After all, I want to awaken spiritual power. Do you know how? Wind Letter genuinely seemed to know about this. This information isn't classified. I'll look it up, organize it into a document, and send it to you. Actually, it's not just spiritual power. Magic power, battle aura, psychic power. In essence, they're all forms of energy. The methods for awakening them are not all that different. The basic principle is that the human body undergoes mutation through distortion, becoming capable of generating and using those energies. Cultivation methods, spirit stones, treasures, those are all sources that promote such mutations. So that was how it worked. Lin Guiyun roughly understood. Then what is the safest awakening method? Wind Letter continued searching. As expected, reward from the Sin game are still the best option. Many rewards can cause people to awaken, and most people awaken their first ability that way. Lin Guiyun sprang excitedly to his feet. Then which one is the most effective? Is there a ranking of the strongest abilities one can awaken? After receiving the results Wind Letter sent him, Lin Guiyun spent a long time hesitating before finally reaching a decision. All right, I've decided. This one, Everflame Tribulation Crystal. A crystal encased in creation tribulation fire, inheriting the pain of body-burning tribulation flames and capable of awakening the power of karmic creation. According to Wind Letter's materials, this was already a high-grade awakening material. What Lin Guiyun held was the Everflame Tribulation Crystal. It had a high chance of awakening spiritual power and a very small chance of granting the ability of Tribulation Fire. Its method of use was simple: swallow it. Note, the process will be rather painful. Lin Guiyun did not care. He had to ensure he could clear the next mission. If he found a stat reset potion later, he could simply change it. After swallowing the Everflame Tribulation Crystal, Lin Guiyun did not feel anything special. It did not even taste particularly bad. But that was only because the Everflame had not yet taken effect. The instant it activated, Lin Guiyun's body felt as though it were being incinerated by 10,000 flames. Notification: Everflame Tribulation Crystal detected. Altering host constitution. Awakening spiritual power. Spiritual power transformation complete. Raising compatibility with creation tribulation fire. Current progress, 5. Damn it. No wonder the chance of gaining tribulation fire was so low. Who could endure until 100 beneath such savage flames? The heat consuming his entire body made Lin Guiyun increasingly irritable. Seeing a peach on the table, he suddenly could not resist grabbing it and devouring it. Host's physical fitness has increased. Endurance has been enhanced. Current tribulation fire compatibility, 21. System, bring out everything that can strengthen my physique. This time, Lin Guiyun decided to go all in. Thanks to the many items that enhanced his physique, the flames burning him could no longer trouble Lin Guiyun. His compatibility steadily rose, soon reaching 58, 73, then 92. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new ability, Creation Tribulation Fire. It was finally over. Lin Guiyun had thought he was about to die under that horrifying torture. With a slight movement of his finger, a violet flame appeared at his fingertip. You'd better be powerful, or I'll have suffered a huge loss. Suddenly, another notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have completed a hidden mission. Hidden mission, one step ahead. Unlock the spiritual power system before the third instance begins. Completed. Reward. Insight Shop activated. If completing the hidden mission was the result, then this was not a loss after all. But what exactly was this Insight Shop? Insight Shop. Before each instance mission begins, the host may use merit points to exchange for items usable within the instance world, such as currency, special clothing, and exclusive items. Lin Guiyun found this feature quite practical. It would raise his chances of clearing future instances. But what should he do with the remaining days? Right? Lin Guiyun suddenly remembered the statue of Lady Underworld Mother that he had acquired for the previous game. It was time to deal with her problem. Lady Underworld Mother of 3 Rivers. Status: requires blood nourishment. Origin cannot be traced. However, this divine statue has displayed numerous miracles and manifests sinister power. Suspected to be an incarnation of some deity. I don't care what happened in your past. Since you're with me now, you need to change completely. Be a proper god. Don't even think about blood nourishment or anything like that. Lin Guiyun then took out the bag containing the resentful spirit he had acquired from the cabin in the woods. These are the anomalies I caught in the Sin game. I'm leaving them all to you. The resentful spirit inside continued struggling desperately to escape, but no matter what it did, it could not get out of the golden pouch. Time swiftly passed until the 7th day after leaving the Sin game world. Early that morning, Lin Guiyun received a call from Ji Qinglin. Today, the second instance of our Sin game will begin. The Bureau has assigned members of the Special Operations team to your home. They should be arriving soon. Lin Guiyun had been so focused on studying Lady Underworld Mother statue these past few days that he had not realized the 7th day had arrived. His preparations were more or less complete. He should not have missed anything, right? At this moment, Lin Guiyun's home was already filled with Human Security Bureau personnel who had been sent over. Being stared at by all of them made him uncomfortable. Are you all just going to keep staring at me like that? It's putting me under a lot of pressure. Windletter's voice came through the headset. This is their job. Just be patient. After 2 or 3 times, you'll get used to it. After all, if a player is eliminated inside an instance, they must immediately report that the instance has gone out of control and seal off the area to prevent the anomaly from spreading. According to Windletter, these people would be the first to confront anomalies directly. Wasn't that extremely dangerous? That's right. It's very dangerous, Windletter said. If they truly encounter a materialized instance, their survival rate is less than 10%. But some things still need someone to step forward and do them. Once they understand that clearly, they willingly choose to stand here. Torch Dragon understood. These people were willing to sacrifice their lives for humanity's survival. Windletter, can I contact you while I'm inside the game? Windletter immediately shook her head. Of course not. At present, we haven't mastered any technology capable of interfering with the Sin game. The only reason we're maintaining this call is to help stabilize your mental state, to talk with you and reduce your pressure and anxiety. That can improve your chances of clearing the instance. Even if it is only a small comfort, this is all we can do. Just then, Torch Dragon received a notification. 15 minutes remained before the game began. Players were requested to enter the preparation area. The game was about to start. A moment later, Torch Dragon vanished from the room before the guards' eyes. One of them immediately reported to headquarters. Torch Dragon has entered the game. Entering level 2, alert status. Begin timing. When Torch Dragon opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a bus. A driver sat at the front, steering the bus swiftly along the highway. One after another, many people began appearing in the empty seats behind Torch Dragon. A tattooed man with a shaved head spoke first. "Long time no see, everyone. You all look pretty calm. I suppose you're all veteran players?" Only then did the girl in pink stammer, "Where is this?" The bald man walked over. Well, I didn't expect there to be a newcomer. "Little sister, didn't you receive an invitation?" The girl in pink hurriedly said, "I did, but I thought it was just someone's prank." "Haha, prank? If you keep thinking that way, you'll die an ugly death soon enough. But don't worry, little sister. Big brother here will take care of you. I guarantee nothing will happen to you." Clearly, the girl in pink was terrified of the vicious-looking bald man. Was he about to make a move? The mission's circumstances were still unclear, yet an experienced player was harassing a newcomer whose strength he did not know. That was obviously foolish. "Why are you dodging? Aren't you afraid of dying? Let me have you for one night, and you can trade that for your life. That's a pretty good deal, isn't it?" Torch Dragon truly could not tolerate it any longer. It was too unpleasant to watch. He immediately stepped forward to stop the bald man. "Kid, you like sticking your nose into other people's business?" But the tattooed man immediately realized Torch Dragon was no ordinary person. He tried to pull his hand free from Torch Dragon's grip, but could not move it at all. Torch Dragon was simply too strong. Torch Dragon shook his head and shoved the bald man away. "Prioritize completing the mission. If you dare to lay your hands on someone again and affect our progress, I'll chop that hand off." The tattooed man was clearly furious at the threat. He roared and prepared to rush Torch Dragon. But when he saw the strange purple flames Torch Dragon summoned, he knew the man before him was not someone he could provoke. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. "I just wanted to conserve my strength for the mission. I can't be bothered with you. Congratulations. You have completed the special mission. Hero saves the beauty. Mission reward, 300 merit points." Torch Dragon had only acted because he could not stand the sight, yet he had unexpectedly gained a reward. "Thank you," the girl in pink said hesitantly from behind Torch Dragon. The bespectacled man who had remained silent all along also stepped forward and offered Torch Dragon a handshake. "Judging by your clothes, brother, you're with the Human Security Bureau, aren't you? What should we call you?" Torch Dragon did not think much of it. He shook the man's hand and introduced himself by his code name. "Torch Dragon, I am Zhuge. My friends call me Zhuge. This young man is Little Blade, and he came with me. We're from the Horizon Society." The Horizon Society? Even the bald man, sitting at the front, turned around in astonishment upon hearing that name. The Horizon Society was mentioned in the organization's files, the earliest player organization in Huaxia, and Zhuge had said that the two of them came together. Was there a way to guarantee that teammates entered the game together? Zhuge ignored Torch Dragon and walked to the front. "Leave it to me. It seems this brother knows of the Horizon Society. Why not give me some face and pretend nothing happened just now?" Brother Torch Dragon has a point. We should prioritize completing the mission first. Wouldn't you agree? Having been directly called out, the tattooed man completely lost his previous swagger and replied tremblingly, "And Mr. Zhuge is right." "Good." Zhuge nodded in satisfaction. "Then why don't you hurry up and apologize to Brother Torch Dragon?" The bald man obediently went before Torch Dragon, and the girl in pink lowered his head and apologized. "Brother Torch Dragon, little sister, I'm Vajra. I admit my mistake. I'm truly sorry about what happened." Good. Turning conflict into friendship is a wonderful thing. Only by working together can we clear this instance safely. For some reason, Torch Dragon felt wary of Zhuge. His methods were impressive. He had effortlessly established himself as the group's leader and displayed his authority. This man was not simple. Perhaps the girl in pink knew that, among this group, only Torch Dragon genuinely cared about her safety. So she took the initiative to sit beside him. Torch Dragon did not pay her much attention and instead opened the inside shop. Inside were 3 items: blue banknotes, medical records, and a map. Without even checking the prices, Torch Dragon bought all of them. The bus carrying the 5 people continued speeding down the road, taking them toward the true mission site. Amandis. His body is buried in a grave, but no one finds his soul. Amandis. An evil soul is born, setting the entire city ablaze. Mission: Evil Moon overhead. Completion requirement: End Tom, So's revenge. Mission background. You are agents from District X, an organization dedicated to preventing supernatural incidents. A bizarre murder has occurred in Blackwater Town. Disguised as FBI agents, you have come to investigate whether supernatural forces are truly behind the case. Zhuge checked his pocket and, sure enough, found FBI identification documents for them. An achievement-type mission, and even the identities are this restrictive. This instance's difficulty is no joke. The moment he said this, everyone, including Torch Dragon, the girl in pink, and the bald man, turned to look at him. Even Little Blade, his companion, did not understand. "Sir, why do you say that?" Zhuge began explaining. The completion conditions in previous instances were all about surviving until a particular event ended, right? Survival missions may seem dangerous, but their threats are obvious. Whether you hide or delay, as long as time passes, the mission is considered complete. But achievement missions are different. If the conditions are not fulfilled, the instance will never end. And if players need to investigate proactively, they are very likely to encounter unknown dangers and rules. This is Little Blade's third instance. Even with my help, an achievement mission should not have appeared according to the usual logic, unless there are powerful players here who have raised the game's difficulty. In any case, we should act immediately. If we delay too long, that Tom fellow may have already finished his revenge. The group of 5 followed the road forward. In the mist ahead, the vague silhouette of a village appeared. The only clue we have right now is the bizarre murder mentioned in the mission background. We should start there. The bald man beside them wondered, shouldn't we go ask the police? We don't have any files or anything. Little Blade quickly objected. No, it says that District X is a special organization unknown to the outside world. These IDs are fake anyway. They only work to fool ordinary people. This problem was actually very simple. Torch Dragon had a method of gathering intelligence that no one could have expected. Outside a certain house, a man dressed like a cowboy was sleeping soundly in a recliner when Torch Dragon approached and disturbed him. "Hello, I'm a reporter from the Grievance Gazette. I'd like to visit the site of the recent murder in town. Could you point me in the right direction?" Naturally, the man was extremely displeased at having his sleep interrupted. "You lunatic, if you disturb my sleep one more time, I swear I'll." Before he could finish, Torch Dragon pressed something irresistible against his face. Coupled with Torch Dragon's exceptionally enthusiastic smile, who could possibly refuse? The man's attitude changed completely. He warmly shook Torch Dragon's hand and smiled. "No problem at all. It's a small matter." Soon, under the local man's guidance, the players arrived before a rather rundown house. "Here we are. That's John's house." John's house was clearly unusual. It stood alone, completely isolated from the other houses. Torch Dragon asked the local man. He lived by himself, far from town. After his wife and children ran away, John went a little crazy. Then he moved himself out to this damned place. They say he started believing in all that superstitious nonsense. In the end, his wife and child both left him. Since the house was a crime scene, the police had long since sealed it off. But that was no obstacle for the players. After removing the seal, the bald man, Little Blade, and Zhuge entered the house, while Torch Dragon and the girl in pink were assigned to gather more information. Seeing the group break into the crime scene without permission, the local man naturally became extremely anxious. Torch Dragon reassured him, "Don't worry. If the police come, we'll handle it. By the way, old friend, tell me about John. What did he believe in?" "John." The local man fell into thought at the mention of the victim. "Actually, I didn't know him that well. I only remember that John came here around 10 years ago. When the couple first arrived, they were kind and warm-hearted. Even though they came from that town, everyone gradually accepted them. Then, around their 5th year here, they had a daughter. But that child was a little strange. She'd been cold and distant since she was little, not like a child at all. John noticed it too. He brought in many people to perform exorcisms on his daughter. In the end, his actions angered his wife. They argued, then divorced. The mother and daughter left John together. After that, John moved into this house alone. I have no idea what he was doing here. That's all I know. If you want details about the case, you'll need to ask the police. The detail that caught Torch Dragon's attention was the statement that John came from that town. Was John's origin somehow special? The local man refused to explain clearly. You'd better not understand. Anyone connected to that matter comes to a bad end. Just then, Zhuge emerged from the house with bad news. Little Blade heard police sirens. Little Blade had not been wrong. Very soon, a police car sped up to John's house. A fat, bald man climbed out. "Who are you people? Why are you here? Put your hands up." "Officer Mack, they're reporters gathering information," the local man hurriedly explained. "Shut up. Reporters? Reporters can just enter a crime scene whenever they want. That's illegal, do you understand?" The officer approached Torch Dragon and scrutinized him. "Are you really reporters?" But Torch Dragon did not seem worried at all. "Of course we're reporters. Look, this is my press credential." Zhuge and Little Blade knew very well that they did not possess anything resembling a press pass. They had no idea how Torch Dragon intended to handle this. It turned out that Torch Dragon's so-called press credential was a stack of envelopes stuffed with American dollars, leaving the officer wide-eyed. Ahem, that certainly is a press credential. Still, you can't just casually damage a crime scene, understood? After seeing the credential, the officer's attitude changed immediately. Of course not. Torch Dragon amiably draped an arm around the officer's shoulders. "We only came to take a few photos for our report. This case is so complicated and bizarre that we'd also like this fine officer to tell us some details." As he spoke, Torch Dragon slipped another stack of cash into the fat officer's pocket. "We're not strangers, are we? We're all good friends." The officer looked rather conflicted. Before a case is closed, evidence cannot be shown to outsiders as a matter of principle. "But we are good friends, aren't we? What was your name again?" Zhuge and Little Blade were speechless at Torch Dragon's performance. "You can do that?" Little Blade asked. "Sir, should we start preparing some US dollars for future missions too?" Zhuge shook his head. "Do you have a way to bring money from outside into the game?" "Obviously not. I don't know how he did it." Zhuge's interest in Torch Dragon deepened. He was now certain that this young man was far from simple. "Officer Mack went back to the station to retrieve the evidence for us. How about you? Did you find anything?" Torch Dragon asked as he walked over. "A little. The victim probably died by suicide." Little Blade's ability can rewind fragments of visual information. He saw the victim calmly cut his own body into 7 or 8 pieces. Upon hearing this shocking intelligence, Torch Dragon immediately opened the mission information. Mission 1, Evil Moon Manifested. Requirement: Stop Tom So's revenge plot. Reward: 2,500 achievement points. It looked like they could only hope Officer Mack would bring back some useful clues. Perhaps because Torch Dragon had saved her earlier, the girl in pink had developed some affection for him. She even made tea for him. The tattooed man found the sight irritating. You're still in the mood for tea in an environment like this." Torch Dragon calmly sipped his tea. "I've looked over this house. There's nothing dirty here. Brother Torch Dragon, did you obtain any information on your end?" Zhuge asked amiably. "A little. The victim, John, came from another small town called Blackwater Town. I heard that nearly everyone there worships an evil cult. No surprise, that is the true mission location. But there's no need to rush. We should investigate a few more clues before charging into the boss's headquarters." A little later, police sirens sounded outside the house once more. "It seems our police friend has returned. Hopefully, he has brought us a pleasant surprise." Torch Dragon went outside to greet the fat officer, only to see him anxiously carrying a box of files. "You'd better be quick. You need to understand that I took quite a risk bringing these things out." Before carrying the documents inside to examine them, Torch Dragon did not forget to give the fat officer even more money, making him utterly unable to refuse. The files were divided among all 5 players, with each person examining a portion. The tattooed man was the first to find a useful clue. "I found it. This guy died in an accident, an experimental accident at the Fatilio Medical Center. A patient died unexpectedly. His name was Tom Sove." Torch Dragon turned to the fat officer and asked, "What year is it now?" He was busy counting money. "It was 1957. "Why?" The report was dated 1927. In other words, their mission was to resolve the revenge of someone who had died 30 years ago. The girl in pink had also found a clue, John's diary. In it, John wrote that he had begun believing in various religions because an evil spirit was haunting him. He also mentioned that even after he fled that town, the evil spirit still would not let him go. Everyone who had participated in the experiment had died. Soon, very soon, it would be his turn. "Oh God, I have repented for what I did back then. I beg for your mercy." Upon hearing this, Torch Dragon suddenly said, "I think I understand now. Officer Mack asked blankly. What do you understand? I don't understand any of this. It's nothing, just a few clues, Torch Dragon said, handing the documents back to him. Thank you. These helped us a great deal. You can take them back now. Don't let anyone discover it. After taking back the files, Officer Mack immediately drove his patrol car back to the station to put them away. Once they were sure he was gone, Torch Dragon spoke. Everyone, I have a few thoughts. Do you remember the nursery rhyme from before the mission began? The girl in pink replied, I remember. It went something like, a man is dead, his body buried in a grave. No one can find his soul. Another man is dead, one more evil spirit burning down the entire town. That's right. Based on John's diary, we can basically confirm that Tom Sove died at Fatilio Medical Center 30 years ago during some kind of experiment and became an evil spirit. The first verse of the nursery rhyme was also a hint. Vajra, who seemed more brawn than brains, could not make sense of their analysis at all. Can you stop talking in riddles? I still don't understand a thing, Torch Dragon explained. What we mean is the first line of the nursery rhyme may be referring to John. The line about not being able to find his soul can be interpreted in reverse. If we find his soul, we may obtain some clues. Little Blade added, I can trace John's movements before his death, but I need more information connected to him. Hearing that, a bold idea occurred to Torch Dragon. He brought out 5 shovels and handed them to everyone, leaving Little Blade and the others momentarily confused. Didn't you say you needed more information? If we want information, we just need to dig up his grave. Torch Dragon and the other players went straight to John's grave. They did not have much time, so they rolled up their sleeves and began digging. They had arrived while it was still broad daylight, but by now, the sun had already vanished behind the mountains. The girl in pink suddenly ran over in a panic and shouted, Everyone, something's wrong. Torch Dragon thought someone had caught them robbing a grave, but that was not it. According to her, fish had appeared. Fish really had appeared. The spectral image of a gigantic fish floated in midair. The girl in pink said she had no idea what it was. It had suddenly emerged from the grave. Torch Dragon immediately activated his spirit eye to inspect it, but it did not react at all. These things are not ghosts. They did not interact with physical objects either. Could they simply be hallucinations? It was not just fish. Other aquatic creatures, octopuses, squid, and turtles, had appeared as well, swimming eerily around the group. There are more and more of them. What do we do? Little Blade hurriedly asked. Then, unnoticed by the others, one of the fish-like spirits suddenly changed from blue to red. After transforming, the fish opened its mouth wide and spat something directly at Vajra. The instant he came into contact with the strange substance, Vajra dropped his shovel, clutched his head with both hands, and screamed in agony. Zhuge Liang examined him, but found no external injuries. It looks like a mental attack. One hit may be easy to recover from, but taking several is another matter. If that was the case, they had no choice but to strike back. Torch Dragon and Zhuge Liang immediately drew weapons from their inventories. One used a gun, while the other used talismans. However, the bullets passed through the fish, and the talismans passed through them as well. Neither had any effect. These fish must be pure spiritual entities. Talismans are useless. Do you have anything else that can attack spirits? Zhuge Liang asked anxiously. Torch Dragon decided to fuse his newly awakened blazing flame with a talisman and test the power of his new skill. Sure enough, after being fused with the talisman, the blazing flame could damage the strange fish. But there were simply too many of them to deal with quickly. The laughter echoing around them might be the key. If they could deal with its source, they could break the deadlock. But where was it hiding? The girl in pink spoke up. I think I know where it is. At first, it was only a vague feeling, but then it became clearer and clearer. Something is hiding behind that tree. Their only option was to trust her. Torch Dragon and Zhuge Liang decided to investigate the tree. Following her directions, they fired both flame and bullets at the tree she indicated. Sure enough, a vengeful spirit hiding there and secretly controlling the fish was forced to reveal itself. Rage enveloped it as it opened its tooth-filled mouth and let out a crazed roar. The sound from its mouth made every player feel as though their heads were about to explode. They all collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in pain. Torch Dragon struggled to stay conscious and immediately took out the white tiger seal to block the spirit's mental attack. The instant the white tiger seal appeared, the vengeful spirit shut its mouth and the mournful sound vanished. Naturally, Torch Dragon would not give it another chance to open its mouth. He grabbed its throat and struck with world-ending flame. Once the vengeful spirit was subdued, the fish fish-like spirits surrounding the graveyard immediately disappeared. At the moment the spirit was blasted away, a sheet of paper appeared before Torch Dragon. Test subject number 11. Ability, emotional resonance, mental shock, can transfer its own emotions to others, creating an instant mental impact. The institution named on the document was Fatilio Medical Center, the same place where Tom Sove had met with an accident 30 years ago. The hospital was very likely just a cover. Their true purpose was an abnormal human research center. Zhuge Liang nodded, fully agreeing with Torch Dragon's theory. The girl in pink still looked frightened. Torch Dragon, I can sense something else behind that tree. Hearing this, Torch Dragon immediately went over to inspect it, but nothing else was visible to the naked eye. Torch Dragon immediately activated his spirit eye to see what was unusual about the tree. Sure enough, after activating it, he saw a spirit directly before him. Did you find anything? Zhuge Liang stepped forward and asked softly. Torch Dragon did not hide it from them. It's a remnant soul fragment of John, but you need spirit eye to see it. Use this, everyone. It won't last long, but at least you'll be able to see it. What Torch Dragon took out was pearl tears, which could temporarily open one's spirit eye. After applying them to the corners of their eyes, all the players could indeed see John's remnant soul fragment before them. The girl in pink held Torch Dragon's arm and asked softly, Torch Dragon, why can I sense these things? Based on what he knew, Torch Dragon explained, simply put, your ability is awakening. Some people are affected merely by approaching abnormalities. You are one of them. But don't worry too much. This is a good thing. It proves that you have exceptional talent. Little Blade, who possessed a special ability, sat down beside John's remnant soul and touched the spirit. According to Zhuge Liang, Little Blade was synchronizing with the remnant soul, much like a psychic summoning a spirit. This would allow them to ask for more clues. A few seconds later, John's remnant soul slowly entered Little Blade's body, and Little Blade gradually fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, Little Blade's expression and voice had changed completely. Who are you? Didn't I already die? Zhuge Liang crouched down and replied, You did die. We want to deal with Tom Sove, so he summoned your soul in hopes of finding some clues from you. At the mention of that name, John suddenly became agitated. The evil spirit. He is an evil spirit. Don't go near that evil spirit. Everyone who comes into contact with him will die. The evil spirit John spoke of was likely Tom Sove. As expected, he had not died in the medical accident 30 years ago, as the newspapers claim. Instead, he had become a spirit entity like test subject number 11. No, that's not it. John suddenly shouted. There has only ever been one evil spirit, him. He devoured the souls of the other test subjects and gained their abilities. Every evil spirit is him. If what John had said was true, and the other test subjects were all fragments of Tom Sove's soul, then Tom Sove already knew the players existed. Why has he hunted you for so long? He even sent a vengeful spirit to guard you here. What exactly does he want? John's body suddenly began to tremble violently. This is his revenge. He will not allow my soul to ascend to heaven. He makes everyone who participated in the experiments, along with their children, suffer torment. He replicates those experiments on everyone, then devours those whose abilities awaken. Based on John's words, did that not mean everyone in the town was a clone of Tom Sove? John struggled to say his final words. No, not many people awaken. It's 1 in 100. Everyone else is merely his toys. Save them. Save Anna. At that point, Little Blade's expression returned to normal. His soul has been completely burned away, but I saw the cause of John's death. After prolonged torture broke his mind, his body was possessed by the evil spirit Tom. That is why he died in such a bizarre manner. A notification immediately appeared. Mission complete. Investigate John's mysterious death. Reward: 1,500 achievement points and 50 condensing chi pills delivered to your inventory. Torch Dragon, check the description of the condensing chi pills. Taking one every 2 hours could permanently increase one's spiritual power limit by 1 point. They truly were good items. Little Blade looked tremblingly at Zhuge Liang. Sir, if John was telling the truth, then the difficulty of this mission. Zhuge Liang nodded. It really is too difficult. We don't know how many abilities that evil spirit has devoured or how many clones he has. Worse still, he can parasitize ordinary people in the town. We have no way to distinguish friend from foe. An idea suddenly occurred to Torch Dragon. Wait, I may have a way to solve this problem. He then shared his idea with the other players. Zhuge Liang was somewhat surprised after hearing it. Do we really have to do that? I remember the Human Security Bureau opposes exposing abnormalities, doesn't it? Torch Dragon revealed a sly smile. Reality is reality, but we're inside an instance right now. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. The scene shifted to the police station. Officer Mack was probably in an exceptionally good mood because of the large amount of money he had received earlier. Suddenly, he spotted a very familiar figure whispering to another officer. "Officer, we're here to report a case." He immediately walked over and greeted them. "Hey, my brother Torch Dragon, what are you doing here? Have you run into some trouble?" Torch Dragon nodded. "We have indeed encountered some problems, so we came here for help." Seeing Officer Mack nervously cover his money, Torch Dragon continued at once. "Don't worry, it has nothing to do with that money. Actually, we aren't reporters. We're FBI agents. We belong to the National Bureau of Supernatural Research, District 10. We handle all supernatural forces, including aliens, cults, and monsters." The more Officer Mack listened, the more confused he became. Was this some new April Fool's joke? To make him believe, Torch Dragon summoned world-ending flame onto his fingertip. Officer Mack was still somewhat doubtful, assuming Torch Dragon belonged to some magic circus troupe. Torch Dragon sighed. "Vajra, you should show him." Vajra stepped forward. "Don't worry, leave it to me." With a roar, his already massive body expanded even further, and in an instant, he became a giant several meters tall. "My mighty body is impervious to blades and bullets, immune to water and fire." Vajra was still boasting when Torch Dragon walked over and lightly burned his arm with world-ending flame. Vajra immediately screamed miserably in pain. "And you dare claim you're immune to water and fire?" By then, Officer Mack had completely believed that the people before him were truly investigators from District X. "That's right. A supernatural incident has occurred in Blackwater Town, and our contact has been killed. We can no longer reach the organization, so we had no choice but to come to you for help." Officer Mack looked awkward. "But I don't know how to contact your organization." "If you don't know, report it to your chief. If your chief doesn't know, report it to the governor. Keep going up the chain, and eventually you'll find someone who knows." Officer Mack immediately complied. "Understand. I'll report it to the chief right away." Torch Dragon did not know whether this would work, but they would never know unless they tried. A little later, a bespectacled man in a black suit entered the meeting room to see Torch Dragon. He was William, an official from the Superhuman Management Organization overseeing District X. "I'm William, one of the administrators of District X. You're this Torch Dragon person?" "We did send several investigators to look into John's case, but they have nothing to do with any of you." "Who exactly are you, and how did you learn about District X?" Seeing how agitated he was, Torch Dragon calmly said, "Don't get so worked up. We aren't enemies. You must have already sent people to investigate Blackwater Town, right? We only want to offer you some assistance. Why do you want to help us?" William immediately demanded. "It's simple. Dealing with the evil spirit in Blackwater Town is also our mission. Fundamentally, it benefits both sides. You can regard this as a transaction or as mutually beneficial cooperation. Cooperation requires capital. We already know the information you provided, so I have no reason to lend you our power for nothing." William clearly had no intention of cooperating. Torch Dragon immediately took off his watch. "What if I trade this, Mr. William? This watch has an integrated Geiger counter. It can detect distortions of varying intensity, the supernatural forces you refer to. I trust you understand just how valuable it is." Torch Dragon even casually handed the watch to William for inspection before he decided whether to cooperate. Torch Dragon leaned back in his chair and continued sleeping while William took the watch away for testing. After Torch Dragon had enjoyed a satisfying nap, William finally returned. "Mr. Torch Dragon, after discussion, the organization has agreed to cooperate with you and resolve the anomaly in Blackwater Town together." Torch Dragon was naturally pleased with this result. "Then there's no time to waste. Let's discuss the details of our cooperation." The scene shifted to Blackwater Town. The streets were filled with fog, and many people wandered about aimlessly. Numerous flyers drifted down from the sky before them. After reading the flyers, the residents of Blackwater Town were all deeply moved. "We can finally leave this place. We've been saved. Hurry, let's get out of here. Head for the town exit." The scene shifted elsewhere. Report, sir. The first helicopter team assigned to distribute flyers has returned. The second team is preparing to take off. William nodded and asked, "Where's the broadcast team?" At that moment, a green vehicle in Blackwater Town drove around, continuously broadcasting an announcement through loudspeakers. All residents, please evacuate Blackwater Town immediately. The broadcast team had entered the town from another direction, ensuring full coverage throughout Blackwater Town. William nodded approvingly. Very good. Tell the soldiers to keep it up. Torch Dragon could not help praising them. That's highly efficient, very professional. As an ally, you're truly reliable, William. A disaster might drive an individual to despair, but to a national machine operating at full capacity, it was merely a minor issue. However, as agreed, identifying Tom's identities among the evacuees is your job. Torch Dragon was not worried about that, because they had the girl in pink who was exceptionally good at this sort of thing. The crowd of fleeing residents was stopped by soldiers. Everyone, please maintain order. We will conduct further screening. Under the soldiers' direction, all the residents who had left Blackwater Town were gathered in one place, making it even easier for the girl in pink to identify them. The girl in pink immediately closed her eyes and focused on locating the targets. Relying on her heightened senses, she quickly got the results. There are 3 suspicious individuals in the crowd. That old man, the young man with the birthmark on his face, and that one-eyed middle-aged woman. Upon receiving the results, William immediately ordered his subordinates to act. His subordinates were equally professional. The moment they received the order, they immediately moved against the 3 suspects. Once they had subdued them, William continued, "Take them away and restrict all of their freedom. Keep a close watch on everyone else." Things were more or less settled here. Torch Dragon left the area to the girl in pink and returned to the resting tents to meet the others. Inside one of the tents were Vajra, Zhuge Liang, and Little Blade, all fully equipped and ready for battle. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Torch Dragon called out, "Everyone ready? It's time for us to take the stage." Seeing that Torch Dragon's group was ready, William spoke up. "The evacuation is approximately 85% complete. We have properly arranged for the civilians. There are currently around 80 stubborn holdouts still in Blackwater Town. We'll dispatch 2 squads, a total of 30 soldiers, to assist you. However, they possess no supernatural resistance whatsoever. So, the battle against Tom Sove can only be handled by you. Mission completed. Civilian deaths in Blackwater Town, fewer than 30. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. Skill Roulette +1. Torch Dragon immediately activated the Skill Roulette. Skill acquired, Cloud Stepping. Tian Boguang's unique lightness skill, 10,000 miles alone, ranked alongside Surging Waves Microsteps and Divine Movement, 100 transformations. One of the 3 most renowned lightness skills in the martial world, it specialized in long-distance travel and could greatly increase straight-line movement speed. Tian Boguang? Wasn't he a notorious rapist? Still, this skill of his is actually pretty good. Seeing Torch Dragon standing there in a daze, William asked with concern, "Torch Dragon, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Torch Dragon concealed his delight at gaining a new skill. "It's nothing. I was just thinking of something pleasant. The situation is already much better than I expected. Leave the rest to us." The girl in pink continued using her newly awakened ability to identify Tom's disguised soul fragments. The moment she detected a suspect, she notified the armed officers beside her. There are 2 people lying in ambush behind a corner ahead. After receiving the intelligence, the officers immediately captured the 2 suspicious individuals. By now, the girl in pink had completely earned the officers' trust, but she only wanted to finish her work as quickly as possible and rejoin Torch Dragon's group. Torch Dragon led the players in search of the boss, Tom Sove. They likely never imagined that one day they would complete a mission in such a bizarre way. Originally, they should have stormed into this town and been besieged by Tom's spiritual parasites. Even if they made it before Tom, they should have been exhausted and covered in wounds, either wiped out completely or barely scraping out a miserable victory. But the current outcome was completely different. All of Tom's parasites had already been brought under control by the officers. "You can't be blamed," Torch Dragon said. "A civilian organization like your Horizon Society tends to have this kind of mental limitation. Don't always try to handle everything yourselves. Ask for help when you need it. The state will always be your strongest support." Although Torch Dragon's words sounded somewhat mocking toward their organization, Zhuge Liang knew he was right. Perhaps they truly ought to give this matter some thought. An officer came over to report to Torch Dragon. The route to Fatilio Medical Center has been cleared. The parasites along the way have all been completely subdued. The mission to escort the young lady has been completed. Torch Dragon turned to the girl in pink and asked, "Why did you come over here too? You'd be safer in the camp." She hurriedly replied, "I've already screened all the residents. I thought I might still be able to help you, so I asked them to bring me here." Just then, another officer rushed over with an urgent report. All soldiers are currently suffering hallucinations and distorted sensory perception, and the condition is getting worse. If it continues worsening, it could affect our thoughts and actions. The commander has approved our withdrawal. Torch Dragon nodded. "Understood. Leave what comes next to us. You should get out of here first." Before withdrawing, the squad stood in orderly formation and solemnly saluted Torch Dragon's group, which moved them somewhat. It made sense. If Torch Dragon's group lost their battle against Tom Sove, both worlds would be in danger. Before the 5 players stood Fatilio Medical Center, the source of everything. At a glance, the place radiated an incomparably sinister atmosphere. The rusty iron gate at the entrance could not withstand Vajra's brute strength. He smashed it apart with a single punch. The group entered the medical center one after another. Even now, Zhuge Liang could scarcely believe it. They had reached the final boss's lair so easily, without encountering a single obstacle. "It's so dark in here. I can't see anything," the girl in pink lamented, only for Torch Dragon to grab her hand and pull her back. Immediately afterward, 3 syringes shot from nowhere into the spot where the girl in pink had been standing. From the empty darkness ahead, a vicious-looking spirit slowly approached Torch Dragon's group. And it was not alone. Countless spirits appeared around them. Without the slightest panic, Torch Dragon summoned the White Tiger Seal. "You thought we would defeat you one by one if you fought alone, so you gathered your strength together?" All the spirits spoke at once. "No one could stop me. You will all die. Nice thought, but you forgot one thing." As he spoke, Torch Dragon's body abruptly turned into violet flame and vanished from the spirit's sight. When he reappeared, Torch Dragon's blazing hand had already clamped around a spirit's throat. No matter how much trash gathers together, it's still trash. Who's next? Seeing its companion beaten to death by Torch Dragon, a fat spirit rushed forward, opened its mouth wide, and spewed mucus at him. The corrosive mucus was terrifying, but unfortunately it was far too slow. Torch Dragon easily evaded it. He activated the Cloud Fold Step skill he had just acquired, instantly closing in on the fat spirit as flames immediately engulfed its body. Another spirit was eliminated by Torch Dragon. A powerful skill is meaningless if it can't hit the enemy. At the same time, the other players were also giving everything they had to deal with the remaining spirits. It seemed they all had their own abilities and no longer needed Torch Dragon's help. 3 minutes later, Vajra flattered Torch Dragon. Thankfully, Brother Torch Dragon gave us his magical artifact. Otherwise, I'd have had no way to deal with those things without physical bodies. Zhuge Liang stepped forward as well. Although we've eliminated all the test subjects, the mission is still ongoing. It looks like Tom's true body has not infiltrated this place. The 4 of them turned once again toward the girl in pink, the only one capable of sensing spirits. The girl in pink immediately closed her eyes and focused. She quickly came to a conclusion. Found it. There's only one remaining energy source now, but it seems to be underground. If that's the case, there's a high chance this place has an underground level. The group split up to search for a hidden passage. They turned the runes upside down, and Little Blade soon found a passage leading downstairs behind a storage cabinet. Peering deep into the dark basement, they saw 2 words written on a door. Vajra had skipped school, so he did not know what they meant. Little Blade said, "That says morgue. We already killed all the ghosts outside, so don't be afraid." With that, Torch Dragon led the group straight into the dark basement. The medical center above ground was only a cover. The true experimental site is down here. According to what the girl in pink sensed, the final spirit was inside the room ahead. As soon as the door was opened, there was indeed a spirit standing calmly inside, as if it had been waiting for them. Back then, they conducted those experiments on us right here. My family, my people. They tortured them by every means imaginable. And in the end, they threw every member of my family into the incinerator. Later, when I tied them to the operating tables, none of them could endure even 1/3 of the experiments. Isn't that laughable? They couldn't even endure the experiments they designed themselves. Only after he finished did Torch Dragon ask, "So this is why you took revenge on Blackwater Town?" "Revenge?" Tom burst into laughter. "No, no, no. This is not revenge. This is war. A war between our race and humanity." Torch Dragon was somewhat confused by his words. Wasn't he human? Tom laughed loudly. "Of course we are not that inferior race. Our bloodline comes from the deep sea and the stars. We possess the blessing of the ancient gods. You coveted that blessing and hunted me and my kin. This was always a war that was destined to happen. Mission completed. Congratulations, you have unlocked the world setting, kin of the deep sea." It completed the mission like that? Wait, what is this abnormal status notification? Tom continued speaking. "Arrogant, self-important humans. You believe there is nothing you do not know, that everything lies in the palm of your hand." For some reason, after Tom finished speaking, the other players present all felt their heads grow heavy and their bodies go numb. Even their spiritual power was restricted. Torch Dragon alone remained completely unaffected. "Very good. You got a lot of emotion in that speech. Go on. What happened next?" Tom stared at Torch Dragon in astonishment. "How can this be? Why are you unaffected?" The reason Torch Dragon was unaffected was simple: the Clear Heart Pill. Refined from clear heart herb, flower stamens, borage, and waterless essence, it detoxified the body and could dispel ordinary poisoning effects. Impossible. Tom cried in disbelief. "The crystalline anesthetic poison is the most advanced there is. How could there possibly be an antidote?" Torch Dragon replied calmly. "The cultivation arts of the East are difficult to explain to you Westerners using science." Seeing that his anesthetic had failed, Tom knew he was no match for the person before him and decided to abandon all dignity and flee. "Why are you running? Weren't you acting so impressive just now?" Torch Dragon mocked him relentlessly. "You weren't the only one stalling for time." "Ah, I nearly forgot. You're a spirit. You can pass through walls and fly into the sky." Torch Dragon smiled and snapped his fingers. The Grave Array, Calamity Flame prison immediately enveloped Tom, Sov's entire spirit body. Although this newly drawn skill was not an offensive one, the ability to manipulate spiritual power freely seemed quite good. "Release me, you inferior race. Otherwise, I will show you what true fear is." Though imprisoned, Tom was still extremely arrogant. "Why would an inferior race like us need to release you? Is it because you can't get out on your own?" Torch Dragon mocked. "That's right. Although you controlled those experimental spirit bodies, they retained the abilities they had in life. So you don't actually possess the power to devour souls, do you? I'd guess that you only have some kind of mental parasitism or mental corruption ability. Your combat strength is not even comparable to those test subjects, which is why you wanted to use the laboratory's poison gas to deal with us. Who exactly are you? Why do you help that inferior race?" It seemed Tom had mistaken Torch Dragon for someone of extraordinarily lofty status. Torch Dragon said softly, "I sympathize with what your people suffered, but we have our own mission as well. Just as you said, this is a war, and I was born on humanity's side." As Torch Dragon spoke, he clenched his hand. World-ending flame instantly covered Tom's entire body. "I curse you. I curse all of you. Even if my soul burns away, even if my will vanishes, this curse will endure forever. I offer my soul and my spirit as sacrifices. I beg you to fulfill my wish, fulfill my curse. Regret this. You will understand soon enough." After saying this, Tom Sov's spirit body completely disappeared before Torch Dragon. A series of red warnings appeared before him. Warning, chaos intrusion. Warning, the instance is being invaded. Warning, high danger. Warning, extreme danger. At the same time, outside, William's group also noticed something abnormal at the player's location. "Report, sir. The prototype Geiger counter alarm has been triggered. According to the reference chart provided by Lord Torch Dragon, the indicator is red. It may be Calamity class." At that moment, an alien object abruptly appeared before Torch Dragon, a black hole shaped like a gigantic eye, radiating heat capable of devouring all things. Torch Dragon did not know what it was. Perhaps it was the evil god Tom had summoned before his death. Facing this unknown entity, Torch Dragon decided to test it first using the White Tiger seal. But just as Torch Dragon's White Tiger charged toward the eye, the White Tiger Phantom was shattered into countless pieces in an instant. At the same time, the white tiger seal in Torch Dragon's hand broke apart. The white tiger seal had been completely destroyed. After effortlessly dealing with it, I turned its attention toward Torch Dragon. With only one glance, Torch Dragon was immediately immobilized, his entire body frozen as he stood there like a soulless puppet. A few seconds later, Torch Dragon finally regained consciousness with great difficulty. Terrifying. A single glance made me lose consciousness. I swept around again, and Torch Dragon grew even more worried. If it saw him again, he feared he might never regain his senses. Seeing Torch Dragon immediately came up with an idea. He summoned a wall of world-ending flame to block the strange eye's line of sight. If he could obstruct its vision, perhaps he could avoid its attacks. Although he had blocked its vision, the strange eye still noticed Torch Dragon's action. It immediately fired a beam of light straight at Torch Dragon's wall of world-ending flame. Two forces, one red and one purple, collided. Though he could still hold on for the moment, Guiyun's spiritual power was draining at an alarming rate. Attempting to expel the anomaly. Instance barrier regenerating. Current progress, 10. The progress was too slow. If this continued, Guiyun would not be able to endure until that thing was expelled. Driven into a corner, he could only take a gamble and pull out a bottle of condensed energy pills from his inventory. The warning said he could only take one per hour, but Guiyun had no other choice now. He took out more than a dozen condensed energy pills and poured them all into his mouth. After swallowing an entire handful, Guiyun's spiritual power surged dramatically, and the power of the world-ending flame wall rose sharply with it. The barrier construction progress continued to rise, quickly reaching 85. Instance barrier construction complete. The anomaly has been expelled. Yet, in the instant before it was completely expelled from this space, that strange eye still tried every possible means to fire one final burst of power at Guiyun. With his spiritual power exhausted, Guiyun could only watch helplessly as it pierced through his body. A notification appeared. Mission complete. You have successfully prevented Tom So's revenge. Congratulations, player, on clearing the game. Rewards are being calculated. Please wait. After reading the notification, Guiyun examined the wound he had just suffered. To his surprise, it had vanished completely. Had the eye's power been weakened? Guiyun immediately summoned the system and checked his personal information. Status bar, normal condition. Calamity signal. Detailed note, a mark left behind by the Star of Calamity. The signal will continuously draw disasters to its host until their body, soul, and mind are utterly exhausted. So was this troublesome thing? Was there any way to remove it? Should he report it to the organization? He had no idea how much the others had seen, but in any case, saving them came first. The first person Guiyun woke up was the girl in pink. The moment she regained consciousness, she anxiously asked, Torch Dragon, did you destroy that evil spirit? Guiyun asked in surprise, you didn't see what happened? The girl in pink hurriedly shook her head. I lost consciousness soon after I fell. If that was the case, Guiyun had no need to worry too much. The others had probably been the same as her, unconscious and unaware of what had happened. Soon afterward, the three men woke up one after another. As soon as they came to, they immediately asked about the evil spirit. Only Zhuge Liang, with his extensive experience, saw the mission complete notification and instantly knew that Guiyun had dealt with it. Guiyun gave a simple explanation. Its true form was actually very weak. It also never expected me to have an antidote for the poison, so dealing with it was quite easy. Easy? Little Blade looked at the laboratory, which had been turned upside down as though it had just been through an earthquake. This was supposed to be easy? Of course, that was only what Little Blade was thinking. He did not dare voice even the slightest objection to Guiyun's words. No matter what, we were able to complete this mission so smoothly thanks to Torch Dragon. Would you be interested in joining the Horizon Society? Zhuge Liang asked. Guiyun was somewhat puzzled. Mr. Zhuge, did you forget that I belong to the Human Security Bureau? Naturally, Zhuge Liang had not forgotten. That's not a problem. There is no conflict between us. Quite a few members of our society are also from the Human Security Bureau. The Horizon Society is essentially just a platform for players to interact with one another. All exchanges between members are voluntary, and we do not exclude members who belong to other organizations. Though our strength is far inferior to that of the Human Security Bureau, we have certain unique channels for intelligence and connections. We may be able to help you someday. Guiyun did not refuse the business card Zhuge Liang handed him. All right, I'll consider your offer. No problem. Once you have made up your mind, you can register at any time. It was obvious that Zhuge Liang's attitude toward Guiyun had completely changed after they went through this game together. At that moment, everyone in the group began to fade away. It seemed that the settlement period was about to end, and it was time for them to return to reality. Guiyun suddenly remembered something and turned to the girl in pink beside him. What's your name? Your real name and address? The girl in pink replied shyly, I am Tommy. My address is... Before she could finish, the countdown ended, and they were all transported back to the real world. Guiyun felt a little regretful. Why had she become so flustered? Don't tell him she thought he was trying to hit on her. An officer beside him spoke up. Mr. Torch Dragon, we need to conduct several examinations to ensure that you have not brought any potential hazards out of the instance. We hope you will cooperate. After the examination, the results were as follows. Mental state stable. No vadeli mutasyon. No hidden perisauts. Identity and personality confirmed to be free of distortion. Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Torch Dragon, please sign here. Guiyun took the ballpoint pen from the officer. Just as he clicked the pen to prepare to sign, its cap suddenly shot off. The flying cap struck a vase on a shelf in Guiyun's home. The vase fell to the floor and shattered, sending shards flying everywhere. One shard streaked past Guiyun's neck at incredible speed. If he had reacted a second later, it would have cut a deep gash across his throat. Watching that entire chain of events unfold, the officer beside Guiyun broke out in a cold sweat as well. Guiyun hesitantly asked, if I said I've just had a bit of bad luck lately, would you believe me? The next day, Guiyun spent his free time training. No problems had appeared in his body for the time being. It seemed that the mark on his shoulder was only temporarily affecting Guiyun's luck. Only then did he finally have time to check the settlement results from the previous instance. Player has cleared a Grade B difficulty game and completed the main mission. You have received 5,000 achievement points. Since no side mission was triggered, there are no additional rewards for this game. This game had felt far more difficult than the first one. So why was it only rated Grade B? Guiyun could not understand it at all. Forget it. There was no point in overthinking it. You should see what good items he could buy this time. The shop has added the following new items. Panacea, priced at 10,000 achievement points. Heals all kinds of wounds and can completely restore physical injuries within 10 minutes. Does not include mental damage or loss of consciousness. Can only be used in Singame. Damn, this thing was in a completely different price range from the previous items. Still, being able to completely heal physical injuries was truly overpowered. If he bought a bunch of them, wouldn't he be able to run rampant through future games? Guiyun originally intended to buy them in bulk, but he received a prompt. Attention, this item is a special recovery type prop. Each player may purchase only one. He knew it. There was no way the system would let him exploit such an easy loophole. Because you obtained the Calamity mark in this game, special items have been updated. Skill Roulette, priced at 20,000 achievement points. After purchase, you may randomly draw skills usable in both the real world and Singame. This appears after 3 draws. Skills could be used in the real world too? Guiyun was immediately delighted. This was clearly an incredible item. He might have more achievement points than he could spend, but his combat power was still too low. Frankly, even a kidnapper with a knife on the street could take his life. This had come at exactly the right time. Evil Spirit Essence, 10,000 achievement points. A crystal left behind when Tom So vanished. Only the one who defeated him is qualified to use it. Contains anomalous energy. Usage unknown. Evil Spirit Essence with unknown usage? In theory, the shop should not contain props with no use at all. Did it want him to figure out its purpose himself? Wait, it contained anomalous energy. If his guess was correct, this thing should be nourishment for the Dark Mother. In the end, Guiyun chose to buy every newly added item in the shop. Holding the Evil Spirit Essence in his hand, he decided to test his theory. He placed it before the Dark Mother statue and immediately stepped back. But after waiting for a long while, there was still no reaction. Why was nothing happening? Had he guessed wrong? Just when Guiyun thought nothing would happen, the Dark Mother statue's eyes suddenly lit up. The Evil Spirit Essence instantly shattered into dozens of tiny fragments, releasing streams of mysterious energy that spread throughout the room. Was this the anomalous energy contained within the Evil Spirit Essence? An immensely powerful suction force emerged from the Dark Mother statue and absorbed every trace of that anomalous energy in an instant. So much energy, and the statue swallowed all of it cleanly. It seemed the Dark Mother had quite an appetite. As if having heard Guyun's mockery, the statue suddenly shouted, "Insolence!" Guyun was dumbfounded. Damn, the divine statue could talk. Boy, you brought this venerable one into this world without authorization. I have yet to hold you accountable for your grave disrespect. And now that you have offered me a little incense and worship, you dare speak such nonsense? The statue scolded again. Guyun stared at it in astonishment. Are you really the Dark Mother? What? You still do not believe me? There are several strange, evil auras on you. However, I have only just recovered a portion of my divine power and cannot waste it recklessly. Once you offer me more incense and worship, I will find a way to help you resolve them. Guyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed he had really invited a deity into his home. He had no idea whether that was a blessing or a curse. Just then, Guyun's phone rang. The caller was Ji Qinglin. What's wrong? You sound tired. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? I received the report. It said that you encountered an anomalous calamity after completing your mission. Did something happen during the game? Guyun sighed. A few unexpected things did happen, but it's a long story. Qinglin sternly snapped. Then submit a written report immediately. The organization needs to know every detail of this game. The scene shifted to the Human Security Bureau. Guyun soon arrived and wrote a report recounting everything that had occurred during the game. That's all. That really is all of it. Everything that happened in the instance has been included in my report. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Professor Bai rushed inside in a panic. Where is little Yun? Where is Lin Guiyun? Your report says an anomaly invaded your instance during the last mission. Guiyun nodded in confirmation. Just as I thought. Professor Bai paced back and forth across the room, muttering continuously. I understand now. So that's how it is. The hypothesis was correct. An officer entered from outside and handed Ji Qinglin a file. Professor Bai, calm down first. Explain his current situation clearly to him. Only then did Professor Bai realize he had lost his composure. Ahem. Little Yun. No. Comrade, Torch Dragon. Based on the clues you reported, we searched the archives. There is only one entity matching the name, mark, and appearance at the same time. It is Carlos, the emissary of calamity. Put simply, is an evil god. Qinglin added from the side. The report came from a player half a year ago. That player's instance involved a cult that worshipped Carlos. The instance was set in 18th century England. The Calamity cult had taken control of London and was preparing a ritual to summon Carlos. According to the Calamity cult, once someone receives Carlos's gaze, disasters will come one after another, and eventually the entire world will head toward destruction. Its tendency to bring disaster also matches the description of the Calamity signal on you. Guiyun sighed. Then does the archive mention any way to remove this curse? No, Professor Bai replied. The mission in that instance was to prevent the ritual from being completed, so the Star of Calamity never truly descended. The Star of Calamity's original energy level is at least catastrophe grade, the highest energy level currently known. That means you're the only person still alive after coming into contact with an anomaly of this rank. Unlike Professor Bai, who looked delighted, Guiyun felt no joy at all. If you people do not find a way to remove this curse, I probably will not live much longer either. Yikingling handed Guiyun a necklace. This is a lucky charm. It treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The luck sealed within it can offset your misfortune, so it will at least keep it from affecting your normal life. Taking the lucky charm from Ji Qinglin, Guiyun could only place his hopes on it. Don't be happy too soon. There are still two problems. First, your calamity may intensify at any time, while the charm's luck is fixed. Guiyun nodded in understanding. I still need to find a way to resolve this completely. Understood. What's the second problem? Ji Qinglin answered in only 3 words. It costs money. You need to pay for it. This is a high-value prop, so the organization cannot simply give it to you. You need to provide props of equivalent value. Guiyun had thought it was something serious, but he had never lacked props. In the blink of an eye, he took out a whole basket full of them. That's easy. See if these are enough. If not, I still have plenty more. Clear art pills, golden wound medicine, vermilion fruit, water-repelling pills, fire-repelling pills. Are all these mission rewards? How do you have so many? Even an old man like Professor Bai could not hide his astonishment. Guiyin did not want to reveal anything about the achievement system, so he could only make up another excuse. They're just minor items. They can barely keep up with my strength anymore. Fortunately, I have a lot of them. As for where they came from, consider them an inheritance left by my parents. Professor Bai coughed twice. Let's leave the matter of the charm there for now. There is another piece of intelligence we need to tell you. Information about your parents. At the mention of his parents, Guiyin immediately lost his composure. What? Information about my parents? Have you found where they are? Not yet, not yet. Calm down first. Take a look at this. Professor Bai handed Guiyin an auction catalog. 3 days from now, the Blackstone Trading Company, the country's largest player black market, will hold an auction in River City. What you are holding is the list of auction items for that day. As for how it relates to your parents, turn to page 3. Do you see the symbol in the corner? Of course, Guiyin was very familiar with the symbol Professor Bai had mentioned. A memory surfaced in his mind. When he was very young, his father had made him a toy car. On the underside of the car was a symbol composed of 2 overlapping triangles. Guiyun's father had explained, "This is my symbol. Every creation I make bears this mark. That way, little Yun will know which things were made by Dad." Guiyun was confused. "This is my father's symbol. So what is this glass bottle?" "It is a beacon," Professor Bai explained. Sin Game operates on a 7-day activation cycle, but using a beacon allows you to immediately initiate a game at any time. Since it can increase one's strength, this prop is extremely valuable. Guiyun was even more confused. Then why would my father's symbol appear on such a beacon? Professor Bai sighed. "We do not know either. We only know that players occasionally obtain props bearing your father's symbol. We have also obtained some information from them. It is precisely because of this that your father's file was labeled as suspected treason." So Professor Bai had known all along that Guiyun had secretly looked through his father's classified files. Yet he had thought no one knew. Professor Bai winked. "Don't tell me you thought your nickname and having that girl Feng Shinzi chosen as your support specialist were both coincidences. We deliberately leaked that information to you. Although the Bureau has reached that conclusion about Lin Fengmian, many of us don't accept it. So, little Yin, we must secure that signal at all costs." Guiyun understood. "So, Uncle Bai, you want me to attend this auction?" "Not you. Us." Qinglin snatched up the auction catalog. "Professor Bai has proposed that the 2 of us represent the organization at the auction, and the organization has approved it." Professor Bai continued, "Not only that, I've also applied for a team and housing for you too. From now on, you'll be teammates. You should live together as well. That way, if anything happens to the Lucky Charm, Azure Bird can help." Professor Bai was clearly trying to match Guiyun and Ji Qinglin together, not merely arranging for them to live together for work convenience. Shortly afterward, the 2 took a high-speed train to the auction venue. The atmosphere on the train was somewhat awkward. Guiyun spoke first. Older people just love playing matchmaker. I'll talk to Uncle Bai about it later, so don't take it to heart." "There's no need," Qinglin said coolly. "Every team gets a small 3-story building as its base. That's standard procedure. It isn't living together the way you imagine." Then she added, "Besides, I don't object to Professor Bai's arrangement." Qinglin's straightforwardness completely caught Guiyun off guard. "All right, may I ask something? You donated to an orphanage for 3 years. What?" Guiyun scratched his head. "Doing good deeds builds merit. Besides, I suppose I'm an orphan now too, so I thought I should help as much as I can." The scene shifted to Professor Bai. Feng Shinzi stood beside him, chattering nonstop. "Professor Bai, are you trying to set Captain Ji Qinglin up with Torch Dragon? That guy won't do." Captain Qinglin had plenty of admirers before, but I've never seen her take a liking to any of them. Professor Bai smiled. "You don't understand. Azure Bird is an orphan." Feng Shinzi truly did not understand. What's so unusual about being an orphan? Aren't support specialists like us often orphans too? I really don't get it. I hate experts like you most. You always talk in riddles. Here are the documents you wanted. Professor Bai took the documents. As soon as he finished reading them, he frowned. Can't those bastards from the Calamity cult behave themselves for once? The scene shifted elsewhere. A scruffy-haired man approached a mysterious figure from behind. "Leader, you summoned me?" Without turning around, the mysterious figure gave an order. Slaughter, pack your things and make a trip to River City. The man named Slaughter was puzzled. River City? To the auction? But didn't you assign that mission to Evil Snow? The mysterious figure continued. Go lend him a hand. Make sure that signal ends up only with us or the Human Security Bureau. Slaughter was even more confused. Why the Human Security Bureau? Why is it fine if they get it? Guiyun's image appeared before the mysterious figure. Because the person they sent is the prophet's son. You can also take the chance to test his strength. The scene shifted to another dark space. Two identical men knelt on the ground, crying desperately. Captain, you have to believe me. I'm the real one. The other said exactly the same thing. Captain, he's lying. I'm the real one. Facing two identical subordinates, the captain was in a difficult position. Damn it, there's no way to tell. In the end, he made his choice. The one on the right is the fake. A sword slashed out at once. Blood sprayed from the man's throat, accompanied by an incredulous look in his eyes. But it seemed that the captain had made the wrong choice. The other one was the imposter. What a pity. Looks like you chose wrong again. Enraged, the captain swung his sword forward once more, but the imposter's figure dissolved into thin air. Your chance is over. Come again next time, and remember to bring more people. As the imposter gradually disappeared, the captain collapsed completely, and the surrounding scene slowly faded away as well. A group of officers immediately reported to headquarters. Anomaly containment has failed. Only one member of Team 7 remains alive. I repeat, anomaly containment has failed. The news was promptly sent to Guiyun and Ji Qinglin, who were on their way to the auction. They had planned to rest for 2 days before the auction, but it seemed that would not be possible. Ji Qinglin put on her communications earpiece and warned him, a mission that nearly wiped out an entire team is definitely no simple matter. Iris, report the mission details. Iris immediately received the order over the line. Understood. The relevant files have been sent to your phones. Mission, Mirror Nightmare. Anomaly type, Wandering class. Time of appearance, 48 hours ago. Rank, Bishop. Infection radius, less than 30 meters. Special note, the target possesses extremely high intelligence and operational capability. The team previously assigned was the Demon Team. Qinglin felt a headache coming on as she read the information. Guiyun had joined the organization only recently, so he knew nothing about the Demon Team. You've never heard of the Demon Team, have you? Simply put, they're a bunch of problematic kids. Their mission completion rate isn't low, but they never care about casualties or collateral damage. Especially their captain, Li Tai, who bears the title of Demon. He lost all his teammates in this mission, so he will certainly be even more difficult to approach than usual. Soon after Guiyun and Qinglin got off the train, an officer was waiting for them at the station. This is the latest mission intelligence. We've confirmed it. Guiyun suddenly sensed something immensely dangerous approaching from behind. Reacting in an instant, he immediately shoved the officer backward. The next moment, a man overflowing with murderous intent charged in and slashed open the ground. Endless black energy radiated from his body. He clearly looked like someone possessed by a demon, driven only by slaughter. The officer immediately shouted, Li Tai, these are Special Division members who came as reinforcements. What are you doing? Elite snorted coldly. I'll avenge myself. I don't need help from 2 rookies who have only participated in 2 Sing games. Don't worry, I'll only break their arms and legs. I won't kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tai charged again. Activating skill, Demon Flash. A blade like a demon's visage swept past Guiyun's head. It was obvious that Li Tai had no intention of holding back. He genuinely intended to cut Guiyun down. The Demon Team, If he refused to show respect, Guiyun had no reason to be polite. World-ending flame activated at once, and Guiyun immediately counterattacked without yielding an inch. With a single palm strike, he sent the aggressive Li Tai flying more than 10 meters away. Li Tai stared in shock. Gold rank? How is that possible? Guiyun said. Whose arms and legs were you planning to break? Before Li Tai could recover, Guiyun charged again, wreathed in blazing flames. Unable to dodge, Li Tai actually used his own head to block Guiyun's attack. Two tyrannical forces collided head-on. Guiyun's power was neutralized, while Li Tai was hurled away and could not get back up. Guiyun had to admit that the man's head was incredibly hard. His own arm throbbed from the impact. After clashing with Guiyun, Li Tai was covered in blood, but it only further stirred his fighting spirit. He now looked no different from a blood-crazed monster. This is bad. Demon Li Tai has lost control. The people nearby panicked at the sight. Contact the organization. Request reinforcements. But Li Tai's madness did not last long. He seemed to be doing everything he could to suppress his rage. What's going on? Guiyun asked in confusion. Qinglin sighed. Li Tai's powers come from a contract with a demon. Whenever he is injured or loses emotional control, there's a risk that he will go berserk. That is also one of the reasons Team 7 is called the Demon Team. Li Tai struggled to his feet and retorted, "Not Demon Team. Our team is the Hero Team." Guiyun snorted disdainfully. Heroes don't attack colleagues the moment they meet. Li Tai snorted back. "Umph, you're too weak. You're only here to die." After mocking them, he turned to the others. "It hurts. Where's the logistics team? Hurry up and bandage me." The officers felt deeply embarrassed before Guiyun and Qinglin. "We sincerely apologize for this incident. Please come with me. We'll move to another location." Shortly afterward, Guiyun and Qinglin were taken to discuss the instance they were about to face. Mirror Nightmare. This is our target for this operation. The last time it was observed, it had taken the form of a member of Team 7, Xiongjiao, named Lu Ge. Guiyun asked, "Taken his form? Can it copy another person's appearance?" "Not just appearance." Li Tai suddenly pushed the door open and entered. "It can copy appearance, abilities, voice, even memories. Just like a mirror, it duplicates everything reflected in it. That is where the name Mirror Nightmare comes from. That's why I said that if you're too weak, you won't survive if it copies me." Guiyun shot back. "And if it copies me this time, what are you going to do?" Li Tai was instantly enraged. "Do you really think I have no way to kill you? Enough. Stop arguing." Ji Qinglin stepped in to stop the two men. "The mission comes first. Based on that description, this anomaly seems better suited to a solo fight. Why form a group?" Li Tai replied grimly. "Because if you go alone, that bastard won't appear at all. It will simply teleport away." The officer added, "Bishop-class monsters usually possess multiple abilities. Mirror Nightmare's abilities include copying others, instantly teleporting away when facing a lone enemy in a death puzzle. It turns into one of your teammates and makes you guess who is real and who is fake. Once you choose wrong, the copied person dies." Guiyun roughly understood Mirror Nightmare's abilities. "That sounds troublesome. Have you found a way to tell the real one from the fake?" Clearly, the organization had yet to find any method to counter Mirror Nightmare's ability, so they could not answer his question. Li Tai angrily slammed his fist on the table. "Just kill them all. Whoever gets copied by Mirror Nightmare, kill both that person and Mirror Nightmare. Then there won't be a problem anymore." Guiyun thought even less of Li Tai. "Is that why you attacked us at the station?" Li Tai did not deny it. "That's right. I wanted to confirm whether you had the ability to kill me." Guiyun turned to the officer. "And the organization agreed with this plan?" The officer did not deny it either. "To a certain extent, it can minimize losses." Li Tai roared, "It killed my entire team. I have to kill it." Guiyun sighed. "I think you're being a little too extreme. Have you considered what happens if it copies someone and gains new abilities as well?" Soon afterward, at the site where the anomaly had appeared, the police and relevant agencies had sealed off the entire surrounding area to prevent it from spreading. Many uninformed civilians were dissatisfied. The police could only issue a notice. "There is a risk of a natural gas leak ahead. Please take another route." Guiyun hurriedly asked, "Why can't the existence of anomalies be made public? If people knew, it could at least help prevent them." Ji Qinglin replied, "The more people who know anomalies exist, the higher the probability that anomalies will appear. For the specific principle, you'll have to ask Professor Bai." The accompanying officer informed the three of them. "Mirror Nightmare is currently stationed ahead. Based on previous observations, if it is not activated within 2 hours, it will teleport again." Looking at the motionless mirror before them, Li Tai asked Guiyun doubtfully, "Are you sure your plan will work?" Guiyun never claimed to be completely confident in his plan, but they had no other options. Guiyun and Li Tai exchanged a glance, then walked toward the mirror together. The instant their reflections appeared on the mirror's surface, the anomaly was activated. A purple mist slowly enveloped them both. Mirror Nightmare, Ghost Domain Formation detected. Second containment operation commencing. This was the space created by Mirror Nightmare. Who did it copy this time? Two identical Li Tais appeared before Guiyun. The one copied was Li Tai. Choose. Who's a real one? Faced with the demand, Guiyun decided not to choose at all. He decided to let the two Li Tais settle their grudges themselves. Both immediately drew their swords and rushed at each other, each accusing the other of being the imposter. Perfect copying was indeed extremely difficult to distinguish, but it was not without flaws. Since their combat strength was equal, they would inevitably fight until both were severely injured. Then he could simply eliminate both of them. Of course, that would mean the copied person would die. People fear death, so under normal circumstances, they would almost be unable to fight in earnest. But who told you to provoke a teenager? To him now, your death matters more than his own survival. So checkmate. Outside the anomaly space, the others noticed a change. Ghost domain collapse detected. Internal conditions unknown. Mirror Nightmare realized it had fallen into a trap, so it chose to transform into Guiyun instead. It chose to become me? That is a reasonable choice. After transforming into Guiyun, Mirror Nightmare even sounded exactly like him. After all, I truly do not have the resolve to sacrifice myself just to eliminate a monster. Li Tai snorted coldly from his side. 1 minute. If you cannot prove your identity within 1 minute, I'll kill both of you. Don't rush. We'll do this one step at a time. First, let's see whether it can copy items. As he spoke, Guiyun summoned the white tiger seal from his inventory. The imposter immediately summoned a white tiger seal as well. There was truly no difference at all. Then Guiyun shouted, "System, activate skill roulette." A skill roulette appeared behind Guiyun. Skill roulette. Mirror Nightmare stared in disbelief. How is that possible? How can there be something I cannot copy? Skill charge learned. Skill glance learned. Skill furious strike learned. Obtain 2 combat skills. My luck is pretty good. Mirror Nightmare urgently shouted. He's just putting on a show to make you believe he's the real one. Don't believe him. Is that so? Guiyun immediately used one of his newly obtained skills. Charge. He surged 15 meters forward at top speed. Cool down 2 minutes. Mirror Nightmare watched as Guiyun appeared in front of it in an instant, utterly shocked. Why could it not copy this ability of Guiyun's? What it could not copy was Guiyun's absurdly lavish spending system. Furious Strike. His next attack gained an additional 150 power modifier. Cool down 15 minutes. This single blow completely defeated the fake Mirror Nightmare, because it simply had no way to copy Guiyun's skill. Just as he had said, Guiyun completely checkmated Mirror Nightmare and dealt with it in less than a minute. Remembering the teammates who had died at Mirror Nightmare's hands, Li Tai angrily wanted to rush forward and cut it down. But Mirror Nightmare had no intention of resisting. The body masquerading as Guiyun suddenly melted away, revealing its true form, a faceless person. This was likely Mirror Nightmare's true body. Once its identity had been successfully exposed, it lost all its abilities and could be dealt with however they wished. Congratulations, host. You have completely analyzed the anomaly ecosystem. Mirror Nightmare's dossier has been unlocked. Unlock 4 more dossiers, and you will receive a collection reward. Please keep up the good work. Torch Dragon mentally reviewed them. Ghost Messenger's Phantom Pain, the Father and Son Art Museum, Tom Sorov's Spirit Body, and Mirror Nightmare. This mission was finally halfway complete. After all this trouble, he wondered what the reward would be. Li Tai swung his sword straight at Mirror Nightmare's faceless body, splitting it in 2 with a single strike. It seemed to do no harm at all. Mirror Nightmare's body swiftly restored itself. Torch Dragon stepped forward to stop him. It's useless. If you don't mind, leave this thing to me. What do you say? I guarantee it'll suffer a fate worse than death. After receiving Li Tai's nod, Torch Dragon immediately summoned the statue of the Nether Mother Goddess. The instant it appeared, the statue of the Nether Mother Goddess released a terrifying power and absorbed Mirror Nightmare completely into itself. The scene shifted elsewhere to a bustling street. A young woman strolling down the street was suddenly blocked by 3 thugs. "Hey, miss, it's dangerous for a girl to walk alone in the middle of the night. Want to come with us?" "Sure." To their surprise, the girl actually agreed and followed the 3 thugs into a narrow alley. But only seconds later, the 3 men suddenly groaned and collapsed to the ground, their fate unknown. The girl looked somewhat disappointed. She recalled the 5 poisons into her body and calmly walked away. As the girl crouched down to play with her venomous creatures, someone slowly appeared behind her. She immediately noticed the person at her back and dispatched a giant snake to attack him. The newcomer was Slaughter. He seized the snake in one hand. "No need to give me a gift the moment we meet, is there? The leader sent me to assist you." "Over one signal? Since when did we become so well-staffed?" the girl asked softly. Slaughter replied, "It isn't only because of the signal. The Prophet's son has joined the Human Security Bureau. The leader told me to come test him. So what have you been doing these past few days?" The girl listed them off. "I visited scenic spots near River City, sampled the local snacks and pastries, and bought local specialties. Oh, right. I also deployed Mirror Nightmare. It has already wiped out a small Human Security Bureau squad. This city will soon descend into chaos." "You're too late, Slaughter. There's nothing left here for you to do." But just then, her expression abruptly changed. "The golden silkworm, Goo, has entered hibernation. Someone has dealt with Mirror Nightmare. Was it the Human Security Bureau, or someone else?" Slaughter looked as though he understood. "I'm guessing it was the Prophet's son. The leader must have foreseen this situation, which is why he sent me to assist you. Don't worry, I brought something truly earth-shattering, enough to throw this entire city into turmoil. But we'll have to wait until the auction is over. Don't be impatient. I want to spread even more chaos than you do, but we need that Prophet's knowledge. We also need to guard against whatever backup measures he has." The scene returned to Torch Dragon. After taking care of Mirror Nightmare, he came out and handed an officer something that looked like a golden worm. "This was found inside Mirror Nightmare's body. It doesn't look naturally formed. Take it back and study it." The anomaly had been successfully dealt with, and the mission was completed with flying colors. 2 days passed quickly. Torch Dragon had been arranged to rest in a 5-star hotel suite. With nothing to do, he opened his system inventory. He still had an enormous amount of merit points, 1,145,101 in total. Even though he had barely spent any, the balance kept decreasing. What a nuisance. Suddenly, Torch Dragon noticed a letter in the corner of the inventory window. Achievement system, Black Rain. You rescued by Ling reward, 1,000 merit points. Feigned assault. You eliminated the Nether Mother's wind path. Reward, 10,000 merit points. From the Unsolvable Bureau. You ended the curse of the Black Water Formation. Reward, 100,000 merit points. No one died. No one died in your first game. Reward, 20,000 merit points. After several notifications, Torch Dragon's merit point balance soared once more. The rich only grew richer. Just then, someone knocked on Torch Dragon's door. Ji Qinglin had come to inform him that it was time for the auction to begin. To avoid exposing our identities, everyone will enter the venue separately. Let's go collect our masks first. The two went to mask display to choose their masks. It did not take long for both of them to find masks they liked. Torch Dragon could actually sense spiritual energy fluctuations from the mask. Was it enchanted with some kind of magic or spell? Torch Dragon immediately activated Glance to inspect it. Disguise item. A special rare quality item that conceals the user's spiritual energy signature and alters their appearance, making them difficult to identify. Glance was a skill Torch Dragon had casually bought from the store just to deal with Mirror Nightmare. He had not expected it to be able to appraise items as well. It was actually perfect for the upcoming auction. Once Torch Dragon and Ji Qinglin put on their masks, the organizers even arranged a dedicated car to pick them up. Their destination was the Blackstone auction house. Seeing the spirit form driver in front of him, Torch Dragon could not help but marvel. An enchanted item with a spirit driver too? This Blackstone Chamber of Commerce sure is extravagant. Qinglin explained, the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce possesses a special technology. So many players choose to buy their items there. Their influence has gradually expanded as a result. That technology is the ability to directly use achievement points for transactions. Torch Dragon had thought it would be some advanced technology, but it was only that. He snorted dismissively. Before long, the dedicated car brought Torch Dragon and Qinglin to the official auction venue. Upon getting out of the car, Torch Dragon could not help but marvel. He had not expected the auction venue to be so luxurious. Honored guests, please follow me. The auction is about to begin. A staff member immediately came to receive the two of them. Just then, a man's desperate pleading sounded from behind them. Please let me in. I only want to buy one item. I have lots of money. I'll pay 50 million. Please let me in. Qinglin shook her head helplessly. Looks like an ordinary person who learned about the auction through some channel. Unfortunately, real-world money is completely useless here. The fat man still refused to give up. My daughter is a player. I only need to buy an awakening item. I don't want her to die. Curious, Torch Dragon activated glance on the man. A series of notifications appeared. Sufiangwo. Species, human. Ability, none. Note, blood relative of player Tommy. Seeing that, Torch Dragon walked over and asked, Mr. Su, is it? You came to buy an awakening item for your daughter? Old Su nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Are you willing to buy one for me? I'll pay 100 million. Just buy me one. Torch Dragon shook his head directly. No need. Take this Jade Dew of Heavenly Purity. It counts as one of the best awakening items. Jade Dew of Heavenly Purity. Even a security guard beside them gaped. We rarely even see the genuine article at auctions. He's just giving it away? That's ridiculously generous. Who is this barefoot tycoon? I've never seen him before. After leaving the Jade Dew of Heavenly Purity to Old Su, Torch Dragon carefully instructed the two staff members beside him. See him home. Don't let me find out that someone stole this from him. The two employees immediately obeyed with great enthusiasm. Old Su instantly kowtowed over and over, thanking Torch Dragon profusely. Torch Dragon rubbed his hands. It's nothing. When you return, remember to tell Tommy to report to the Human Security Bureau. Qinglin finally asked, Tommy is the player you mentioned in the report? Torch Dragon nodded. That's right. She's a very talented girl. Torch Dragon and Qinglin were led to the main auction hall. Looking at the splendor before him, Torch Dragon could not help but marvel. So this is the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce, a player organization established even before the Human Security Bureau. But if you trade in achievement points, then I'd better spend them properly. Once the guests had settled into their seats, the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction hosted by the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce is about to begin. Please keep your number paddles close. Don't miss anything you like, because every item up for auction is one of kind. Qinglin reminded Torch Dragon. The organization has prepared 100,000 achievement points. A normal signal costs around 50,000. If there's anything left over, we can bid on other items. The auctioneer began to announce the first lot. Our first item is the 5 Ghost Bone Jar, a low-grade spirit artifact. It houses little ghosts capable of casting the 5 Ghosts wealth-transporting art. The cost of using it is raw meat. Starting bid, 3,500 achievement points. The crowd immediately began bidding against one another. 4,000, 4,500, 6,000, 7,500 achievement points. A low-grade spirit artifact cost around 10,000 achievement points, and this one had conditions for use. A mid-grade spirit artifact that combined offense and defense, like the White Tiger Seal, would probably be impossible to buy even with money. Today's bidding is fierce, but our honored guests surely understand that these earlier items are only appetizers. The next item is one of the highlights of this auction. A high-grade spirit artifact, the Ancient U-Sword. It contains the beast soul of a primordial ferocious beast. Its savagery is peerless, and 100 ghosts fear it. The weapon's baleful aura was terrifying. It truly deserved to be one of the auction's highlights. Its killing intent alone made the surrounding players tremble. Torch Dragon immediately activated glance to inspect the Ancient U-Sword more closely. Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Ancient Sword. Condition, damaged. Quality, legendary. Item description. The final sword forged by Oyezi in his later years. It was sealed because it was too savage. The Dragon Sparrow sword spirit sleeps within. It devours dragons and swallows phoenixes, unmatched in ferocity. Legendary quality? Even in a damaged state, it was still legendary. What do you think, everyone? Starting bid, 30,000 achievement points. You may begin bidding. As a rare item, it was immediately driven to an astronomical price. The ancient sword soon reached 50,000 points. Bidder number 16 called out 100,000 achievement points. The entire venue fell silent because this price was double the previous bid. Our primary target is the signal. Qinglin immediately tried to stop Torch Dragon. I know, I'm paying for this out of my own pocket. Torch Dragon continued bidding. His bid of 100,000 points was accepted, the first item that night to reach that price. Bidder number 16 offers 100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 110,000. Bidder number 71, an old man, unexpectedly stepped forward to compete with Torch Dragon. Without even blinking, Torch Dragon raised the bid to 150,000. Old man number 71 became somewhat angry and shouted, 160,000. Boy, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Torch Dragon ignored him. Old man, I advise you not to pretend to be rich when you can't afford it. At the same time, he raised the price directly to 200,000 achievement points. 200,000? I've never heard that voice before. Where did this newcomer come from? Even for a high-grade spirit artifact, 200,000 achievement points is far too much. Several staff members then approached and whispered something to the auctioneer. He looked toward Torch Dragon to confirm. Bidder number 16. Our check shows that your bid has exceeded your account balance twice. Before we confirm your bid, we need to verify your balance. Seeing this, old man number 71 sneered. So he's just a brat putting on a show. The consequences of deceiving the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce are very serious. Torch Dragon scoffed. No big deal. How do you plan to verify it? The Blackstone Chamber of Commerce brought out a blue sphere. Sir, please place your hand on the crystal ball. It will read your account balance. But rest assured, we will not collect any other personal information. Fine. As he walked up to the stage for inspection, Torch Dragon instructed the system to convert 1 million achievement points. The moment he placed his hand on the sphere, the figure of 1 million achievement points appeared clearly before every auction participant. Old man number 71, who had just mocked Torch Dragon, nearly fell out of his chair upon seeing 1 million. 1 million achievement points? How is that possible? I've never seen such an enormous sum in my life. Could he be a rule-level boss? Does anyone know who he is? The crowd broke into a constant buzz of discussion. Ahem. Let's continue the auction. Bidder number 16 offers 200,000. Is anyone bidding higher? The entire hall was silent. After seeing Torch Dragon's achievement point balance, no one had the courage to compete with him anymore. It appears there are no further bids. Congratulations, bidder number 16. This ancient sword is yours. The auction continued. The next lot is mid-grade Crimson Bloodvine material. Starting bid, 1,000 achievement points. An hour later, sold. Congratulations to bidder number 2 for purchasing this Wraith bronze mirror fragment. They were all materials he could exchange for in the store. It seemed that apart from the ancient sword, there was nothing useful left to buy. The next auction item is somewhat special. Even the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce's appraisal experts have been unable to provide a detailed appraisal report. But we can confirm that it contains a large amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, it can react to most anomalies. Therefore, the starting bid is 1 point. Bidding begins. The moment the item appeared, Torch Dragon suddenly felt an unusual heat on his shoulder. Was the calamity signal reacting to it? He immediately activated Glance. Item name, quality, description. Yet Glance could not appraise it at all. Better to kill wrongly than let one slip away. In any case, he would take it first. Torch Dragon bid 10,000 points for the item. This time, everyone had learned their lesson, so no one competed with Torch Dragon for it. The sale was immediately finalized, and the item went to him. Congratulations to player number 16 for winning this mysterious engraved stone for 10,000 achievement points. Torch Dragon immediately became the center of discussion. Do achievement points just blow in on the wind for him? Did he injure his brain in a dungeon? Could he be a plant from the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce sent to inflate prices? I'm sure everyone can hardly wait any longer. So next comes our second to last lot. This is a signal. I'm sure I need not elaborate on the value of a signal, but this particular signal is even more special. That's right. This signal bears the prophet's mark. Whether it is the Human Security Bureau, the Calamity Cult, or the recently emerging New Evolution Theory, all of them are gathering information about this prophet. Therefore, the starting bid for this signal is 100,000 achievement points. This was likely the item every player at the auction wanted. Within just a few rounds, the price rapidly climbed to 180,000. Those bidders didn't raise their paddles earlier. As expected, they were all waiting for this signal. Qinglin joined the bidding as well, offering 200,000 points. The price did not stop there, quickly rising to 220,000. The organization had underestimated the signal's value, but they truly needed it. Qinglin could only place her hopes on Torch Dragon to secure it. Don't worry, I won't stand by and watch others take my father's work. This time, Torch Dragon directly raised the bid to 500,000 achievement points. Even the auctioneer was shocked by the number and had to ask again for confirmation. Bidder number 16, are you sure you didn't misspeak? Of course not. I have to obtain this signal. The auctioneer turned to the other players. Does anyone have a higher bid? Once again, an extreme silence filled the venue. Then sold. Congratulations to player number 16 for obtaining the signal for 500,000 achievement points. Just as the announcement was made, the lights in the auction hall suddenly went out, plunging the entire space into darkness. The Blackstone Chamber of Commerce couldn't possibly make such a basic mistake. Someone must be behind this. A few seconds later, the power returned, but the host was shocked to discover that the auction signal had vanished. Torch Dragon immediately activated his keen eyes to survey the entire room. He quickly spotted the suspicious person who had stolen the signal on the auction stage. There's something wrong with that waitress. Torch Dragon immediately shouted, "Put the signal down now." The girl showed no panic at being exposed. "Oh my, I've been found out? Then let me give you a little present." Her so-called present was actually undead creatures, 4 of them, all night class. Below the stage, the auction attendees had already been knocked unconscious by the girl's poisonous insects. The sudden appearance of the insects threw the entire venue into chaos. Have fun with my little cuties. I'll be going now. Naturally, Torch Dragon could not let the signal be taken right before his eyes. He immediately chased after the suspicious girl. "Stop right there. Leave the signal behind." But after only a few steps, one of the summoned undead blocked his way. He and Ji Qinglin immediately split up, each taking on 2. With no time to waste, Torch Dragon immediately activated Blazing Fire to fight the undead. One direct punch tore straight through the summoned undead's body. After taking down one undead, Torch Dragon turned to check on Ji Qinglin. "I've finished one. How are you doing?" But to his surprise, Ji Qinglin had already taken care of both undead herself. Torch Dragon was utterly stunned. While Torch Dragon was still in shock, the remaining undead launched a sneak attack from behind. Looking ahead, he saw the auction host hiding beneath a table, with the ancient sword he had purchased earlier beside him. "I bought this earlier. I can use it now, right?" Torch Dragon asked as he stepped forward. The host was in no mood to object and immediately agreed. Grasping the ancient sword, Torch Dragon stepped forward to confront the undead. With a single slash, Torch Dragon split the undead cleanly in 2. So powerful, even in such badly damaged condition, it can still unleash such terrifying force. It truly deserves to be called a legendary weapon. At that moment, Torch Dragon and Qinglin received intelligence through their earpieces. This is bad. A large number of anomalies have appeared throughout River City. There are Remnant class, Knight class, and even Bishop class ones. They have begun attacking civilians, and a catastrophic disaster may be forming. The one behind the mass appearance of these anomalies was, of course, slaughter. Ha ha ha. Let's get more chaotic. More chaotic. The end of the world has arrived. Qinglin immediately realized what was happening. This had to be the Calamity Cult's plan. Their member, Bad Blood, had attacked the auction and taken the signal away. Iris, on the other end of the line, also reported, "I'll submit the relevant information. Please act as quickly as possible." Because of the Mirror Nightmare incident, the River City Division had suffered severe losses and could not handle so many anomalies at once. Torch Dragon thought to himself, there are too many out-of-control anomalies. The action teams don't have enough manpower. Seeing what was happening before him, he suddenly had an idea. That's right, the people attending this auction are all players, aren't they? But the problem was that they had all been poisoned by the mysterious girl's goo insects. Torch Dragon immediately set up a stall and began handing out antidotes for free. Any poison players can come here for a free antidote. Don't miss out. The poison players immediately rushed toward him. "Give me one. I want an antidote." Wait. Torch Dragon did not hand over the antidotes right away. "I can give you the antidotes, but you need to do something for me first. Suppress the anomalies appearing in River City. Of course, your efforts will not go unrewarded. 1,000 achievement points for each Remnant class anomaly, 5,000 for each Knight class anomaly, and 30,000 for each Bishop class anomaly. What do you say?" Everyone immediately erupted in excitement. A single Remnant class anomaly is worth 1,000 achievement points? That's an incredible deal. It's much safer than risking our lives in that sin game. We're in. But what if you refuse to pay and run off afterward? Torch Dragon introduced Ji Qinglin beside him. "This young lady is a representative of the Human Security Bureau. Even if you don't trust me, You trust the Human Security Bureau, right? Ji Qinglin directly removed her mask, revealing her true face. This commission is now an official Human Security Bureau mission, and we require your full cooperation. Old man number 71 spoke up from the side. Miss, the anomalies appearing in the city aren't few in number. Based on the price this kid offered, the estimate comes to over 2 million achievement points. Can a Human Security Bureau guarantee payment in full? Seeing Qinglin's hesitation, Torch Dragon immediately stepped in. It's only 2 million. There's no need to trouble the Human Security Bureau. Before every player present, Torch Dragon displayed his balance of 5 million achievement points. 1 hour later, the streets were packed with monsters that had emerged amid the chaos. They roamed everywhere, hunting and killing innocent civilians. But one monster was quickly cut down on the spot by a sword-wielding player. Great! Another 1,000 achievement points in the bag. Chongning Street has been cleared of monsters. Where should I go next? His support staff stared at him in surprise. You're really not going to rest? You only just reached silver rank, right? You've already killed 3 monsters in a row. Do you still have spiritual power left? The man laughed heartily. As long as the points are enough, I'll be full of energy. Killing 5 more wouldn't be a problem. The support staff was speechless. Fine, go to East Street, 300 meters away. There's a night class anomaly there, and 2 players are already waiting. A night class anomaly was worth 5,000 achievement points. Even split 3 ways, that was over 1,500 each. Ignoring the grateful civilians behind him, the player immediately rushed toward East Street. At headquarters, Iris was bewildered. Where did that Torch Dragon find these people? 1 or 2 would be understandable, but every single one of them is acting like they've been drugged. They're insanely fired up. Just then, Iris's phone rang. Torch Dragon was calling to ask about the situation. Iris immediately reported, Torch Dragon, the addition of so many players has effectively curbed the monster spread. The affected area has significantly decreased. But as for the achievement points, since you made this decision suddenly without informing us, the organization may not reimburse the cost. Achievement points had never been a concern for Torch Dragon because he had nothing but achievement points. System, open the achievement interface. Extraordinary Disaster 1. A player under your command has killed a remnant class anomaly. Additional reward, 300 merit points. Extraordinary Disaster 2. A player under your command has killed a night class anomaly. Reward, 100 merit points. Extraordinary Disaster 3. A player under your command has killed a bishop class anomaly. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Just as Torch Dragon had expected, he was making back more than half of the merit points he spent. What a profit! Qinglin ignored Torch Dragon's beaming grin and repeatedly asked whether the cause of the anomaly outbreak had been identified. Iris immediately reported it has. Based on the clues you provided, after narrowing the investigation to the Calamity Cult, the Intelligence Analysis Department identified the cause. The cause of this extraordinary disaster is a sanctuary-class monster from the Calamity Cult. Its code name is the Pianist. At the mention of a sanctuary-class creature, both Torch Dragon and Qinglin's expressions changed. The Pianist last appeared in Mudo City, North America. More than 300,000 people died, and the city was completely destroyed. It seems they intend to recreate the Mudo City disaster here. Qinglin added, the Calamity Cult has always believed that chaos is the truth. That is why they destroy everything and hasten the arrival of the apocalypse. But this time, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. According to the records, as its music progresses, the level of the anomalous beasts summoned by the Pianist will steadily rise. Eventually, it will summon sanctuary-class beasts, or even higher. One of the final lines units is coming to support River City. Before they arrive, do everything you can to stop the Pianist performance. The final line? What is that? Torch Dragon asked. The final line is the Human Security Bureau's most elite combat force. There are only 5 rule class players. They are truly humanity's final line of defense. Torch Dragon understood, but even if they tried to stall for time, they did not know where the Pianist was. What could they do? Iris continued, we are using the newly appearing anomalous beast to locate the conductor. We have already identified the general area. Please proceed to the Western District. The moment the exact location is determined, I will inform you both immediately. Torch Dragon and Qinglin nodded at each other and immediately set off for the Western District. At the same time, Li Tai, having received the intelligence, also promptly arrived in the Western District. I've reached the Western District. No anomalous beasts have been found yet. At that moment, Li Tai saw strange music emanating from the rooftop of a high-rise building. The pianist has been found. It's on the roof of Dream Tower, beginning anomalous beast containment. Iris immediately tried to stop Li Tai. Don't be so reckless. The pianist is a sanctuary-class monster. You can't defeat it alone. Li Tai ignored Iris's warning completely. For players, nothing is impossible. Li Tai immediately unleashed his domineering skill, Guardian Soul Demon Slash. A massive blade of sword energy descended from the sky, striking directly toward the pianist. But just as Li Tai swung his sword, Slaughter suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. At last, someone has made it here. The Human Security Bureau's lapdogs have finally arrived. I've been waiting so long my scalp was itching. Fighting really is the best. Slaughter used his overwhelming speed to flash in front of Li Tai and punched him squarely in the face. With only that simple strike, the enormous gap between their strength became clear. Li Tai was sent flying a great distance. TCH, one punch and you're done? How boring. He turned toward the pianist. Hey, you filthy spider. If you don't want to die, play faster. Slaughter's words appeared to have an effect. The moment he urged it on, the pianist's playing sped up dramatically. The piano music echoed throughout the Western District, rapidly forming a conspicuous blue gate in the sky, resembling a teleportation portal. How is this possible? Another sanctuary-class energy fluctuation? How could it be this fast? We're finished. It's really over. Everyone run. Iris felt despair as she watched the warning. Don't panic. What is the code of conduct for the Intelligence Analysis Department? Qinglin gently reminded her. Iris answered, always remain calm, always remain objective, and always remain truthful. Good. Now tell us what happened. Iris refocused and began her report. The pianist's performance has accelerated substantially compared to the Mudo City incident. The Sanctuary-class portal has opened 2 hours earlier. Based on the portal's expansion rate, a second Sanctuary-class monster will emerge. The final line will need at least another hour to arrive, so we must delay this for at least 30 more minutes. 30 minutes? Li Tai also received the news. You underestimate me. I can do it. Mr. Li Tai has located the pianist and is currently attacking it, but someone has intercepted him. Please provide support as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Torch Dragon and Ji Qinglin immediately set out without further hesitation. At the same time, on the rooftop, Slaughter was still relentlessly insulting the pianist. Trash. Scum. Useless. Play faster. Li Tai got back up and charged forward with his sword once again. But as before, Slaughter easily stopped him. You survived one of my attacks? Not bad. Not bad at all. Elite snorted coldly. A hero does not retreat at a critical moment. Is that so? Slaughter's fighting spirit rose at once. Then I'll break every bone in your body and see whether you can still keep talking tough. A barrage of palm strikes surged from Slaughter's arms like a violent storm toward Li Tai. This time, Li Tai ignored everything else and, like a madman, took all of Slaughter's attacks head-on. Trying to trade injuries with me? Slaughter thought. Or has he simply lost his mind? Yet while fighting Li Tai, Slaughter still kept an eye on the pianist's performance. The pianist's performance has been disrupted. At this rate, we may be able to hold out until the final line arrives, Iris quietly reported. Slaughter also realized Li Tai's intention. He was deliberately slowing the pianist's progress, not merely attacking Slaughter in a frenzy. The instant Slaughter was distracted, Li Tai slashed him across the chest. But Slaughter was tough enough to endure the pain and charge at Li Tai again at terrifying speed. Keep moving, brat. Slaughter drove his head directly into Li Tai's. Which part of you do you want me to rip out first? Just as Slaughter was about to punch through Li Tai's body, a sharp palm strike cut into the battle. Torch Dragon and Qinglin had arrived in time to rescue him. Please be careful. The man before you is Seat Number 7, the Calamity Cult's harbinger of chaos, codenamed Slaughter. Over the past 2 years, he has committed 7 massacres, claiming more than 10,000 victims. He is a major criminal wanted by the organization. After receiving Iris's intelligence, Torch Dragon knew that the man before them was not to be underestimated. Slaughter's body shifted slightly. He was a close combat physical enhancement specialist. His known abilities included blood manipulation and superhuman regeneration. His estimated level was peak gold rank. Some even believed he had entered the half-step rule realm. Li Tai had now been completely defeated by Slaughter and could no longer move. Was it blood loss, or were his injuries simply too severe? You're Ling Guiyun, aren't you? I know you. How could I not? You're the son of a legendary prophet. The boss even specifically told me to take special care of you. But I've never liked holding back, so try your best not to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Slaughter vanished from Torch Dragon's sight. He was too fast, terrifyingly fast. With a simple palm strike, Torch Dragon immediately spat out several mouthfuls of blood. If the ancient sword had not absorbed part of the force, every bone in his body would already have been shattered. This guy completely surpasses me in raw strength. He has long since reached peak gold rank. Without giving Torch Dragon any chance to catch his breath, Slaughter once again launched a relentless barrage of palm strikes. So fast. If I had been even slightly slower just now, I would have lost this arm. Slaughter smiled mockingly. You're pretty quick at dodging, but can you dodge this one too? Blood bullet meteor shower. The droplets of blood surrounding Slaughter's body transformed into bullets and rushed toward Torch Dragon at terrifying speed. Seeing Torch Dragon in danger, Ji Qinglin could no longer remain idle and immediately joined the battle. Slaughter's greatest strength was his speed. Even when caught off guard, he always managed to evade at the last possible instant. You're courting death. Ji Qinglin's sudden intervention had truly enraged him. He shifted his target to Ji Qinglin, but she instantly vanished from his sight. Astonishment was written all over Slaughter's face. Teleportation. No, it's partial elementalization, turning part of her body into lightning to achieve extreme speed. Torch Dragon was somewhat confused. What is partial elementalization? Yanwei explained, it's an ability she obtained in the Azure Bird dungeon last time. By resonating more deeply with an element, she can temporarily elementalize part of her body and gain a corresponding enhancement. Earth is dense, water is flexible, and the lightning element controlled by Azure Bird grants terrifying destructive power and speed. Ji Qinglin and Slaughter charged at each other once more. Their speeds were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. Watching the intense clash unfold, Li Tai struggled to force his body upright from the ground. Move for me. Either my hands or my feet, anything. Do I really want to watch my teammates die right in front of me? Or wait for someone else to save us? Hey, demon, take whatever you need. Just give me strength. Boom, boom. The ground was soon torn apart by the aftershocks of their battle. However, Ji Qinglin appeared to be at a disadvantage, constantly forced back under Slaughter's pressure. But everything had gone according to Slaughter's calculations. Once Ji Qinglin had retreated far enough, she suddenly discovered that red tentacles from Slaughter's body had seized her left leg. I got you. The weakness of partial elementalization is that your real flesh still exists. Now you can start thinking of your last words. With that, Slaughter charged at Ji Qinglin again like a madman. Just as she thought death was certain, Torch Dragon suddenly appeared in front of her. Thanks for helping me buy some time. Seeing Torch Dragon shield Ji Qinglin, Slaughter had no intention of stopping. He swung a fist carrying devastating power straight at him. Torch Dragon activated his blazing fury to meet the attack head-on. Wrathful Strike activated. Their fists collided at the same time. Even more surprisingly, Torch Dragon was the victor in this exchange, successfully sending Slaughter flying backward. A skill. Slaughter was somewhat surprised. Finally, something interesting. While everyone was occupied with fighting, the pianist continued playing without pause, opening the teleportation gate. Yanwei shouted over the radio, "This is bad. The pianist's summoning has recovered. The time until the second Sanctuary class anomaly appears is being shortened." Torch Dragon turned to Ji Qinglin. I'll leave that piano player to you. The only way to stop the anomaly's arrival now is for us to split up. Before leaving, though she did not say it aloud, Ji Qinglin silently prayed, Torch Dragon, you have to survive. Hey, do you really think you can handle me by yourself? Slaughter looked down on Torch Dragon, but Torch Dragon paid no attention to him because he still had another helper. The person he meant was Li Tai, who had finally managed to stand. Damn it, why aren't you dead yet? Slaughter could hardly believe that Li Tai was still standing. Because I'm a demon. With that, Li Tai charged forward like a madman, sword raised. This time, Slaughter was no longer as relaxed as before. He had to face attacks from two people at once, striking from opposite sides. Before long, one of his arms was severed, blood spraying everywhere. What is that sword of yours? Slaughter roared in demand. There's no point explaining it to you. You're too poor. You've probably never seen anything this good before. Don't give him time to recover. Attack together. Torch Dragon did not fall for Slaughter's scheme and immediately launched another simultaneous assault with Li Tai. It's only one arm. You think that's enough to deal with me? You're still far too green. Even with one arm gone, Slaughter was not afraid. Shut up. Li Tai decisively swung his sword, cutting across Slaughter's body. Strangely, the wound rapidly healed. Not enough. It's not enough. Seeing that Li Tai's attack had failed, Torch Dragon immediately rushed in with a fierce barrage. He closed the distance with Cloud Step, then unleashed Wrathful Strike again. This sword thrust pierced straight through Slaughter's heart. This time, Slaughter had lost all arrogance and could only throw back his head and groan painfully. Tisich, that brat actually stole my kill, Li Tai said unwillingly. Torch Dragon had thought it was over. That last strike should have killed Slaughter. Yet, unexpectedly, the man's vitality was absurdly tenacious. Even after taking such damage, he was still alive. Suddenly, a great deal of strange mucus appeared around Slaughter's body and enveloped Torch Dragon. Before long, the strands of slime curled together into a solid wall, trapping both Torch Dragon and Slaughter inside. Outside, Li Tai tried to slash through the slimy wall with his sword, but it was completely useless. It was even harder than steel, and his blade could not leave a single mark. Ji Qinglin, who was trying to stop the pianist nearby, was also drawn to the sudden development. Back on Torch Dragon's side, after being sealed inside that bizarre wall, he found himself trapped in an entirely unfamiliar space. "Welcome to my soul space," Slaughter said. "No one else can interfere with us here. Outside, we fought over our bodies. Now, naturally, we'll fight with our souls." "Fight with our souls? What do you mean?" Torch Dragon did not quite understand. "When my body dies, this space opens and brings both me and the person who killed me inside." The surrounding space shifted slightly, forming two platforms opposite each other beneath Torch Dragon and Slaughter. "Then this scale will measure both our souls. Whoever weighs more wins. The winner receives everything from the loser: abilities, life force, experience, and combat skills. The ability bestowed upon me by Sin Game is to judge trash humans like you. Our Calamity Cult are the chosen ones." The comparison began. The scale tilted, raising Torch Dragon higher than Slaughter. "Torch Dragon, your equipment may be decent, but you're still only a novice player. As for me, I slaughtered and harvested countless lives. The weight of my soul is far greater than yours. Very soon, everything you have will belong to me." Torch Dragon asked. "So what this is comparing is the weight of our souls." Torch Dragon suddenly reached out and tore off the bracelet on his wrist. The moment it came off, his side of the scale sank below Slaughter's. Slaughter could not understand it. Why had Torch Dragon's soul suddenly become so immense? Behind Torch Dragon, a crimson eye slowly appeared, like a god gazing down upon the world. Facing that eye, Slaughter scarcely dared breathe. The scale measuring Torch Dragon's soul weight soared rapidly after the eye appeared. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can anything weigh more than hundreds, even thousands of souls?" Torch Dragon said slowly, "It's simple, because this is no ordinary soul. It belongs to a god." The scale officially reached 1,000, sending Torch Dragon's side all the way to the bottom and pushing Slaughter's side to the very top. The outcome was clear. Even within his own soul world, Slaughter had lost. "I don't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose." But no matter how he screamed, his fate was still complete annihilation. Once you sit at the gambling table, how can you expect to win without the possibility of losing? If you choose to wager everything you own, there are only two possible outcomes: gain everything or lose it all. After dealing with Slaughter, Torch Dragon now had to face something even more terrifying: that evil god's eye. "This is a problem. Can you obediently go back now?" Warning: abnormal intrusion detected. Warning: abnormal intrusion detected. The player is losing control of his body. Torch Dragon had known this would happen when he decided to release that thing. The scene shifted to Yanwei. Teleportation gate expansion estimated at 90. Prediction: the second stage Sanctuary class anomaly will arrive in 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglin became anxious. "We can't get past the wall of laws to harm the pianist. We can only delay it this much. How much longer until the final line arrives?" Yanwei could not answer, because the signal interference was too severe. From the other side of the gate, a pair of enormous hands slowly emerged, attempting to forcibly tear the teleportation gate wider open. Yinwei's face turned pale. The sanctuary class anomaly on the other side is actively ripping open the gate. As the situation became increasingly dire, Li Tai drew his sword and rushed forward, slashing wildly. This damned wall of laws. How much time do we have left? Yinwei sighed. There isn't enough time. It'll arrive in just over 10 seconds. A massive head slowly emerged from the other side of the teleportation gate. The anomaly's body had to be several hundred meters tall. The moment that monster appeared, the entire city of River City was covered in ice and snow in an instant. A sanctuary class frost giant, wielding the law of frost. Within 1 minute, an extreme cold storm would sweep across half of River City. Seeing the sanctuary class anomaly officially arrive, many people could not help wondering what River City's fate would be. A helicopter appeared in the sky and flew toward the anomaly. A man stood within it, smiling confidently. Do not lose heart. Do not despair. Victory in this battle is already decided because I'm here. Yinwei immediately brightened. It's Mr. Army Breaker. The man called Mr. Army Breaker leapt directly from the helicopter. We are the spokespeople of civilization and the representatives of order. Be astonished. Hate me. Despair. My cruelty exists to protect order and civilization. 1,000 army strike. Boom. Mr. Army Breaker unleashed his ultimate move the moment he arrived. In a single instant, he brought down the sanctuary class frost giant. Is this humanity's final line? At the same time, on Torch Dragon's side, red alerts continued to sound. Intrusion, 65. The player is losing control of his body. Yinwei had been grinning non-stop since Mr. Army Breaker appeared. According to battle simulations, Mr. Army Breaker can eliminate the frost giant within 1 minute. Once the pianist and Slaughter are eliminated, this terrible disaster will be over. Only then did Li Tai notice that the cocoon, which had trapped Torch Dragon, had disappeared at some point. Ji Qinglin immediately became alert and warned Li Tai, "Be careful. I have an extremely bad feeling about this." Then they spotted someone floating unnaturally in the sky. Looking closely, it was Torch Dragon. But Torch Dragon looked extremely abnormal. His eyes were blood red and radiated evil energy. He suddenly shouted 2 words, "Calamity descends." Ji Qinglin instantly realized something was wrong. Careful, that isn't Torch Dragon. Ji Qinglin was right. The one before them clearly was not Torch Dragon. The moment the evil god saw Ji Qinglin and Li Tai, it launched an attack. A mere palm strike from its fingers shattered the ground. Yinwei also received a barrage of warnings. Unanswered call. Geiger counter alert. Distortion energy level rapidly rising. Bishop class. Peak Bishop class. Sanctuary class. System assessment. Torch Dragon has lost control. What everyone now faced was another Sanctuary class anomaly. The pianist continued playing without stopping, but the power of his piano seemed to clash with the energy radiating from Torch Dragon's body. Before long, Ji Qinglin noticed that the pianist was trembling. It looked like an instinctive reaction of fear. Very quickly, the pianist's power was completely destroyed by the overwhelming force emanating from Torch Dragon's body. Only 2 words rang out: insolence. The pressure directly bore down upon the pianist's body. Ji Qinglin and Li Tai, standing nearby, also endured terrifying pressure. Just the aftershock has this much suppressive force. What the hell is that thing? Having heard Torch Dragon speak of it before, Ji Qinglin knew a little. That is the Calamity Star, a catastrophe-class anomaly, the harbinger of disaster, Kairos. Torch Dragon, now consumed by darkness, looked at the pianist as if he were no more than a fly. A traitor must be eliminated. With that, Torch Dragon clenched his hand. With that simple motion, the Sanctuary class anomaly, known as the pianist, was instantly killed. Yinwei confirmed it as well. The pianist has indeed vanished. Torch Dragon's distortion energy continues to rise and has been classified as a secondary catastrophe. After instantly killing the pianist with a single clench, the evil god turned its attention toward Ji Qinglin and Li Tai. Both were terrified, but the pressure crushing their bodies made escape impossible. Without hesitation, the evil god swung its palm again, striking directly at Ji Qinglin and Li Tai. At that moment, Mr. Army Breaker suddenly appeared before them and shielded them. With one hand alone, he blocked all of the evil god's power. I told you, there is nothing to fear because I am here. Ji Qinglin was overjoyed. It's Mr. Army Breaker. But what about the Frost Giant? It turned out that Mr. Army Breaker had already dealt with the Frost Giant completely, and its body was slowly disappearing. The problem now was the evil god monster before them, which had taken possession of Torch Dragon's body. At this moment, Torch Dragon was forcibly confined inside a place like an iron cage. I've been possessed. How did this happen? Damn it. A notification appeared. Mission complete. Congratulations, player, for ending the extraordinary disaster and saving the city. Reward, 3 million achievement points. What use were reward points at a time like this? What could he even buy with them? Suddenly remembering something, Torch Dragon hurriedly shouted, System, summon the achievement reward. Heretic's Bane. Mission reward, Reclaim Malice. Can be used on anomaly units of any rank. Spend a certain amount of achievement points to forcibly reclaim the target. The success rate is determined by the target's rank and the number of achievement points spent. If successful, the anomaly becomes the host's slave. If unsuccessful, the spent achievement points are lost. With this, Torch Dragon still had a chance to turn things around. The night is still young. Unlucky Harbinger purchase failed. Torch Dragon had no idea how many times notifications like that had rung in his ears. Still useless? No, the system says the unlucky Harbinger cannot be purchased in the first place, but only a fragment of it is inside my body. Unlucky Harbinger. Karos' true body. Type, Evil God. Energy level, Catastrophe class. Purchase success rate, 0. If that's the case, change the purchase target. Set the target to Karos' Evil God Eyes. Target changed to Unlucky Eyes. Type, Evolving Evil God. Energy level, Sanctuary class. Purchase success rate, 0.0001. Good. The rate is no longer 0. Now it's time for my performance. Beginning the purchase process. Achievement points continue to plummet with every failed purchase. Even Torch Dragon had no idea how many times he had failed. They were impossible to count. Friendly reminder, the purchase target exceeds the player's strength. The success rate is extremely low. Please select a more suitable target. Torch Dragon ignored the friendly reminder and continued purchasing. He would not stop until he succeeded. Although the success rate is only 1 in 10,000, it's still just a matter of numbers. I only need to overwhelm it with more numbers. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. After tens of thousands of failures, he finally succeeded. Reclaim Malice successful. 7.84 million achievement points consumed. The unlucky eyes now belong to the player. Connection to the unlucky Harbinger has been severed, reclaiming control of the body. System, inspect the unlucky eyes attributes. Opening the unlucky eyes attribute panel. Follower, Unlucky Eyes. Energy level, Sanctuary class. Type, Evil God Incarnation. Ability, dissolves bodily outlines. Unlucky Curse, Decay Curse. Phase Shift, Polarized Surface. Curse Resistance, Corrosion, Curse Resistance, Abnormality Resistance, Clan Extermination Calamity. So many skills. Is this the strength of the Sanctuary class? Blinding light flooded Torch Dragon's vision. It looked like he was about to wake up and regain control of his body. The instant he opened his eyes, Torch Dragon saw a man throwing a punch at him. Mr. Army Breaker sighed. How sad. Why are you still unwilling to accept your doomed fate after becoming a remnant anomaly? Anomaly? Torch Dragon was somewhat bewildered. Big brother, don't be so hasty. I've recovered already. Mr. Army Breaker's expression immediately darkened. Trying to impersonate one of us to deceive me? You damned anomaly. Slash. Before Torch Dragon understood what had happened, a long streak of blood suddenly ran down his face. What was that? A punch? Zulfust. I got hit without even knowing what happened. A fatal strike detected. Would you like to activate the Blood Frenzy Enhancement skill to evade it? Torch Dragon recognized it as Slaughter's skill. There was no time to hesitate. Activate it immediately. Blood Frenzy Enhancement deployed. Torch Dragon instantly entered a berserk state. Such intense, killing intent. As expected, an anomaly is still an anomaly. Don't worry, comrade. I'll make sure you die with your body intact. Mr. Army Breaker once again launched a barrage of punches and kicks at Torch Dragon. But this time, Blood Frenzy Enhancement elevated Torch Dragon's speed to an entirely new level, allowing him to effortlessly evade every one of those terrifying punches. Left, right chest. I can see the lines of attack. This is Slaughter's combat experience. Although Torch Dragon had fully inherited Slaughter's lifetime of combat experience, the man before him was no amateur. With only a few feints, Mr. Army Breaker successfully slipped behind Torch Dragon. Rest in peace, comrade. Why resist? Why not quietly accept your release? Bang! A punch struck Torch Dragon squarely in the body. Could he survive Mr. Army Breaker's punch? That's enough. First you call me an anomaly, then you talk about releasing me. You keep talking to yourself. Do you really think I won't fight back? Driven into a corner, Torch Dragon showed no further restraint and summoned the calamity he had just purchased. An evil eye immediately appeared in the sky. Decay Ray activated. A beam of deathly energy shot from the eye straight toward Mr. Army Breaker. This anomaly attack is powerful. It even causes mental lethargy and physical weakness. But that was not all. Torch Dragon activated Blood Bullets, Meteor Swarm. It was a skill he had learned from Slaughter. Not stopping there, Torch Dragon also used his own Hellfire Awakening to increase the damage. At this point, Ji Qinglin could no longer sit still. You two stop immediately. Torch Dragon, if you attack the final line again, the organization will regard you as a deserter. And you, Mr. Army Breaker, Torch Dragon's condition has been resolved. Please carry a communicator with you when you go out on missions. Torch Dragon's jaw dropped. Damn it, my attacks just now were aimed at humanity's final line. As the smoke cleared, the man known as Mr. Army Breaker gradually came into view. He was completely uninjured. Communicators are simply too easy to damage. I'll be more careful next time. I never expected you to reclaim control of your body. Is this the son of the previous Torch Dragon? He certainly isn't ordinary. Not bad. Mr. Army Breaker could not help praising Torch Dragon. Only then did Torch Dragon return to Ji Qinglin and Li Tai. Seeing the empty piano platform in front of him, he had no idea what had happened. Where is the pianist? Qinglin and Li Tai exchanged looks, unsure how to answer. Were they supposed to say that Torch Dragon had casually crushed him to death while out of control? What? I did that. Torch Dragon did not understand when he had killed the pianist. Yes, you did. What exactly happened between you and Slaughter? Why did the calamity suddenly take control of your body? And how did you regain control? I need to put it in the report later. Mr. Army Breaker slowly descended as well. I've confirmed it. All anomalies currently in River City have been completely eliminated. We have once again successfully destroyed a catastrophe. Especially you, kid. I haven't met a newcomer who could play with me in a long time. Very good. Extremely good. Mr. Army Breaker lightly patted Torch Dragon. Yet Torch Dragon felt as though the bones throughout his body were about to shatter. But I couldn't hurt you at all, Mr. Army Breaker, could I? No, Mr. Army Breaker shook his head. You did injure me a little. My recovery ability is simply too strong. He actually managed to injure Army Breaker? Both Qinglin and Li Tai looked at Torch Dragon differently. Mr. Army Breaker, you should put on your communicator first. There's an urgent call coming in, Qinglin reminded him. Urgent voices came through the radio. Mr. Army Breaker, an out-of-control instance dungeon has appeared along the coast. A sanctuary-class anomaly is suspected of having entered the sea. Please provide support immediately. After receiving the news, Mr. Army Breaker walked over to Torch Dragon. I have to go, young man. A crisis is drawing near, and our civilization is in danger. Grow stronger quickly and become humanity's final line. I believe you can do it. Faced with Mr. Army Breaker's enthusiasm, Torch Dragon naturally shook his hand with a smile. Torch Dragon also had great confidence in himself. After shaking Torch Dragon's hand, Mr. Army Breaker immediately boarded the helicopter and hurried away to deal with the emergency. Watching Lord Army Breaker leave, Torch Dragon could not help sighing. Humanity's final line. He arrives in a rush and leaves in a rush like a storm. Qinglin walked over and said, "Everyone who has met Mr. Army Breaker says the same thing. Brilliant, passionate, frank, and strong, like a summer storm." Iris suddenly reported from the other end of the line, "Mr. Torch Dragon, we have a small problem. It's not about anomalies, but the enormous reward you promised earlier. The players are now fighting over achievement points, and they've practically blown up the communication channel." Torch Dragon had nearly forgotten about that. "Contact the Blackstone Merchant Guild. Ask them to arrange a venue, and I'll settle this." Iris replied, "But the anomalies created by the pianist exceeded our estimates. According to current statistics, you'll need to pay more than 500,000 achievement points. At that moment, countless notifications appeared before Torch Dragon. Achievement obtained. Repelled anomalies. Reward, 100,000 achievement points. Achievement obtained. Heretic's Bane. Reward, 500,000 achievement points. Achievement obtained. Save the city. Reward, 3 million achievement points. Total received, 3.6 million achievement points. It's only 500,000 achievement points. Tell them that every player who participated will receive an additional 5,000 achievement points as a bonus. Soon afterward, outside the Blackstone Merchant Guild's Spring Breeze Pavilion, all verified players who had participated in the battle were brought in to collect Torch Dragon's rewards. The line of players waiting to collect their rewards was already packed. Please line up properly. No pushing or shoving. There are enough achievement points for everyone, so there's no need to rush. Inside the room, the person seated in the middle and receiving each player was Torch Dragon. Mr. Torch Dragon, here is my kill record. Torch Dragon took the phone and checked it over. Silver class. You eliminated 4 Echo class anomalies by yourself. You also worked with others to stop 2 Night class anomalies? Not bad. Would you be interested in joining the Human Security Bureau? We always welcome people like you. The man understood the implication and did not dare claim all the credit for himself. Torch Dragon began transferring the points. 15,000 achievement points were transferred to the man. Mr. Torch Dragon, did you make a mistake? According to my kill record, I should only receive 10,000 points. It's a bonus, Torch Dragon said calmly. A reward for protecting civilians while you eliminated those anomalies. Remember to do more good deeds in the future. They'll bring you plenty of merit. The man was deeply grateful to Torch Dragon. Thank you so much, Mr. Torch Dragon. Thank you. Thus, an entire day of handing out points finally came to an end. They're finally all distributed. This is the first time I've felt that giving away money could be so exhausting. The auction host spoke up. Perhaps it's because no one has ever given out so many points at once like you have. Thanks to you, I would probably have died at the auction otherwise. To thank you for your help, the Blackstone Merchant Guild asked me to give this to you. The Blackstone Merchant Guild had sent Torch Dragon a black card, but he did not understand its purpose. This card signifies that you are the Blackstone Merchant Guild's most esteemed guest. You have priority purchasing rights and permanent discounts on all guild products. You may also use this card to request assistance from our guild at any time. Torch Dragon put the black card into his pocket and asked, "What about the signal? Any news?" The host replied, "The signal is still in Blood Demon's possession, but please don't worry. Every item from our guild bears a special mark, and we are about to trace it. At the latest, the signal will be delivered to you within 1 day." Torch Dragon nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I'll go back and rest first, then I'll wait for your good news." Outside Spring Breeze Pavilion, Ji Qinglin had not left. She stayed behind, waiting for Torch Dragon to finish handling everything. "Finished? Want to get something to eat? My treat." Naturally, Torch Dragon could not refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to eat. "Sure, I've been busy for so long that I'm already starving." Ji Qinglin did not take him to any luxurious restaurant, but instead brought him to an ordinary street food stall. "Grandpa, 2 bowls of your signature noodles, please." Very quickly, 2 bowls of spicy rice noodles were placed before them. Torch Dragon casually asked, "Grandpa, didn't they say anomalies appeared in the city yesterday? Why you still dare to set up your stall here?" The old man cheerfully replied, "What's there to fear? Didn't a chemical plant in the Eastern District explode and make some people hallucinate? During the war, I even delivered meals to the front lines. My stall has been operating for 40 years, rain or shine." Was a chemical plant explosion the explanation given by the organization? Torch Dragon quietly asked. Qinglin nodded. "Yes. After all, there's no way to tell ordinary people the truth." "Then what about those who actually saw the anomalies?" Torch Dragon asked again. "They receive specialized treatment, medicine, hypnosis, even players' abilities. Before long, they'll forget and believe they merely had a nightmare. Everyone who died is listed as a victim of the explosion, and the organization provides pensions to their families." "How many people died in this incident?" Torch Dragon asked. "About 260 are currently on record. The total is probably close to 300. Torch Dragon had not expected so many people to die. "I used to think Sing Game was just a simple game, but if I had been a little stronger, Qinglin immediately interrupted him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it hadn't been for you this time, River City's losses would have been far worse, and many more innocent people would have been dragged into it. Thank you, Torch Dragon. Qinglin's sudden, heartfelt gratitude made Torch Dragon a little embarrassed. Why had I never noticed that she looked so beautiful when she smiled? Torch Dragon's compliment made Qinglin blush in embarrassment. She abruptly stood up, turned around, and strode away. What nonsense are you talking about? Once you're done eating, hurry up and pay. Torch Dragon could not understand why Qinglin was acting like that. Wasn't she the one who had offered to treat him? Why was he the one paying now? The scene shifted to the Human Security Bureau's conference room. Many of the organization's core members were present. Everyone is here, correct? The meeting will begin. You have all read the River City report, haven't you? The first to speak was Deputy Director Su Jingyan. Professor Bai smiled and continued. After reviewing it, I believe it was a super catastrophe that affected very few people. Therefore, this incident can be considered resolved rather perfectly. Su Jingyan angrily slammed the table. The topic of discussion today is not that abnormal catastrophe. It is the current Torch Dragon, whether Lin Guiyun is safe for us. Professor Bai immediately refuted him. Didn't he perform excellently this time? He eliminated the pianist and Slaughter by himself and shattered the Calamity cult scheme. Su Jingyan roared again, but the report also states that a sanctuary class anomaly took control of his body. Another person spoke up. Didn't he regain control of his body? He even enslaved that anomaly afterward. Sanctuary class. Add 4 and carry 5. We have another final line. Yet you still object. Su Jingyan remained adamantly opposed. But he is only gold class himself. Enslaving something beyond his rank should be nearly impossible. If this is an anomaly in disguise, how much damage would it cause the organization once he becomes a final line? My proposal is to detain him, ensure that he remains under surveillance at all times, and eliminate every potential risk. The man in the brown suit also found that inappropriate. How do you intend to monitor him? His strength has already reached the peak of gold class, and he also has a sanctuary class little pet. Are you going to station a final line there to watch him? Do you know how severely we lack high-level combat power? A stern voice came through the radio. Su Jingyan's concerns are justified. Out-of-rank enslavement, loss of control regression, and that abnormal growth rate. This young man, Lin Guiyun, is at an extremely high risk of losing control. The person speaking through the radio was none other than the director, the Human Security Bureau Supreme Commander. But we can't waste food just because someone sneezed. He has rendered service to the organization, so we can't lock him up merely because of a potential risk. Kaka, what do you think? This girl named Kaka had been focused on her game console from beginning to end, paying no attention whatsoever to this high-level emergency meeting. Only when the director asked did she put down her console. Whether he is a risk depends on the individual. If you're worried, why not simply conduct a risk assessment on him? I wanted to study sanctuary class things for a very, very long time. Meanwhile, Torch Dragon was walking down the street and sneezing repeatedly. Who's talking behind my back? Qinglin or Iris? Torch Dragon. A familiar voice called out from behind him. It was Li Tai, his body covered in wounds and wrapped in bandages like an Egyptian mummy. You've been discharged? No, you don't exactly look like someone who was discharged. Torch Dragon mocked him the moment they met. Cut the nonsense. Li Tai anxiously grabbed Torch Dragon by the collar and demanded, I heard you dealt with another mirror nightmare 2 days ago. Torch Dragon had nothing to hide. Yes, according to the Blackstone Merchant Guild, that mirror nightmare was left behind by evil blood while it was fleeing. I also found this in the Mirror Nightmare's remains. What Torch Dragon held up was another golden insect, identical to the one that had dropped from the Mirror Nightmare they destroyed before. Li Tai roared furiously. So it really was them, the Calamity cult. Are you crazy? We're out on the street. Despite Torch Dragon's warning, Li Tai seemed to have lost all reason to his fury. The pedestrians nearby even thought Torch Dragon and Li Tai were filming a movie. Seeing Li Tai lose control more and more, Torch Dragon had no choice but to draw his ancient sword to restrain him. Li Tai, calm down. If you cannot control yourself and let your power slaughter indiscriminately, how are you any different from the Calamity cult? Torch Dragon's words provoked Li Tai into recovering a measure of clarity. Damn it, even if I die, I will never become one of those people. Wake up. After all his effort, Li Tai finally overcame the rage within him. Good. I knew you could keep your head clear. Li Tai ignored Torch Dragon's flattering words. Stop talking nonsense. Come with me somewhere. Li Tai led Torch Dragon to a church. Why did you bring me here? Torch Dragon asked. There's a cemetery on the hill. The martyrs of the River City Human Security Bureau are buried here. Torch Dragon recalled that Qing Lin had mentioned it before. When the Demon Squad dealt with the Mirror Nightmare, they had almost been wiped out. As expected, Li Tai's comrades were all buried here. I wanted them to meet you. After all, you helped avenge them. Brothers, I brought someone to see you. I bet you'll all like him. Li Tai carefully bent down and cleaned every gravestone belonging to his comrades. All my former team members died at the hands of the Calamity Cult. I know that in your eyes, I may be nothing more than a hot-headed brute, someone willing to do anything for revenge. But those people's hands are stained with my comrades' blood. Even if revenge is meaningless, I still have to do it. Torch Dragon stepped forward and placed a hand on Li Tai's shoulder. No, I've never thought that. For those who commit unforgivable crimes, someone must make them pay. Besides, my parents' disappearance is surely connected to the Calamity Cult. But whether it is your comrades or my parents, none of them would want to see you sacrifice yourself just to avenge them. Wouldn't it be better to see our enemies surrounded and eliminated than to die together with them? If we share the same goal, then we are comrades. With a handshake, a bond forged through life and death was officially established. All right, I'm leaving now. You should head back to the hospital and rest early. Recover properly so you can return to your peak condition. As Torch Dragon slowly walked away, Li Tai suddenly called after him. Hey, you have a risk assessment in 2 days. I heard it will be a surprise inspection to determine whether you are at risk of losing control. Prepare yourself and be careful. Is this test dangerous? Torch Dragon asked. No, Li Tai shook his head. The dangerous part is not the test. It's the examiner. The person in charge of designing this assessment is Kaka. Kaka is 14 years old, an innate awakened, and the Human Security Bureau's top scientific research consultant. She has a lively, self-centered personality and acts without regard for consequences. Torch Dragon could not understand why someone of that stature would have the time to conduct his risk assessment. Iris explained, because you are also an important figure now. As long as you pass this risk assessment, you will become a reserve final line, one of the organization's most important people. Naturally, they have to be especially cautious. Qing Lin asked me to tell you that if you pass this test, you will be allowed to learn everything the organization knows about your parents. At the mention of his parents, Torch Dragon immediately became serious. Then what do I need to prepare? Iris continued. No one can predict what kind of test Miss Kaka will design. But since it is a risk assessment, do your utmost to remain stable and demonstrate that you can control your mental state, your powers, and other aspects of yourself. The door opened, and Qing Lin announced, Are you ready? The test is about to begin. At the Human Security Bureau, Kaka, director of the Anomaly Investigation Division, had arrived along with several others. These people will be responsible for this assessment. They are all experts in neurology, psychology, occult research, and spiritual studies. Miss Kaka will be responsible for the final evaluation. Stop wasting time. Let's begin the test, Kaka said coldly. Torch Dragon was led by the group to the official testing site. Sit over there and follow the instructions. Before leaving, Qing Lin offered Torch Dragon a few encouraging words. Don't be too nervous. You'll be fine. Here are the test questions. Torch Dragon then began a series of evaluations. They included an antisocial personality test, a mental stability test, and a distortion control test. Next is the most important step. We need to test your ability to control the Eye of Calamity. Torch Dragon spoke up as well. Then everyone please step back and give me some room. Torch Dragon immediately summoned his Eye of Calamity, and the entire surrounding space changed. The distortion energy level is so high. What would it feel like to touch it? Wet or dry? A fully controlled sanctuary class ability. This is truly unbelievable. They are more excited than I expected. And a little livelier too, Torch Dragon remarked as he scratched his head. Kaka added, that's normal. After all, this is their first time coming into contact with a sanctuary class anomaly in its awakened state. All right, command it to act according to my orders. Fire at that target. This was no challenge for Torch Dragon. With a single thought, the Eye of Calamity instantly obliterated the target. The next task was to move the Eye of Calamity to a designated location. That was even easier for Torch Dragon. The next step required him to control the Eye of Calamity while the scientists took a small tissue sample from it. However, because it was their first time being so close to a sanctuary class anomaly, the researchers could not help trembling. In the end, Qinglin had to do it for them. Once the third step was complete, Kaka announced there was one final item. Put this on it. Torch Dragon did not know what Kaka had taken out, but he could sense that the Eye of Calamity held intense hostility toward it. Kaka explained, "This is a talisman bearing holy power. It is the natural nemesis of a calamity envoy and can brand a mark onto its body that will prove you truly possess it, and that control rests in your hands." Torch Dragon accepted the talisman and approached the Eye of Calamity. A series of alerts appeared. An abnormal energy convergence has been detected. All personnel in the room, evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. It seems he has not completely controlled the sanctuary class anomaly yet, Kaka thought, before pulling out her radio and issuing an order. Prepare maximum output electromagnetic weapons. If the test subject loses control, eliminate it immediately. A female scientist hurriedly said, "But if we do that, Torch Dragon will be affected as well." Kaka could only respond helplessly. He voluntarily brought in a sanctuary class anomaly, so he must have been prepared for this. "What do you think, Qinglin?" Standing nearby, Qinglin placed her trust in Torch Dragon. "I am confident he can resolve this problem. The Eye of Calamity's attack instinct has been activated. It is attempting to act independently." Attack instinct? Acting independently? Is there any way to resolve this? Torch Dragon asked. "You can use achievement points to suppress it. Each attempt consumes at least 5,000 points. The more achievement points you spend, the greater the chance of successful suppression." Torch Dragon sighed. "You scare me. I thought it was something serious. It's only achievement points." Problems that could be solved with achievement points had never been a concern for Torch Dragon. The suppression process began immediately, and his achievement points started dropping rapidly. At the same time, the Eye of Calamity began to be suppressed. Torch Dragon appeared to have used slightly too many achievement points on suppressing the Eye of Calamity. It no longer even had the strength to resist. The Sanctuary class anomalous energy has vanished. The alarm has been lifted. Very good. Although I do not know what method you used, you have met the requirements and passed the assessment. You are now one of the organization's reserve final lines. Kaka congratulated Torch Dragon. "However, I still want to remind you of something. There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. Every gift from fate has already had its price marked." Kaka's meaningful words left Torch Dragon deep in thought. "A gift from fate? System, what is your price?" The system replied, unable to answer the player's question. "Please rephrase your question." Back in the Human Security Bureau's conference room, the deputy directors and the others were anxiously awaiting Torch Dragon's results. The door soon opened, and a doctor entered to report. "The psychological health and antisocial assessment results are in. Everything is normal. There are no signs of antisocial personality traits. He has a positive attitude, good mental health, deep empathy, and certain altruistic tendencies. Overall, there is no issue with Torch Dragon's character." Professor Bai grinned from ear to ear. "Haha, Kaka has confirmed his stability, and there are no mental issues either. Old Su, you have nothing more to say this time, do you?" Su Jingyan was truly left with no grounds for objection. "I respect the test results, but I reserve my own opinion." At this point, the mysterious director's opinion was the most important one, so Professor Bai naturally sought his decision. The director's voice rang out. If there are no problems, then he should be granted the authority and honor he deserves. The deputy director in the brown suit also made a suggestion. "I propose that we publicize Torch Dragon's promotion to reserve final line. The United States has just produced two geniuses in the virtual realm who claim to be heirs of King Solomon. India is heavily promoting the divine awakened of its divine temple, while Europe has proposed establishing a genius club. We cannot fall behind them. We need to make major news in our circles as well." The director expressed his agreement after hearing this. "Good. Proceed according to this plan." Elsewhere, Zhuge and Little Blade were together. Little Blade rushed in from outside and reported, "Sir, you need to see this." After reading it, even Zhuge could not help exclaiming, "Little brother Torch Dragon has become a reserve final line? I never expected him to be so capable. It seems he has even more secrets than we imagined." At the same time, elsewhere, a striking blonde girl was equally shocked when she read the news. He defeated the piano master, a genius who appeared out of nowhere. How interesting. Many people in her chat group were also curious about Torch Dragon. Does anyone have detailed information on China's newly emerged reserve final line? I'm offering a reward of 50,000 achievement points. 3 missions upgraded to law class. It has to be fake. It's probably a scheme by the War Bureau. If I meet him in the game, I will definitely take the opportunity to exchange a few moves with him. The blonde girl also sent a message to the group. I'm warning all of you, don't any of you try to steal him from me. Back with Torch Dragon, the organization had officially recognized him as a reserve final line. These are the supporting documents you have been issued. This document details your authority and obligations, including a personal liaison, a dedicated logistics team, and personnel responsible for completing missions. Take them back and study them at your leisure. And this is the file on the previous Torch Dragon, your father, Lin Fengmian. Lin Fengmian, male, 48 years old, former researcher at the Academy of Sciences and chief research specialist of the Human Security Bureau. He proposed and discovered the Sin game. Late one night, 2 years ago, he and his wife, Jiang Hongli, vanished from the laboratory. There were no signs of struggle, bloodstains, drug residue, or any information left at the scene. Over the past 2 years, organizations, including the Calamity Cult and the Evolutionists, have claimed to receive research results and assistance from Lin Fengmian within the Sin game. They regard him as a false prophet. Comparison has shown that the theories announced by those organizations match Lin Fengmian's final Chaos C theory, making the claims highly credible. Therefore, it has been determined that Lin Fengmian and his wife may have betrayed the organization or defected. Their current whereabouts are presumed to be within the Sin game. Kaka and Professor Bai both believe that your parents must have found a way to remain in the Sin game permanently. Furthermore, they may have acquired certain permissions within the Sin game, allowing them to contact players through rewards and transmit information. What Qinglin placed before Torch Dragon was the signal that had previously been stolen at the auction. Based on your special relationship with Professor Lin Fengmian, the organization has decided to assign this signal to you. It corresponds to a 3-player instance. You may choose one additional teammate to accompany you. The moment Torch Dragon touched the signal, a red notification appeared. Would you like to begin the Bitter Cold Purgatory game? Maximum participants, 3. Only 1 person? Torch Dragon asked. Didn't you say it was a 3-person team? Where's the 3rd person? It turned out that the organization had arranged for Ji Qinglin to be the 3rd member, so they only needed to find 1 more person to complete the team. There are 2 days left. Think carefully about whom you want to bring into the game. With that, Qinglin left, leaving Torch Dragon alone with his thoughts. When 3 people enter a game, the most important consideration is how their abilities complement one another. Ji Qinglin and I both specialize in combat, so the remaining member should ideally possess support abilities. Among the players I know, one is a battle-crazed maniac, while another only likes drinking and sleeping. Neither of them is reliable, and neither is suitable. Just then, Torch Dragon's phone rang. The caller was an unfamiliar number. It was Zhuge. Is this little brother Torch Dragon? I am Zhuge from the Horizon Society. I heard you were in River City recently. I would like to invite you to meet. Would you have some time? That evening, Torch Dragon went directly to a cafe to meet Zhuge. When he arrived, Zhuge was already waiting for him. Mr. Zhuge, why did you specifically ask me to come out today? Torch Dragon asked as soon as he sat down. The Horizon Society received a report on the River City incident a few days ago. We also saw the news that the Human Security Bureau promoted you to Reserve Final Line. That is why I would like to formally invite you to join the Horizon Society. As they finished speaking, the cafe owner brought a cup of black coffee to Torch Dragon. Mr. Zhuge, you know I'm a member of the Human Security Bureau, yet you are still inviting me? Torch Dragon asked again. The Human Security Bureau and the Horizon Society are, ultimately, both organizations dedicated to exploring and researching the Sin game. Although the Human Security Bureau has official recognition, the Horizon Society possesses something it does not: freedom. Every action in the Human Security Bureau must comply with organizational discipline, whereas in the Horizon Society, as long as one does not harm the society's overall interests, no one interferes with any member's actions. Then what are you pursuing? Torch Dragon asked. Moreover, we have collaborators in both the Human Security Bureau and the Calamity Cult, so our channels for obtaining information are exceptionally broad. It is no exaggeration to say that, apart from the missing Professor Lin Fengyan, who discovered the Sin Game, the Horizon Society has researched the Sin Game more deeply than anyone else. Torch Dragon asked doubtfully, "Isn't it rather careless of you to tell me so openly that you have planted people inside other organizations? So you want me to become a spy for the Horizon Society too?" Torch Dragon asked. Torch Dragon raised another question. "Didn't you say you already have collaborators in the Human Security Bureau? Why do you still need me?" After finishing his coffee, Torch Dragon stood up. "I understand what you mean, Mr. Zhuge, but I cannot make a decision immediately. Please give me some time to think it over." After Torch Dragon left, Zhuge unexpectedly turned to the cafe owner and asked, "What do you think of him, President?" Back on Torch Dragon's side, after leaving the cafe, he sank into thought. Information and intelligence. So that was what the Horizon Society relied on to stand between the Human Security Bureau and the Calamity Cult. "Please get out of my way. Where did this little brat come from? How does Tommy know him?" The man whom Tommy had pushed over glared at Torch Dragon unhappily. Perhaps Tommy's father had not told her that the awakening material he had acquired had come from Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon did not rush to shake his hand. Instead, he asked Tommy, "Is he your boyfriend?" Tommy immediately shook her head. "No, he is not. Our families are merely acquainted. How dare this brat compete with me for Tommy? I will teach him a lesson," Nantion thought. "He does have some skill. Is he a player too?" But that little bit of strength was not even enough to scratch Torch Dragon's itch. "What is it? Are you wondering why you could not crush my hand?" But Nantion regretted it too late. Even if he wanted to pull his hand away now, he could not, because Torch Dragon had already tightened his grip around it. "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? What is going on here?" Zhuge seemed to recognize him. "Oh, you're the one little blade introduced. What happened to you?" "You mean the gentleman standing over there?" Zhuge asked quietly, pointing at Torch Dragon. "Mr. Torch Dragon, I have embarrassed myself in front of you. I will immediately request that this man's membership be revoked." With that, Torch Dragon took Tommy away, leaving Nantion standing there in stunned confusion. "He has not even agreed yet, and you have already caused trouble for me. Get out of here at once. Do not let me see your face again." Torch Dragon replied, "Because I was the one who gave it to your father." That was right. Tommy's ability was perception. Using the Jade Dew of heavenly purity to awaken a support-type ability meant that she was exactly the final member the team lacked. "What do you mean?" Yet Tommy did not show the slightest fear. She immediately agreed to join Torch Dragon's team. "A player?" Iris asked. "The process is not simple. We need to investigate their background, test their abilities, and conduct a psychological evaluation." "Why are you suddenly asking about this? You are now reserve final line, and your authority is quite high. It should not be a problem." Tommy's full information immediately appeared on the computer screen. She underwent an assessment before, but failed. The reason was that her strength did not meet the required standard. Hearing that, Iris continued, "Then it will be much simpler. Her paperwork is complete, and with a reserve final line member like you as her guarantor, I can finish all the procedures before you return. This is Ji Qinglin, codenamed Citybird, my guide in the Sin Game. And this is Tommy, the third participant I just found for the Signal mission. She looks rather pitiful, the type of person who makes others want to protect her." That was Qinglin's assessment of Tommy. Ji Qinglin walked ahead to lead the way. "The basic procedures are complete. Only the documents requiring Tommy's personal signature remain. Follow me, both of you." Tommy answered, "I have two main abilities. First, I am highly sensitive to all supernatural energy and spiritual entities and can sense their existence. Second, I have healing abilities. I can treat and restore wounds, but I cannot regenerate severed limbs." Outside the room, Torch Dragon and Qinglin watched Tommy's entire evaluation process. Her data has been entered. "Miss Tommy, welcome to the Human Security Bureau. Because of the reserve final line mission, your application was processed faster than usual. Your code name will be White Marsh. If you have any questions, you may consult the regulations. It has been approved. The location has been prepared. You can go there and activate the dungeon at any time." While they were traveling, Tommy asked softly, "Brother Lin, during my assessment, I heard that signal access is very precious. I have not held you back, have I? You need to trust my judgment, all right? So be more confident." The three of them were ready to enter the dungeon, and Torch Dragon immediately informed the monitoring room. Immediately afterward, the signal dungeon activated, and Torch Dragon, Qinglin, and Tommy were teleported away. But the scene before Torch Dragon was unmistakable. There were many other people in the surrounding space. A pink-haired man was equally confused. I just got away from one unlucky bastard. So why have I been dragged into another game? According to previous reports, the signal should have been obtained in River City. In other words, the person who activated it might be a newcomer, a reserve final line. Bitter Cold Purgatory Dungeon. It also specifically emphasizes that players may fight one another. All of you are my prey. The bald man nearby trembled just as badly. Damn it, fight other players? How did it suddenly change from fighting machines to fighting people? But before the players had time to prepare, a red notification appeared before everyone. Immediately afterward, the ground beneath everyone suddenly crumbled, and all the players fell into the void. The long night has not yet given way to dawn. Countless demons have turned this place into purgatory. You are the last saviors of this world. Elsewhere, outside Qin province, a group of people lined up to enter the city walls. The bald man immediately recognized the place as Qin province. The scene shifted to an aristocratic villa district in the upper city. The assassin suddenly appeared before a fat woman. Tui, my mouth is full of snow. Do not suddenly drop people into free fall like that. Hundreds of players in a free-for-all, no preparation time before entering the game, and random teleportation on top of that. Why does this dungeon seem so strange? It's freezing. The temperature here must be below -10 degrees Celsius. Torch Dragon was holding up reasonably well, but Tommy was a newly awakened player without any body-enhancing talent. By now, she could no longer endure the bone-chilling cold. Seeing that Tommy was at her limit, Torch Dragon intended to use his blazing fire to warm her. But the moment he summoned the flames, Torch Dragon realized something was wrong. My Genesis flame has no heat, he exclaimed in surprise. After he hurled the flame ahead, it still produced a thunderous explosion, could still burn, and still had destructive power, but it gave off no warmth at all. With no other option, Torch Dragon took off his coat and gave it to Tommy. We can maintain our body temperature for a while by exercising at high speed. But if we don't find a way to keep warm, Tommy will soon die of hypothermia. Immediately afterward, a series of elimination notices appeared before them. Elimination notice. Player number 46 has been eliminated. Reason: froze to death. Remaining players: 109. Total prize pool: 510,000. I watched a wilderness survival show before. I think we can build a shelter out of snow to preserve warmth, Tommy said with difficulty. A snow shelter can only retain heat, but we don't have a heat source right now. We need to get to the city. When we fell from the sky earlier, the system introduced it as the only surviving city. There must be a way to stay warm there. I observed the terrain while we were in the air. The city is northwest of the mountain, while we're southwest of it. We just need to head straight ahead. But the problem is that if we move at maximum speed, the wind will make Tommy lose body heat even faster. Torch Dragon knew the situation was extremely dire. Think quickly. Other than blazing fire, is there any ability that can raise Tommy's body temperature? Then, upon seeing the blood control skill, Torch Dragon suddenly had an idea. Torch Dragon suddenly grabbed Tommy's hand. I'm forcibly increasing your blood flow. This ability can temporarily generate heat for you. Sure enough, after Torch Dragon intervened, Tommy's blood circulated faster, and her body became somewhat warmer. This was only a temporary measure. If used for too long, Tommy's heart would not be able to withstand it. So they set out immediately. To reach the city Azurebird had mentioned in time, Torch Dragon carried Tommy on his back. The two of them raced toward the city at top speed, not daring to waste even a single second. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the game, many people were trapped in the freezing weather, utterly at a loss. More elimination notices appeared before the bald man. Only a few minutes had passed, yet players had already died. This dungeon was truly too dangerous. It was better to get inside the city and take shelter as soon as possible. Just then, a group of guards came rushing through the city in a panic. Keep searching. The master ordered us to find the person who infiltrated the upper city district. It seemed that all these guards had been arranged by the assassin. His hunt had officially begun. The scene shifted to the Human Security Bureau. At that moment, the emergency hotline suddenly rang, and Deputy Director Su Jingyan immediately picked it up. Report, Deputy Director. Something has happened to the Torch Dragon squad during their mission. The dungeon has been open for half an hour, but they still haven't returned. Su Jingyan was shocked. Are you saying the dungeon has gone out of control? The staff member continued, not necessarily. We can't be certain yet, because all the measured indicators are normal. Su Jingyan thought to himself, the dungeon has not lost control, yet the players have not returned. He immediately gave the order. Suppress the information. Secure the site, record all data, and synchronize the information with the research division. Was this an isolated exception or a widespread occurrence? Su Jingyan did not understand. If this was a general situation, if dungeons only allowed entry and no exit, then the outside world's combat strength would rapidly decline. He immediately took out his phone and issued orders. Intelligence analysis team, monitor every player who enters a dungeon. Logistics team, identify every item capable of delaying dungeon activation. Also notify the final 2 or more defense lines to remain ready for emergencies at all times. After hanging up, he picked up the central telephone again. Notify all department heads. Convene an emergency meeting. 12 kilometers outside Qinzhou City, a crude shelter had been erected to shield them from the wind and snow. Inside, Tommy and the others finally got a brief rest from the biting cold outside. She felt deeply guilty for holding the entire group back. Torch Dragon immediately comforted her. Don't overthink it. Talk less and slow your breathing. Your hypothermia is getting serious. Elimination notice. Player number 57 has been eliminated. Reason: froze to death. Remaining players: 99. Total prize pool: 610,000. Torch Dragon. Do you think I might be next? Tommy asked softly. You enter because of me. I won't let anything happen to you. Torch Dragon once again accelerated her circulation to warm her body. But it was clearly not good to overuse this method. Her heart muscle was constricting and her heart rate was already too high. The increased blood circulation could only be sustained for about a minute. Once it stopped, her body temperature would rapidly fall again. Just then, Azure Bird returned. I saw the city, cross the mountain ahead, then go another 10 kilometers west. It isn't far, but I'm afraid White Marsh won't be able to hold on that long. Knowing that she was only a burden, Tommy took the initiative to speak. Taking me with you will only slow you two down. Leave me behind. You and Torch Dragon should hurry into the city. Naturally, Azure Bird would not abandon a teammate. It hasn't come to that yet. We'll definitely find a way. At the very least, you should trust Torch Dragon. He has cleared dungeons with you before, hasn't he? If the remaining distance was only 10 kilometers, Torch Dragon felt they could take the risk. At least once they reached the city, they would still have a chance of survival. I'm going all out in a moment. Can you keep up, Azure Bird? Provoked by Torch Dragon's words, Azure Bird immediately pushed her lightning element to its limit and vanished from sight in an instant. After Azure Bird set off, Torch Dragon did not hesitate either. He immediately activated Cloud Step. The scene shifted to the city gate, where 2 guards were chatting. Why does it feel like there are especially many Snowland refugees today? Their clothes are still fairly clean. They must be from the same village, though they're dressed far too lightly. Just then, a terrifying noise in the distance drew the 2 guards' attention. Turning around, they saw something churning the snow into the air. An avalanche or a stampede of wild beasts. But when they looked more closely, they realized it was neither. It was people running toward them at a horrifying speed. Just running on foot creates that much force? A genetic warrior? Tier 2? No, at least Tier 3. By the time Torch Dragon arrived, Azure Bird was already waiting inside the city, a victorious smile on her lips. You were a minute late. May I ask what brings you to Qinzhou City? The 2 guards obediently came forward to ask. Our village was destroyed by the snow, so we came here seeking temporary shelter. Azure Bird fabricated an excuse to enter the city. Welcome, welcome. Qinzhou City has always welcomed genetic warriors. Please, the 3 of you may enter. The guard behind him quietly asked. We're just letting them in? Don't they need to pay warmth tokens to enter the city? Before he could finish, the older guard shoved his head down. He's so cold that he's lost his mind. Please don't mind what he said. You may enter the city directly. Take care, all 3 of you. After Torch Dragon's group had gone far away, the older guard smacked the younger one. Are you crazy? You dared charge genetic warriors an entrance fee? Do you not know how the word death is spelled? They can cause avalanches just by running. They're at least Tier 3, more than qualified to enter the upper city. Hurry and report this to our superiors. If they become our superiors later, they might remember the favor we did them. Once inside Qinzhou City, the cold eased considerably, and Tommy was able to walk normally again. She carefully returned Torch Dragon's coat to him. Torch Dragon looked around. This city was enormous, probably capable of housing hundreds of thousands of people. Its scientific and technological level seemed close to that of the 19th century, the era of the first industrial revolution. But that tower doesn't look like something 19th century technology could build. Should we settle down first or begin investigating bitter cold purgatory right away? Torch Dragon wondered. Excuse me, are you newcomers to Chinjo City? Do you need a guide or a room to rent? I could take you there. It only costs 10 warmth tokens. A cute blonde girl suddenly ran over and offered her services to Torch Dragon's group. Warmth tokens again. Those guards mentioned them earlier too. What are they? Torch Dragon asked quietly. Warmth tokens are warmth tokens. Food, housing, clothing, equipment. Everything is exchanged using warmth tokens. You even need 40 warmth tokens to enter the city. Don't you know that? From the girl's explanation, it seemed that warmth tokens were the currency here. First encounter activated. Support shop unlocked. Exchange rate, 1 achievement point for 1 warmth token. Torch Dragon immediately opened the support shop, 1 for 1. That meant players with few achievement points could not obtain many warmth tokens through the shop. But this was Torch Dragon's greatest advantage because he had nothing if not an enormous pile of achievement points. Torch Dragon immediately exchanged 1 million warmth tokens. System, you have spent 1 million achievement points. Any remaining amount will automatically be covered with merit points. Is this a warmth token? Torch Dragon asked, holding a gemstone before the little girl. That's right, that's a pure warmth token. It's even prettier than one freshly mined. Tommy also stepped forward curiously and borrowed the warmth token from Torch Dragon for inspection. There's an extremely intense kind of energy within this crystal. I sensed a similar energy reaction over there too. That's because warmth tokens are fuel for the energy tower. The energy tower is responsible for heating all of Chinjo City. The blazing fire grand formation that keeps out snowstorm beasts also relies on them. So, if you want to live in Chinjo City, you must periodically pay enough warmth tokens. Then how can we obtain warmth tokens? Azure Bird asked. Normally, the Celestial Masters Academy issues missions. If you want to go there, I can take you. You have to enter the city before you can accept warmth token missions. Doesn't that mean outsiders without warmth tokens can never enter the city? In that case, the guards take them to the mines. At the Icefield mine, mining 800 gene of, or can be exchanged for 40 warmth tokens, enough to enter the city. At that moment, the bald man was doing exactly as the girl described. He had mined exactly 800 gene of, or, and successfully exchanged it for 40 warmth tokens to enter the city. You still don't have a place to stay, right? If you don't go to the real estate office now, you won't be able to buy a house at a good price. The little girl was being so enthusiastic that Torch Dragon naturally could not refuse her kindness. All right, let's go. Take us to the real estate office first. We'll pay your guide fee as you requested. The scene shifted to a luxurious residence in Chinjo City. A fat man was happily being fed grapes one by a foreign woman. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in. Master, an urgent report from the city gate says that 2 Tier 3 genetic warriors have just entered the city. Can't you see I'm busy? Get out. He immediately flew into a rage at his subordinate for disturbing his amusement. Wait, but he quickly realized he had overreacted. Tier 3, tell the General Affairs Office to investigate and find them. Old man, what is a Tier 3 warrior? The blonde woman beside him asked softly. Just a bunch of martial brutes with special abilities. There's no need for a beauty like you to know. Come on, let's keep eating grapes. This lecherous old man was difficult to deal with, but outsiders possessing abilities equal to Tier 3 genetic warriors were surely players as well. It turned out this woman was Helen, a gold-rank player with telekinesis, illusion, and hypnosis abilities. She did not know what level she was considered in this world, but hypnotizing that old man was as easy as turning her hand over. When choosing a home in Chinjo City, the most important thing is its heating level. Some houses look bright and beautiful, but they're freezing at night. That's the easiest way to trick outsiders like you. But don't worry, I'll take you to an agent. The rent will just be a little higher. Seeing the little girl enthusiastically introduce everything without pause, Tommy smiled softly. We trust you, but could you tell us your name first? S7 Strings. Just call me Little 7. The girl suddenly blushed shyly. Tommy introduced the three of them. I'm White Marsh. This big brother is Torch Dragon, and this big sister is Azure Bird. Nice to meet you, Little Seven. Oh, right, Little Seven. Do you know what bitter cold purgatory is? Torch Dragon asked, following the mission clue. I've studied for 2 whole years, so of course I know what bitter cold purgatory is. 210 years ago, a wave of extreme cold arrived, and the entire world froze over. Ever since then, daytime temperatures have always remained below -10 degrees Celsius, and the ice and snow never melt. At night, the temperature falls to -80 degrees Celsius, and many demonic beasts and frost monsters appear. Because the weather is so bitterly cold and dangerous, every night since the Great Cold Tide has been called Bitter Cold Purgatory. Bitter Cold Purgatory had lasted for 210 years. Were they really capable of solving a problem on such a massive scale? Torch Dragon and Azure Bird were stunned by this shocking news. What's wrong with you two? Why do you both look so troubled? Did I remember something incorrectly? Torch Dragon did not dare tell Little Seven the truth and could only let her continue. I heard that settlements outside the city are often attacked by demonic beasts at night. But Chinjo City has the blazing fire grand formation, so the beasts cannot enter. You can rest assured. After saying this, Little Seven continued leading the way, while Torch Dragon's group silently followed behind her. Torch Dragon, is this mission very difficult? Tommy asked quietly. Yes. Torch Dragon admitted it frankly. According to Little Seven, to complete the mission, we need to resolve an event that has lasted for centuries and affects the entire world. The difficulty may exceed A rank and may even have reached S rank. Let's find the cause first. Maybe we can still solve it. We have strength in numbers, after all. Though weak, Tommy remained optimistic. Little Seven turned back and added, although there are no demonic beasts during the day, Chinjo City has plenty of dangerous things. You must be careful. There's a group in the city called the Iceblood Gang. Never provoke them. They're terrible people. Not only do they steal and extort protection money, but sometimes they even kill people. Elimination notice. Player number 31 has been eliminated. Reason attacked. Remaining players, 96. Total prize pool, 640,000. If you encounter a noble master, you must observe proper etiquette. All commoners must yield the road to nobles, kneel on the ground, lower their heads, and never look directly at a noble without permission. The noble looked around, then suddenly pointed at someone trembling on the ground and shouted, "That's him! That lowborn bastard broke in my home." The man was immediately terrified. "I meant no harm. I'm not an intruder." But before he could finish speaking, the guard shot him dead on the spot. Elimination notice. Player number 69 has been eliminated. Reason, shot dead by guards. Remaining players, 95. Total prize pool, 650,000. Cut to the Celestial Masters Academy. Limited time rewards. Limited time rewards. Participate in medical research. No need to do anything throughout the process, and you can easily complete it. 500 warmth tokens per person per session. This was just one of the many missions publicly posted outside the Celestial Masters Academy. The missions at the Celestial Masters Academy might seem simple, but the generous rewards usually came with great danger. For example, one fellow thought that going to a laboratory would be safe. Yet when he regained consciousness, he found all 4 of his limbs tightly bound. Elimination notice. Player number 4 has been eliminated. Reason, human experimentation. Remaining players, 94. Total prize pool, 660,000. We're here. Little Seven pointed toward the large lake ahead. In front of that dilapidated building stood a sign bearing 6 words. Safe Haven Real Estate Agency. There was no sign of safety, though. The sign hanging outside the door was already falling apart. This made Torch Dragon and the others look at Little Seven with deep suspicion. Could the agent in this building really find them reliable housing? No, let me explain. It's precisely because this place is so conscientious that they don't have the money to renovate the storefront. Just then, a blonde-haired young man walked out of the room. Why did that broken sign fall down again? The moment he saw Little Seven, he happily greeted her. Well, if it isn't Little Seven, bringing another bunch of fat sheep to me. Little Seven immediately flew into a rage. Hey, you, it's because you're always joking around like this that I have such a hard time finding business. After teasing Little Seven for a few moments, Rinyu turned to greet Torch Dragon's group. Little Seven must have introduced you already. What requirements do you have for a house? Torch Dragon replied. We just arrived in the city and are looking for a place to stay, preferably somewhere more spacious. You're outsiders? Then you shouldn't choose a place that's too large for your first home. It isn't worth it. Since you've only just entered the city, you should save your warmth tokens for more important things. Some of you may not know that indoor heating fees are charged according to floor area. Besides the rent, the larger the house, the higher the heating cost. Many agencies won't tell you this because they want to earn a commission. This was indeed beyond Torch Dragon's data, but it was not a concern at all. Don't worry, Rinyu. Warmth tokens aren't a problem for me. As he spoke, Torch Dragon pulled out a cloth bag filled with countless warmth tokens. There were so many that even Rinyu, a city resident, stood dumbfounded. Are those all warmth tokens? Didn't you just enter the city? How do you have so many? Naturally, Torch Dragon had no intention of revealing the secret of the merit system to a stranger like Rinyu. He simply said, "No need to explain. Just help us find a good house." Realizing the man before him was no ordinary person, Rinyu did not ask further questions and immediately led Torch Dragon's group to view properties. Cut to the bald man. "Hey, are you sure the agency you brought me to is reliable? Why not just look for a house directly?" The agent turned back with a hearty smile. Without an agent's guarantee, landlords won't dare rent to outsiders. Don't worry, just follow me. He then led the bald man to an extremely luxurious establishment named Imperial Real Estate Agency. Look at that sign. How could such a big place possibly scam you, right? After bringing the bald man inside, the agent immediately winked at the agent within. A lease agreement was placed before the bald man. Once you sign this contract, you'll own a home in Chinjo City and will no longer be an outsider. But after reading the agreement, the bald man noticed something wrong. 120 square meters? I live alone. Why would I need to rent such a large place? The agent immediately explained, "Perhaps you don't know this, but the larger the house, the safer it is. The blazing fire grand formation cannot stop every beast, and when those beasts enter the city, they always visit smaller homes first." The bald man was still worried. "But I don't have many warmth tokens. I spent them all getting through the gate. If I'd known, I would have brought the rest with me." Don't worry, don't worry. We offer low-interest loans to clients like you who are temporarily short on money. At Imperial Real Estate Agency, our specialty is providing thorough, comprehensive service. Thus, the contract was signed. But when he arrived at the address, what stood before the bald man was not a 120 square meter house at all. It was clearly a shabby, substandard shack of less than 20 square meters. Only then did the bald man realize he had been swindled by those agents. But all he could do was curse angrily under his breath. "Hey buddy, are you a player too?" A voice sounded behind him. It turned out that many other players were standing outdoors behind him. "We're players too. May we stay in your house for the night?" Looking at that decrepit shack, the bald man grew even angrier. "You want to live in this lousy house too?" The old man rubbed his hands together. "Don't you know? The temperature here can drop to minus 80 degrees Celsius at night. You simply can't survive outside. Only indoors can keep you warm. Why don't you rent a place yourselves?" "They'll lend you money," the bald man asked. The old man sighed. "We're old, weak, sick, and disabled, so they don't want to lend us money." Another notice was sent to all players. Elimination notice. Player number 23 has been eliminated. Reason, fighting. Remaining players, 93. Total prize pool, 670,000. To earn the bald man's trust, the old man even volunteered to let the bald man bind his hands and feet, so long as he was allowed inside to shelter from the blizzard. The blue-haired young man asked doubtfully, "Wouldn't that put our lives in danger? But what could they do? If the bald man did not let them inside, they would die in the freezing cold outdoors anyway." The bald man sighed. "Fine, Komein, you don't look capable of threatening me anyway, and there's no need to thank me. A boss once taught me that doing good deeds earns merit. Consider this my good deed for the day." Cut to another place in Chinjo City, where an unfortunate girl lay on the ground with a sword piercing her chest. Beside her stood the assassin who had announced that he would hunt people from the moment he entered. "You were number 23? You're far too weak. Isn't there any more interesting prey?" Cut back to Rinyu. He soon led Torch Dragon to a house. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finest property I have. The entire house is made of stone and completely windproof with brand new heating pipes. It has beast fur carpets as well. Moreover, it is close to the city center, has good public security, and a complete heating system. There is even a fireplace inside, though it is mostly decorative. The energy tower provides the main source of heat. As for the price, it's 800 warmth tokens per day. 800! Torch Dragon stared blankly at Rinyu, wondering whether he had misspoken. Hey, new site. As expected, it's still too expensive, isn't it? It's fine. I'll take you to look at another place. Torch Dragon immediately shook his head. No need. It's far too cheap. It seems renting a house doesn't cost much. Since the system gave me so many warmth tokens, it must have another purpose in mind. Here's the rent for 10 days. You don't need to give me any change if there's extra. Torch Dragon directly handed Rinyu a bag of warmth tokens without even looking at it. But can anyone tell me what else these warmth tokens can buy? Preferably something special. If you provide useful information, I'll give you another 100 warmth tokens. Little Seven's eyes immediately lit up. She turned toward Rinyu with a look that clearly said, "You got the rent, so let me have this deal." What could Rinyu do? Let Little Seven tell you. I still need to prepare the lease agreement. Little Seven immediately began explaining enthusiastically. Besides daily necessities, there are 3 main things that warmth tokens can buy. First, genetic enhancement medicine. After undergoing enhancement, you can gain abilities or improve your strength. Second, demon crystal weapons. All kinds of powerful weapons and armor crafted from demon crystals, many of which have special abilities. Third, mechanical augmentation. Master mechanics can turn your arms and legs into machines. That way, you can gain abilities no weaker than those of genetically enhanced warriors. Most outsiders choose to strengthen themselves first, then go to the Celestial Masters Academy to take on higher level and more dangerous missions. Every piece of information Little Seven provided was useful, so Torch Dragon generously gave her a bonus of 100 warmth tokens. However, the little girl was quite sensible. Though Torch Dragon was generous, she accepted only 1 warmth token. I'll just take this one. This information isn't worth that much. Big Brother could have found it out himself if he asked around. But you saved me time. Do you know where I could buy those things? Torch Dragon asked softly, patting Little Seven on the head. There probably isn't enough time today. It's getting dark, and the bitter cold purgatory night is about to begin. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy them. Little Seven had run halfway away before suddenly turning around in alarm. That's not right. There's something else I almost forgot. If you hear someone knocking at the door in the middle of the night, no matter what happens, do not open it for them. Remember that, okay? I'll come back early tomorrow morning. Having said that, Little Seven hurried away. After she left, Torch Dragon asked his 2 teammates, "What do you think?" Tommy replied, "Brother Torch Dragon, you're amazing. You earned so many warmth tokens the moment you enter the game." Azure Bird added, "Although this place seems rather backward, whether it's genetic enhancement medicine or demon crystal equipment, both reveal that this world possesses a great deal of advanced technology. We have no clues about the mission, so perhaps we should first consider improving ourselves." Tommy raised her hand. "I think that energy tower is highly suspicious. Didn't Little Seven say it gets below minus 80 degrees at night? To heat such a large city, the energy tower must be an extraordinary piece of technology." Tommy's words made perfect sense. This dungeon was far more complicated than Torch Dragon had expected. Bone-piercing extreme cold, and beyond that, the distortion caused by intense conflict among the players. Is this the bitter cold purgatory night? This kind of distortion is very similar to the supernatural disaster in River City, Azurebird said. A supernatural disaster I have experienced once before. Although Little Seven had said that the blazing fire grand formation could isolate the aberrations and prevent them from entering the city, could the formation truly keep monsters out forever? They could only hope that it was true. Cut to the bald man Vajra's rundown room. Fortunately, while the room looked shabby, it was not drafty. Just then, knocking sounded at the door. Vajra could not help shivering. At minus 80 degrees, could someone really still be outside knocking? The rapid knocks continued, accompanied by a trembling female voice. "Can you open the door for me? I'm a player too. It's so cold outside. I can't hold on much longer." It seemed that a player really was knocking. The blue-haired young man was about to run over and open the door when the girl beside him stopped him. The bald man immediately stepped forward to stop them as well. "Whoever dares to open that door, I'll beat them to death." breath. Cut back to Torch Dragon's group. He decided to stand watch alone, allowing Azurebird and Tommy to rest. Don't worry, with my current physique, I can go several days without sleep. Go rest without concern. The two girls did not insist on staying. They turned and went upstairs to rest. Time swiftly passed until midnight. The instant the clock struck 12, a series of urgent knocks sounded at Torch Dragon's door. Big brother, it's Little Seven. Can you open the door for me? Little Seven. Torch Dragon was somewhat surprised. Why would she be outside at this hour? I couldn't make it home in time. It's so cold outside. Big brother, can you open the door for me? Without thinking much, Torch Dragon immediately went to open the door. Quick, get inside. It's freezing out there. Seeing Torch Dragon open the door, Little Seven did not hurry inside. Thank you, big brother. You truly are a kind person. It's just a pity that you're about to die. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Seven's face suddenly transformed, revealing rows of sharp teeth. With a whoosh, she lunged at Torch Dragon. Stupid human, were you so frightened that you froze in place? Frighten me? Torch Dragon sneered and immediately reached out, gripping Little Seven's throat as blazing flames accompanied his hand. Little Seven stared at Torch Dragon in shock. You, how could you? How could I have discovered that you're an aberration? There are 3 reasons. First, Little Seven told us during the day not to open the door for anyone at night, so naturally she would not come to visit me at night. Second, nighttime temperatures fall to -80 degrees Celsius, which an ordinary little girl could never endure, much less while coming to knock on my door. Third, no matter how well you disguise yourself, you cannot conceal the distortion and fluctuations within your body. And there's one more thing. I possess seeing eyes, which can see through aberrations from the very beginning. Damn it, you're too cunning. The aberration instantly revealed its true form, a snow monster. A true hunter often appears in the form of its prey. You want to hunt newcomers to the city, but my target is aberrations like you. As soon as he finished speaking, Torch Dragon gave the snow monster no chance to utter its last words and crushed it directly. Aberration Compendium updated. Snow monster. Night rank. It cannot enter a house without the homeowner's permission. However, it has a high intelligence quotient and can read others' memories to disguise itself, deceive them, and launch sneak attacks. It is very weak in direct combat. It has no abilities other than deceiving people. So long as one is not a new player, they can deal with it. At that moment, another notice was sent to all players. Elimination notice. Player number 33 has been eliminated. Reason: killed by an aberration. Remaining players: 84. Total prize pool: 760,000. Torch Dragon had not expected that a player had truly been killed by one of these snow monsters. Cut to Vajra. Before him and the players in the room lay the corpse of a woman who had died suddenly. Vajra shouted furiously, "See? This is what happens when you open the door. Whoever dares disobey me again, I'll throw them straight outside." Brother Torch Dragon, being a good person is really difficult. Merit is so hard to earn. Suddenly, Vajra noticed an unusual object where the snow monster's corpse had been killed. At the same time, Torch Dragon discovered a crystal amid the puddle of melted water, just as Vajra had. He immediately activated Glimpse. First grade Demon Crystal, a special product of aberrations from the bitter cold Purgatory dungeon. It contains twisted energy and can be used as a power source or for enchantment in various ways. Note, every aberration in this world possesses demon crystals. Does that mean all aberrations share the same origin? Lin Fengyan. Upon reading his father's note, Torch Dragon was immediately astonished. He has been to this dungeon before. Suddenly, the Nether Mother Empress appeared and whispered to Torch Dragon, "Brat, give that thing to me. It can restore my condition. Give it to me, then find many more." Oh, so that's how it is. It's not impossible to give it to you, but what benefit is there for me? Torch Dragon asked softly. When have I ever blatantly taken things from you juniors for nothing? Don't you have a broken sword? Find me 1,000 of those demon crystals, and I will help you repair it. Torch Dragon immediately struck a deal with the Nether Mother Empress. The next morning, as soon as daylight returned, a notice was sent to all surviving players. Congratulations to all players for surviving the bitter cold Purgatory night. Remaining players, 76. Total prize pool, 840,000. Please continue your efforts. It's finally over. Vajra opened the door and trembled as he looked at the daylight, overcome with emotion. The scene shifted elsewhere. Before the mysterious man who had been pulled into the bitter cold purgatory dungeon yesterday stood another masked stranger. The masked man suddenly reminded him, bitter cold purgatory night is over. The equipment needed to cross the snowfields has been prepared. It is time for you to set out. The hooded man stepped forward and demanded, "Who exactly are you? Why are you helping me?" With only a glance, the masked man recognized that the hooded man was a player from the real world. He had noticed the watch on the other man's wrist. Such an item naturally did not exist in this bitter cold purgatory world. If that was the case, was the masked man also a player? But why had he appeared in the dungeon ahead of everyone else? None of the hooded man's questions receive an answer. For the moment, I cannot answer your questions. But I have one question for you. Have you ever heard the name Ling Guiyan? I have, the hooded man answered. I heard he was recently promoted by the Public Security Bureau to the Frontier Reserve Force. Why? Do you know him? Just asking. Clearly, the masked man was hiding something and did not wish to reveal too much. After the door was activated, a sunlit region appeared before them amid the dense snowfall. The scene shifted back to Torch Dragon's group. Although Tommy had slept soundly through the night, she still looked rather exhausted. The moment she came down to the first floor and saw Torch Dragon, Tommy's face instantly turned bright red. What should she do? Big Brother Torch Dragon had seen her in such a miserable state. If I had known, I would have washed up before coming out. Would Big Brother Torch Dragon think I'm a messy, slovenly girl? Only after fixing her hair did Tommy dare approach Torch Dragon. Big Brother Torch Dragon, I slept very well. The room was warm, and the bed was comfortable. Did anything happen last night? A snow monster came knocking, but I dealt with it. Torch Dragon replied. He then told Azure Bird and Tommy about the aberration and its demon crystal. All aberrations here have this kind of demon crystal hidden inside them. Kill them, and you can obtain one. These demon crystals contain enormous energy and have tremendous potential. Energy sources, weapons, and technology could all possibly be transformed by them. They really do have great potential, Azure Bird agreed. Little Seven said they're sold on the market. Once she gets here, we can go have a look with her. Seeing Azure Bird wake up early to prepare food for Torch Dragon, Tommy suddenly felt that she had lost, completely lost in this love triangle. Although Little Seven had said she would come early the next morning, the three waited for quite a while without seeing her. They wondered whether something had happened. Stop right there, Brat. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Elsewhere on the streets, Little Seven was being relentlessly pursued by a gang of ruffians. Brother Rin, you already paid this month's protection fee for me. Though Little Seven was young, her skills were exceptional. With a single leap, she easily vaulted over a house more than 3 meters high. Why were you waiting outside my home so early in the morning? The purple-haired man pointed at Little Seven and demanded, I heard you introduce some wealthy outsider to Rinyu yesterday. He still has not paid protection money. They were targeting Big Brother Torch Dragon. No, I have to warn them. What wealthy outsider? You must have heard wrong. I have business to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Seeing Little Seven disappear, the group could only curse after her. Just let us catch you. You'll be in serious trouble then. Soon after escaping her pursuers, Little Seven ran straight to Torch Dragon's group. Big Brother Torch Dragon, open the door. The moment Azure Bird opened it, the girl hurriedly said, It's the Frostbloods. They came to cause trouble for you. They have informants all over the city. I do not know how they found out that you have lots of warmth tokens. They are probably coming to extort you. Hurry to the Celestial Pivot Institute and hire some bodyguards, or hide the warmth tokens. Little Seven, do not be afraid. Torch Dragon gently comforted her. I am afraid it is already too late to leave, because they're already here. Sure enough, a crowd had gathered outside Torch Dragon's residence. Run, Brat. Why have you stopped running? What do we do? Little Seven worried. I clearly shook them off. Do not think you can lose us that easily. Didn't you just lead us right to these fat sheep? Little Seven was suddenly overwhelmed by guilt. I am sorry. It is all my fault. If I had been more careful. Azure Bird hurriedly rubbed her head. It is fine. Little Seven did very well. This is a matter between adults, so let the adults handle it. You came to collect protection money? Torch Dragon stepped forward and asked lightly. That is right. I advise you to hand over your warmth tokens. Only then can we Frostbloods protect you, the leader replied. Torch Dragon asked again, and what if I refuse? The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The group glared murderously at Torch Dragon as though he were their sworn enemy. Then you brought this upon yourself. Before the man could finish, a streak of violet light shot toward him from nowhere. Had he dodged even 1 second slower, he would likely have lost his life. Are you sure about this? Torch Dragon drew his sword, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying power. The Frostbloods immediately lost their nerve. Sword Chi, a Gene warrior? I knew these fat sheep would not be easy prey. Isn't it just a demon crystal weapon? I have one too. The man still refused to admit defeat and immediately drew his weapon to fight. Activate Glimpse. First grade demon crystal armament. Frenzied bone dagger. Weapon type. Green quality. Effect. An armament embedded with the demon crystal of a frenzied bone serpent. It can activate a frenzy state, sacrificing the user's reason to greatly enhance all attributes. Note, the higher the user's base attributes, the weaker the frenzy effect becomes. The man immediately activated frenzy state. His power surged dramatically, and his entire body glowed red like fire as he charged forward. Torch Dragon was not worried in the slightest. He simply gripped his sword and activated Cloud Step. Then came an enraged strike. Before the man could understand what had happened, the sword had already pierced his chest. Trash remains trash, even after being strengthened. Torch Dragon unceremoniously seized the man's weapon as spoils. Nether Mother Empress, do you need a demon crystal like this? Naturally, the Nether Mother Empress agreed. Any intact demon crystal would do. Not a single Frostblood dared step forward to fight anymore. Trembling, they went to support their defeated companion and leave, though they did not forget to throw out a threat. Just you wait, this is not over. After effortlessly dealing with the Frostbloods, Torch Dragon asked Little Seven, "Tell me about these Frostbloods." The Frostbloods are a gang that emerged in recent years. They claim to possess frost blood, making them more resistant to cold, and call themselves the Chosen Ones. It seems only their higher-ups truly have frost blood. The insignificant underlings are just ordinary people. That is why they dress as though they can endure the cold, while in reality they are shivering like dogs right now. They're a perfect example of people dying for pride before dying from illness. In short, they are very dangerous. They do not follow rules and are hot-tempered, so you should be careful. Understood. Torch Dragon rubbed Little Seven's head. We want to buy some demon crystal armaments for self-defense. Can you take us there? Little Seven immediately agreed and happily led Torch Dragon's group of 3 onward. As they passed through a shadowed alley, they saw guards inspecting a group of children. Do not move. Inspection. Stand still. After finishing the inspection, one guard turned his attention to Torch Dragon's group. You people over there, stop. Where were you last night? Sir, we were in the Western District last night. It was a little expensive, but safe. As Little Seven spoke, she slipped a warmth token into the man's hand. After taking it, the guard did not make things difficult for them. Move along. Stop lingering around and eavesdropping. Though he looked cold and stern, he still pulled Little Seven aside and whispered, "A noble lord was killed last night. I heard an outsider did it. That is all I can say. Once you are done, leave quickly." Based on the guard's information, it seemed the culprit was also a player. The scene shifted to the foreign woman and the assassin. "You were the one who killed those nobles today, right?" The assassin did not deny it. "That is right. How did you guess?" The blonde woman replied. "The victim's entire family and more than 20 guards had their throats slashed by a sharp blade. It must have been the weapon in your hand, right? Then why did you come here? To silence me? Or to increase your final reward?" "That is right. So you can die too." The moment he finished speaking, the assassin swung his sword horizontally at the blonde woman's neck. Slash! The sharp sword severed the blonde woman's head from her body. Yet strangely, there was no blood. This startled the assassin. An illusion? But when I entered, it clearly felt real. This woman is not simple. Suddenly, the blonde woman appeared behind the assassin. "Hey, young man, being so impulsive is not a good thing." "Shut up," the assassin shouted, thrusting his sword at the blonde woman again. The blade passed through her body once more. Clearly, this was still only an illusion created by the blonde woman. "You are quite capable. Do you want to work with me?" The blonde woman appeared behind him again and made her offer. "Help me find someone, and I can help you become stronger. What do you say?" The scene shifted back to Torch Dragon's group. They soon arrived at the commercial district. This was the Celestial Pivot Institute, the most important institution in the city, divided into 3 main areas. The information center announced various missions. The Those who accepted them would undertake highly profitable but high-risk tasks. The business center published all types of commissions, such as hiring bodyguards or purchasing scarce goods. If you wanted to buy demon crystals, the safest way was to post a commission here. Lastly was the rest area. When a group did not have enough members to accept a commission, they could find hunters or mercenary teams there. Big Brother Torch Dragon, go ahead and handle your business. I will wait outside for you. Torch Dragon walked to counter 2. Hello, I would like to post a commission. The receptionist replied, the deposit is 200 warmth tokens, and the brokerage fee is an 8% commission. Please pay in advance. Would requesting 1,000 demon crystals at once be too conspicuous? Torch Dragon wondered. Would it attract the authorities' attention? Perhaps he should only request part of them and find the rest on the black market. Seeing Torch Dragon remain silent, the receptionist asked, what? Cannot afford it? If you have no money, do not pretend you can post a commission. Get lost and stop standing in front of me. System, exchange for 10,000 warmth tokens. Warmth token exchange successful. 10,000 warmth tokens have been added to the player's inventory. Torch Dragon immediately tossed a bag containing 10,000 warmth tokens in front of the receptionist. I want to post a commission with a reward of 10,000. They're all warmth tokens. Count them carefully. The surrounding receptionists were immediately stunned by Torch Dragon's enormous bag of warmth tokens. After checking, they found that every one was a genuine token. Can I post my commission now? Torch Dragon asked lightly. Of course. We have counted them carefully. We will post your mission right away. The commission counter immediately became a hubbub. Curious onlookers wondered why the area was so crowded today. Have you heard? Someone posted a mission with a reward of 10,000 warmth tokens. If we get this job, we will not have to worry about food or clothing for at least 5 years. Let's go take a look. Torch Dragon had already been arranged a formal seat. Sir, you have not told me the content of your commission yet. Everyone is waiting. Torch Dragon drew a symbol with his hand. The symbol his father had once left behind. This symbol, I want to know everything related to it. If his father had come to this game world, he would surely have left something behind. He had to seize this opportunity and find him by any means possible. What exactly do you mean by everything? The receptionist still did not quite understand. Items, buildings, clues, even people bearing this symbol. As long as you find relevant information and it is verified as genuine, you can receive 10,000 warmth tokens from me. The receptionist asked again, do you have any more specific information? If we find a bunch of unrelated things, it will be difficult for you to tell them apart. Torch Dragon looked toward the people waiting to accept the posted mission. Focus on high-tech products, things like tools with unclear principles or laboratories of unknown origin. Focus your search on places like those. All right, anyone who finds the origin of this symbol will receive 100,000 warmth tokens. Even related clues will earn a corresponding reward. The crowd immediately became excited and scattered throughout every corner of Chinjo City to search for clues for Torch Dragon. Sister Azurebird, is it really all right for Big Brother Torch Dragon to do this? Tommy asked worriedly. Although attracting attention seemed riskier, it was also the fastest way to obtain clues. If danger comes, we will deal with it, Azurebird said confidently. Aside from those who had rushed off to search frantically for information, several people remained in front of Torch Dragon as if waiting for something. We cannot defeat those mercenary teams, so we came to ask whether you have any other commissions. Do not judge us by appearances. When it comes to connections and information networks, we are among the best groups in all of Chinjo City. This was exactly the effect Torch Dragon had hoped to achieve by spending lavishly. As it happens, I need a batch of demon crystals. Can you help me gather them? The receptionist beside them immediately interrupted. Sir, the Celestial Pivot Institute does not allow commissions to be issued privately like this. Torch Dragon gave him a cold glance. As I recall, for a reward of 100,000 warmth tokens, the brokerage fee should only be 8,000. Yet I gave you 10,000 warmth tokens. The receptionist immediately nodded, pretending not to hear or see anything. I heard nothing and saw nothing. Please continue posting your commission. All right, first, go find 1,000 demon crystals for me. Upon hearing the number of 1,000 demon crystals, the man's eyes widened in shock. 1,000 demon crystals? This is not merely difficult. It is impossible. Unless you empty a noble's warehouse, there is no way to find 1,000. Suddenly, the doors of the Celestial Pivot Institute were thrown open, and Vajra stormed in angrily. I want to file a complaint. Torch Dragon immediately recognized Vajra. He had not expected this man to have been pulled into this game dungeon as well. Then gather however many you can, and I will buy them all. Bring them to me once you have them. Vajra went straight to the reception counter and shouted, "You are deceiving people." That mission was far more dangerous than described. The receptionist immediately argued back. Everything that needed to be stated was written in the commission letter. You simply did not read it carefully. He pointed to a tiny line in an inconspicuous corner. "Attention! Monsters may appear within the commissioned area. Please proceed with caution." Seeing Torch Dragon come over to ask about the matter, Vajra immediately ran over and greeted him warmly. "Boss Torch Dragon, you are here too?" Seeing Torch Dragon and Vajra talking, the receptionist began trembling in fear. Who would have thought that this troublemaker knew such a wealthy man? He hurriedly explained, "We did not deceive anyone. We are a government institution. This gentleman simply failed to read the contract terms carefully. Search for supplies in the snowfields. Go to the snowfield ruins to search for supplies. 200 warmth tokens per person per day." So this is what little 7 meant. Higher risk commissions come with bigger rewards? Vajra scratched his head and said quietly, "2 of my people were injured. The client says we failed to complete the mission, so they refused to pay us. They're players too, and they're lying outside the door. Things don't look good." Torch Dragon called Tommy along and went outside to check on the severely injured player. Outside the door, the blue-haired young man was covered in serious wounds and looked like he might not survive. His body is intact, so treating him shouldn't be a problem. Tommy's words eased Torch Dragon's mind somewhat. Watching Tommy use a healing skill on the blue-haired man, the girl accompanying him had a thought. This little girl was incredible. Perhaps she could be useful in the future. Very quickly, the blue-haired man's wounds were completely healed. "Your injuries are healed, but you're still very weak. Make sure you rest." Vajra enthusiastically led Torch Dragon over and introduced him to the other players. "Everyone, this is my boss, Vajra's boss. Handsome, unbelievably capable, filthy rich, basically flawless in every way." Torch Dragon sighed. "I led this guy through the previous dungeon. He wasn't like this then. His condition must have relapsed recently." But recalling the previous dungeon, Torch Dragon suddenly thought of something. "Vajra, shouldn't it still be too early for your dungeon to activate? Why did you appear here?" Vajra could not understand it either. "I don't know. I was cooking at the time, and then I was suddenly dragged into this game." It seemed to be another change in the dungeon rules. This time, things were clearly not simple. Elsewhere, at the Public Security Bureau, there was news concerning this latest change in the Sin game. There was good news and bad news. The bad news was that, over the past 2 days, 542 players had entered dungeons, and not a single one had returned. The good news was that Imaginary Space, the Pantheon, and High Heaven Plane had also gone in a Level 1 alert, suggesting they had likely encountered the same incident. Everyone was in trouble, so nobody would have time to bother anyone else. Su Jingyan spoke up. "Do we have any clues as to what caused the dungeon changes?" Kaka replied, "We have a theory for now, but we'll need players to return before we can verify it." Su Jingyan hurriedly stood up, then adjourned the meeting. "All departments are to strengthen surveillance, especially of the Apocalypse cult. Those people love making trouble at times like this." Back with Torch Dragon, Vajra had decided to take this group of players under his wing because he had followed Torch Dragon's advice from last time and done good deeds to earn merit. "Well done, Vajra. Keep it up." Listening to Vajra's conversation, the black-haired girl realized that Torch Dragon was the real powerhouse she needed to cling to. If she could latch onto him, she could leave the dungeon safely. "Brother Torch Dragon, can we follow you from now on? It's freezing here, and there are monsters too. There's no way people can survive here." Before Torch Dragon could say anything, Tommy reacted first, grabbing the woman by the collar and pulling her away from him. "Men and women should keep their distance, understand? Why are you getting so close to Brother Torch Dragon?" The woman remained utterly shameless. "Who are you?" "I'm talking to Brother Torch Dragon." "What does it have to do with you?" Before she could finish, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck toward her from somewhere. Azure Bird appeared as well, looking fierce. We're not close to you, so stop acting familiar. Torch Dragon was continuously racking his brain over how to arrange these players. According to the dungeon rules alone, letting them die would maximize his gains. But Torch Dragon was obviously not so short on points that he needed to kill others for them. Instead, he was considering another way to make use of these players. Soon, an idea came to him. Vajra, I have an important task for you. Vajra immediately patted his chest with confidence. Just say the word, boss. No matter what mission you assign me, I guarantee I'll complete it. Oh, any mission? Torch Dragon asked. Then go deal with bitter, cold Purgatory Night. Vajra had been talking big just moments earlier, but the instant he heard that, he froze in fear. Haha, just kidding. The task I'm assigning you is to do everything you can to unite the players. Whether they're new or old players, recruit them as long as they aren't slaughtering each other. Take this. Give anyone who listens 200 warmth tokens a day as a reward. You want to support all these other players? Isn't that a little too wasteful? Azure Bird asked anxiously. Don't worry, it may be a bit of money, but it won't be spent for nothing, Torch Dragon said confidently. Your mission is to go inside bitter cold Purgatory Night. One clue earns 1,000 achievement points. It remains valid throughout the dungeon, with no limit. First come, first served. I'm counting on you, Vajra. After assigning the task, Torch Dragon did not linger. He left with Tommy and Azure Bird. Brother Vajra, who exactly are they? Warmth tokens and achievement points seem like nothing to them. The woman hurriedly asked in a low voice. Vajra did not bother explaining. It's none of your business. Stop asking pointless questions. After leaving the Celestial Pivot Institute, Torch Dragon went to find Little Seven, who was outside playing in the snow and building snowmen. Let's go. Next, we're heading to Jade Orchid Ward. It's the oldest and most orderly black market under the Peace Gang. I'm afraid none of you are going anywhere today. A voice suddenly rang out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere around Torch Dragon's group. One of the Frostblood underlings Torch Dragon had beaten last time appeared, bringing a green-skinned man to block their path. Brotherly, these are the ones. The burly man immediately shouted. You've got some nerve. You caused trouble for the Frostbloods, and you still dare stroll through the streets. Little Seven immediately trembled and hid behind Torch Dragon. Big brother, he's a real Frostblood. Torch Dragon immediately activated Glimpse. Name, Jolie Race, Frostblood. Ability, Frostblood. Frequently exposed to corruptive radiation energy, he has mutated. He can resist severe cold with his body and enhance all physical functions. Soul of the Monitor Lizard, a second-tier gene modification serum. Monitor lizard scales grow beneath the skin, enhancing defense. It grants extremely powerful regeneration, even allowing severed limbs to regrow. Bodily fluids are poisonous. Monitor Lizard Power enhances combat and regeneration at the cost of sanity. If you don't want to die, hand over your warmth tokens now. Brotherly seemed full of confidence that he could easily handle Torch Dragon. Since he was so confident, Torch Dragon did not mind showing him a little of his strength. I hear you have a very tough layer of scales. Let's see whether they can block my sword. The pressure Torch Dragon gave off alone made Jolie break out in a cold sweat. Too dangerous. This was the first time he had felt such terror. 10 minutes earlier, outside the Celestial Pivot Institute, a purple-haired man was wondering in bewilderment. A fat sheep who spends 100,000 warmth tokens at the drop of a hat. How could someone like that exist? Information brokers are getting less and less reliable. The receptionist immediately confirmed it. He really does exist. Mr. Torch Dragon just left. If you hurry after him now, you can still catch up. The purple-haired man immediately chased after Torch Dragon. Hurry! If I let this fat sheep get away, the boss lady will skin me alive. When he caught up, he happened to see Torch Dragon and Jolie about to fight. Jolie, why is he here? One man, two women, and a little girl serving as their guide. It's definitely them. But why are they facing off against Jolie? He's a second-tier gene warrior. Is it still too late to go back and call for reinforcements? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Jolie roared furiously. Brotherly, Teach him a lesson. Let him know the Frostbloods aren't people he can afford to provoke. The underling behind him kept urging. Unlike Little Seven, who was terribly worried beside them, Azurebird did not seem concerned at all. Relax. For Torch Dragon, this is just a trivial matter. Seeing that Torch Dragon refused to surrender the warmth tokens, Jolie finally lost his patience and attacked first. After one exchange, his strength alone had reached the Silver Tier standard. His speed was also roughly Silver Tier, but that was nowhere near enough to trouble Torch Dragon. He actually dares toy with Jolie. Could he be a second tier or even third tier Gene Warrior? The purple-haired man was stunned. Having assessed his combat strength, Torch Dragon moved on to test his defense and regenerative abilities. Torch Dragon stopped defending and took the initiative, unleashing a sword strike wreathed in blazing fire. With a single blow, he sent Jolie flying like an ant. Defense is equivalent to armor. Regeneration is a little slow. The purple-haired man was astonished by the battle. Third tier. He's definitely third tier. Is that speed from Lightning Soldier, Blazing Soldier, or Windwalker? Seeing Brotherly beaten like a stray dog, the underling panicked and rushed over to check on him. But Jolie went berserk, rapidly healing his injuries before venting his rage on the underling, using him as a sandbag and hurling him at Torch Dragon. At this point, even the naked eye could see Jolie undergoing obvious changes. Brother Torch Dragon, all the energy in his body is surging, Tommy warned from behind. It seemed to be a skill that abandoned reason in exchange for greater combat power. In an instant, Jolie suddenly vanished from Torch Dragon's sight, proving that his speed had increased dramatically. When he reappeared, Jolie's fist was already driving directly toward Torch Dragon. But as soon as the fist drew near, Torch Dragon blocked it. The instant their hands collided, a notification appeared. Poison warning. Monitor lizard toxin has entered your body. Poison resistance constitution check successful. So he even is poison? But Jolie's poison clearly could not compare to Torch Dragon's blazing fire. This flame. I've never seen a color like this before. Does he have more than one ability? A dual Gene Warrior. After the blazing fire faded, Jolie slowly collapsed onto the ground. So this is all a second tier can do. A dual Gene Warrior with a grudge against the Frostbloods had to be brought before the boss lady. Azurebird checked the underling's condition. It seemed the man had accidentally been poisoned by Jolie and had passed out cold as well. Let's go. Next, we need to pay the Peace Gang a visit. Hearing Torch Dragon's group say that, the purple-haired man smiled even more brightly. They wanted to find the Peace Gang? Perfect. Hey, are you looking for the Peace Gang? Why not come with me? I'm with the Peace Gang. The tattoo on my arm is proof. Torch Dragon looked to Little Seven for confirmation, and she nodded. It was indeed the Peace Gang symbol. Elsewhere, in a luxurious hotel, the blonde woman was resting when a maid came to report, "Madam, Mr. Xiaolin requests an audience." The assassin entered with two people. "I brought you the players more valuable than gold that you wanted. This one is Andre from the Maruduk Agency. His abilities are werewolf transformation, superhuman strength, bloodlust, and military tactical combat. The other is Sangline from the Pantheon. His abilities are ancient yoga, curse arts, 5 divine powers, and 3 spirit ghosts." I understand. The blonde woman nodded in satisfaction. "I'll notify the master shortly. Take them to join the guard unit." She then asked, "Other than these two, how many players have you captured? Have you found the person I'm looking for?" 11 in total, the assassin replied. "As you requested, all of them have been locked in the Black Prison. But none of them are members of the Frontier Reserve Force you mentioned. What's the point of keeping this bunch of trash? I might as well kill them all." The blonde woman shook her head. "The little rabbits will become alert. Too many elimination notifications, especially player battle notifications, will make the others hide in their holes. We need to capture them all before they realize what is happening and go into hiding. Only then can we catch them all in one sweep." "Whatever you say." The assassin did not seem to care much. "But don't forget your promise. You have to make me stronger than him." "Don't worry. I've already chosen the target. The only 4th-tier Gene Warrior in Chinzhou City, the City Lord's personal guard. The materials the city founder brought back from deep within the snowfield can only be viewed by the City Lord. If we want to investigate the truth of Bitter Cold Purgatory Night and leave this game, we will have to deal with the City Lord sooner or later. His guard, Qin Wu, is the best target for you. A 4th-tier Gene Warrior. Once you kill him, you'll gain the power of the 4th tier as well. Oh, there's one more thing I need you to do. The city gate officer reported that 2 Gene Warriors entered the city from outside yesterday. They are at least 2nd tier. These are their portraits. They must be players too. One of them is very likely the person I'm looking for. Bring him to me. And remember, he must be alive. Elsewhere, at the Peace Gang, perhaps someone was secretly thinking about Torch Dragon because he kept sneezing. Do you really want to meet the Peace Gang leader? Azure Bird handed over a note as she asked. There's nothing wrong with buying directly from a source. Besides, these locals should know more. The purple-haired man returned to announce that the gang leader had agreed to meet them. Please come in. The woman holding a smoking pipe was the Peace Gang leader, Golden Silk Finch. Honored guests, your visit truly brightens the Peace Gang. Why aren't you gentlemen answering? Has this little lady failed to receive you properly? Torch Dragon replied. We simply didn't expect the Peace Gang leader to be so young and beautiful. Mr. Torch Dragon is quite the charmer. I already know why you have come. The Peace Gang will support you with all its strength. We can even offer prices 30% below the market rate. Tommy stepped forward. My father once said that business always requires give and take. Since Miss Golden Silk Finch is offering such generous terms, you must have another request, right? Golden Silk Finch did not hide it. Since Miss Azure Bird has seen through it, I won't conceal it any longer. I do indeed have a request for you. 10 days ago, a scavenger in the snowfield discovered a laboratory. The laboratory was relatively well preserved, and it was filled with priceless items. The Celestial Pivot Institute issued an exploration mission. Only 2 organizations in Chinjo City have the strength to accept it, and the Peace Gang is one of them. Do you hope we'll help you eliminate your competition? Azure Bird asked softly, provoking an organization as powerful as the Peace Gang in exchange for a 30% discount doesn't seem like a worthwhile deal. Golden Silk Finch understood their hesitation. What if I tell you the other party is the Frostbloods? Your competitor is the Frostblood faction you just clashed with. It seems you even killed one of their gene warriors. You have already become their enemies. Even if you don't help me, they will still come looking for revenge, won't they? This is not a threat. It is simply my judgment based on my understanding of the Frostbloods. Hot-tempered, extreme, prejudiced, vindictive, and cunning. That is what the Frostbloods are. The Frostbloods are like red-eyed rhinoceroses. They will never stop until they have gored their enemies to death. You only need to help me deal with several gene warriors, and the Peace Gang will ensure the Frostbloods can no longer harass you. I hope you will consider it carefully. This is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial deal. Xietong, see to our guests properly. With that, Golden Silk Finch left. It's already noon, isn't it? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me take you to the dining hall. This lunch was personally ordered by the gang leader and prepared to the highest standard. Please come in. As soon as the door opened, they saw little Seven already seated at the table, happily stuffing herself. When she saw them arrive, she was so excited that she choked on a piece of meat. I was going to wait and eat with everyone, but this food smells so good. Everyone burst out laughing. She really was just a little girl who only thought about food. One dish after another was brought before Torch Dragon and the others. Charcoal grilled ice lizards, a Chinjo specialty with tender, sweet meat that was not to be missed. 4 Joy meatballs, terror bird tendons, crispy fried ice pomegranate seeds, and countless other dishes were served to them. Before long, nearly all the food had found its way into little Seven's stomach. So delicious. I really can't eat another bite. Torch Dragon suddenly asked, Little Seven, you seem pretty familiar with the Peace Gang. Aren't you afraid of them being part of the underworld? They're different. The old man next door is from the Peace Gang. After my parents died, he was the one who took care of me the most. Mission alert. You have activated the hidden mission, the Orphan of Snow City. The Orphan of Snow City. Mission details. The little guide you have known since entering the city appears to be concealing a painful past. It is connected to the darkest corner of Chinjo City. Investigate the cause of Little Seven's parents' deaths. Reward, 100 condensed chi pills. The darkest corner of Chinjo City. Torch Dragon called Xie Tong aside and asked, Can you take me to see the Peace Gang member Little Seven mentioned? Xie Tong scratched his head. Then you'll have to wait a moment. There are lots of Peace Gang members. I'll need to look for him. Watching Xie Tong leave, Torch Dragon silently resolved to finish this mission while he was at it. He had to get those 100 condensed chi pills. Only by raising his spiritual power could he extend the summoning duration of the Eye of Calamity. Scene shifts to the old Peace Gang members' home. Torch Dragon's group paid the old man a visit and brought several bottles of liquor as gifts, which delighted him. Good liquor, good liquor. Have some too, kids. We're all family here. Torch Dragon had thought Xietong had found the wrong person, but Xietong insisted he had not. In the area where Little Seven lived, this old man was the only Peace Gang member. Based on Little Seven's stories, Torch Dragon had imagined the old man as kind and amiable, not rough-looking like this. Still, never mind. As long as they had found the right person, that was enough. Grandpa, we came mainly to ask about Little Seven. What do you want to know about Little Seven? At the mention of Little Seven, the old man's tone suddenly turned grim. Sensing that the old man had misunderstood, Xietong immediately stepped forward to explain. These distinguished guests are honored guests of our gang leader. It's a good thing that they care about Little Seven. Old man, don't worry so much. The old man sighed. The Frostbloods caused trouble once before, so I got the wrong idea. What would you distinguished guests like to know about Little Seven? Azure Bird spoke up. Are you talking about how they forced Little Seven to extort customers this morning? Not just that. The old man suddenly roared. Those bastards have had their eyes on Little Seven's parents' inheritance for a long time. Little Seven's father was healthy, and their family could originally have lived peacefully. But then Little Seven's mother fell seriously ill, and the family could no longer hold on. Her father accepted a higher-paying scrap collection job. Unfortunately, he encountered a demonic beast. He survived, but lost an arm. The couple gritted their teeth and endured it, knowing that dragging things out would only lead to the whole family dying together. They decided to go to the Blood Tax Bureau. What's the Blood Tax Bureau? Torch Dragon interrupted. Xietong explained, you don't know? To survive the bitter, cold purgatory night, you need to pay warmth tokens every night to receive heating, right? You know that much. Torch Dragon's group already knew that, apart from completing missions, paying the blood tax was the second way to obtain warmth tokens. 2 standard bags of blood could be exchanged for 80 warmth tokens. Since blood was used as payment, it was called a blood tax. After donating blood, people become weak. How are they supposed to keep taking missions the next day? Azure Bird asked. Exactly, Xietong continued. That's why the Blood Tax Bureau is also called the Hell Money Station. Once someone begins paying the blood tax, they're practically doomed to die. But you mentioned an inheritance. Could it be that Little Seven's parents chose the Great Sacrifice? The old man beside them nodded in confirmation. What's the Great Sacrifice? Tommy asked this time. The Great Sacrifice is a way to exchange one's life for warmth tokens. The Blood Tax Bureau uses all kinds of torture to drain every last drop of blood from a person's body. In return, it gives out a large number of warmth tokens immediately. Normally, only elderly people close to death choose the Great Sacrifice, just so they can leave a little money behind for their families. Hearing this, the old man slammed his hand on the table in fury. And those damn Frostbloods even wanted to steal it. They're animals without a shred of humanity. Congratulations. You have investigated the cause of Little Seven's parents' deaths. 100 condensed chi pills have been added to your inventory. In a world where resources are scarce, humanitarian tragedies are always bound to occur. But is the truth behind the Blood Tax Bureau really so simple? The mission is complete, but why does that wording make it sound like something is still unclear? After hearing the whole story of Little Seven's parents and the Blood Tax Bureau, Torch Dragon called Azure Bird and Tommy outside. There's something rather strange about this, Azure Bird said. Why collect taxes and blood? Extreme cold causes resources to become scarce. What is needed most is labor, yet collecting blood results in a loss of labor. Unless blood has become more valuable than people. Could it have something to do with aberrations? Torch Dragon asked. Quite a few aberrations do survive on human blood. But why would they gather blood for the aberrations? That question still has no answer. Big Brother Torch Dragon, can we help Little Seven? And those Frostbloods, they're truly awful, Tommy said anxiously. Don't worry, I find those Frostbloods pretty unpleasant too. A while later, Golden Silk Finch arrived with a subordinate, Qin Fong, to meet Torch Dragon's group. Hearing that they had agreed to deal with the Frostbloods was certainly good news for the Peace Gang. Gang leader Golden Silk Finch, please explain the specific plan. Golden Silk Finch hurriedly said, actually, to break up the Frostbloods, we only need to deal with 3 people. Mat Tiger, Thunder Shucking Hefun, Fijo's Leopard, Young Heng, and Blood Whirlwind, Sure San. All 3 are third-tier genetic warriors. They are both the Frostblood's main fighting force and the core holding the gang together. As long as you can seriously wound those three, the remaining lackeys will be nothing but helpless meat on a chopping block. Our peace gang will help you deal with them. So this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think, sir? Third tier genetic warriors? Torch Dragon suddenly fell into thought. Qin Fong, standing behind Golden Silk Finch, suddenly felt suffocated, as though a supreme deity were staring down at him from the heavens. Were those men all on the same level as this man? Qin Fong himself was indeed a third-tier genetic warrior. After hearing that, Torch Dragon nodded. All right, no problem then. Tell me where they are. It was already nighttime, and Golden Silk Finch had intended to persuade Torch Dragon to wait until tomorrow before taking action. No need. Torch Dragon immediately refused. I'm not like you. I can still operate at night. After Torch Dragon's group left with the information, Golden Silk Finch asked Qin Fong, what do you think of his strength? Qin Fong could only utter 4 words, unfathomably deep. I have only ever felt such pressure from Qin Wu. Golden Silk Finch knew Torch Dragon was strong, but she had not expected him to have reached the 4th tier. Throughout Qinzhou City's history, only a handful of 4th-tier genetic warriors had ever appeared. How had one suddenly emerged now? But now isn't the time to think too much. This is a great opportunity. If we can make use of this 4th-tier warrior, we will definitely be able to return to the inner city. Everything they took from me, I'll make them repay it 100-fold. Scene shifts back to Torch Dragon's group. Big brother Torch Dragon, are you really all right acting at night? Tommy was extremely worried about him. It's fine. I tested it when I dealt with that aberration last night. I can use my ability to move around at night, as long as it isn't for too long. They probably won't expect anyone to attack them at night. Torch Dragon could take them down one by one, then replenish his heat right inside their base. Scene shifts to Blood Whirlwind's residence. Damn it, why is it so cold tonight? I already paid this month's heating bill. What, minus 80 degrees? What kind of joke is this? I mean, the terrible cold made it impossible for him to sleep. Blood Whirlwind could only get out of bed and look into the cause. Could the house be leaking cold air? The moment he opened his bedroom door, he understood why it was so cold. Which brainless pig opened my window in the middle of the night? When I find out tomorrow, I'll beat you to death. After closing the window, the room finally became warm again. Blood Whirlwind breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper had already come to his door and was standing right behind him. This man was, after all, a 3rd-tier genetic warrior. Although Torch Dragon's surprise attack was sudden, Blood Whirlwind noticed it at the last second. He stepped back and was struck only on the arm, but even that was enough to leave him in excruciating pain. Who are you? Blood Whirlwind roared at the man before him. Who am I? I'm the one here to take your life. Torch Dragon answered coldly. Spare me. Please spare me. I have warmth tokens. 5,000, 10,000, I have them. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything. At that moment, Blood Whirlwind threw away all dignity and begged Torch Dragon for mercy. You think that if you stall for a few more seconds, you'll be able to ambush me from behind, don't you? Torch Dragon asked with a smile. Blood Whirlwind had hidden it very carefully, yet he could not understand how Torch Dragon had discovered it. It turned out Golden Silk Finch had provided all the intelligence on the Frostblood members. Blood Whirlwind, the Frostblood's 3rd-in-command, was notorious for being cunning and ruthless, a master of ambushes. His ability was Blood Eye. The more vulnerable he acted, the more one had to be on guard. Seeing that his scheme had been exposed, Blood Whirlwind stopped hiding and immediately activated Bloodthirsty Foulwind. The entire room was instantly engulfed in strange green whirlwinds. Yet these seemingly formidable attacks could not even pierce Torch Dragon's defensive barrier. What? Why didn't that hit you? The answer was simple. Blood Whirlwind was not the only one who could control blood. Torch Dragon possessed a blood control skill as well, one an even higher level. Blood Whirlwind was now being struck by his own weapon. His own technique had turned around and attacked him, and the feeling was anything but pleasant. But no matter how he begged, his fate remained unavoidable. Having dealt with one of them, Torch Dragon did not need much rest before immediately setting off for the second target's location. Minus 80 degrees was still far too cold. The chill was beginning to seep into his body. He needed to deal with the remaining 2 quickly. Meanwhile, at Vicious Leopard's home, what's going on? Was that third brother just now? But what flew in through the door was not Blood Whirlwind, but Torch Dragon's sword. Still, Vicious Leopard managed to use Shadow Escape and vanish just before the blade struck. Before I came, someone warned me that your Shadow Escape was troublesome. It seems that was true. Vicious Leopard did not dare reveal himself. Hiding in the shadows, he asked, "Who are you? Do you even know who I am? Daring to come here?" Torch Dragon snorted. Vicious Leopard, the Frost Blood's second in command. You're best at relying on your ability to hide like a turtle with its head tucked in. Your reputation is well-deserved. Vicious Leopard's Shadow Escape was among the best, especially at night, when it was practically invincible. But he was impulsive and reckless, so provoking him was a good choice. Vicious Leopard continued observing Torch Dragon. Damn it, once I cripple you, I'll find out exactly who sent you. Vicious Leopard truly deserved his reputation as a master of concealment. He easily succeeded in ambushing Torch Dragon, slashing across his chest. You have endured the nighttime cold for too long. When evading, there's a 20 chance of entering a momentary staggered state. Damn it, the low temperature affects combat ability too. Torch Dragon had not expected that at all. He immediately drew 3 talismans and threw them to different parts of the room. Wherever the talismans flew, flames spread. Yet Vicious Leopard could still evade every one of them. Haha, useless. You can't hit me. Just wait obediently for death. Do you know what a shadowless lamp is? Torch Dragon suddenly asked an odd question. Simply put, when there are enough light sources, shadows become so small that they practically cease to exist. Guess how many light sources there are in this room right now? It turned out everything had been within Torch Dragon's calculations. He had deliberately scattered talismans everywhere to prevent Vicious Leopard from finding darkness in which to hide. Torch Dragon ignored Vicious Leopard's curses and immediately began chanting. Vicious Leopard's entire room suddenly blazed as bright as day. Although that attack did not kill Vicious Leopard immediately, it was enough to wound him severely and prevent him from escaping into the shadows again. You were the one who sent those men to seize Little Seven's inheritance, weren't you? Torch Dragon asked coldly. You nearly drove a little girl to death. Do you remember that? A little girl? Do you know how many people die in Chinjo City every day? Vicious Leopard suddenly roared madly. Do you remember how many grains of rice you've eaten? Vicious Leopard poured all his strength into this final attack, and a pair of gigantic hands suddenly appeared. But it was clearly a suicidal move. Torch Dragon merely swung his sword once, causing Vicious Leopard to die with his eyes wide open. Your killing intent was far too obvious. In your next life, don't do evil again. Torch Dragon had now dealt with 2 of the 3. Only 1 remained. Vicious Leopard's home was not far from Mad Tiger's, but the difficult part was getting inside. Mad Tiger had spent heavily renovating his residence, and it was guarded by many sentries. He had practically turned the entire building into an arena. The heating ducts were the only route of entry and led directly to the storage room. They had said Mad Tiger's home was heavily guarded, yet after Torch Dragon infiltrated it, everything was strangely quiet. Sure enough, the instant that thought crossed his mind, countless arrows suddenly shot toward him from all directions. Torch Dragon immediately leapt backward to evade them. Mad Tiger, come out. These things can't kill me. Mad Tiger finally revealed himself. I knew that bitch Golden Silk Finch would send someone to deal with me sooner or later. I just didn't expect her to send only 1 person. She's really underestimating me. Footsteps sounded behind Torch Dragon. Mad Tiger was clearly very cautious. Not only had he set up an ambush, but he had also stationed numerous guards behind him. Looking at the weapon in your hand, you're the one who killed Zhou Li during the day, aren't you? I admit you're good at fighting, but I have this many brothers here now. Do you really think you can win? Stop talking nonsense. However many of you there are, come at me all at once, Torch Dragon said coldly. But Mad Tiger was in no rush. Wait, although you attack my men, I think highly of your strength. Join the Frostbloods, and I'll spare your life. That bitch Golden Silk Finch is famous for being crafty. She has long hair, but no brains. What future could you possibly have following her? As long as you agree to follow me, in Chinjo City, you can have whatever you want and do whatever you please. So what do you say? Torch Dragon laughed disdainfully. But I heard that, as the Frostblood's leader, you treat your own people terribly. So what? Mad Tiger continued trying to persuade Torch Dragon. We believe in survival of the fittest. The big fish eat the small fish. As long as you're ruthless enough and strong enough, you can have warmth tokens, food, women, anything. To show my sincerity, I'll tell you something. Do you know why the Peace Gang is competing with us Frostbloods for this laboratory investigation commission? What if I told you there's a 4th-tier genetic serum there? This news truly surprised Torch Dragon. A 4th-tier genetic serum could directly grant a gold-tier ability. Such a thing was certainly not to be taken lightly. Mad Tiger continued. The target of the commission is the Pangu Research Institute, once Chinjo City's genetic research center. 30 years ago, a sudden deep freeze forced it to be abandoned. Over the past 30 years, they have sent dozens of investigation teams, losing more than 100 3rd-tier genetic warriors. They cannot afford to sacrifice any more people. Torch Dragon retorted. Even if they cannot obtain it, the noble clans should not let you have the chance. Meltia scoffed. That is assuming their 4th-tier genetic serum is still usable. It seems Golden Silk Finch did not tell you anything. The last time Chinjo City produced a 4th-tier warrior, Chinyu, was 7 years ago. Logically, the noble clans do not lack resources. Yet after all these years, no one else has broken through to the 4th tier. I would wager that there's a problem with the genetic serum in their possession, and they need the original formula from the laboratory. That is why whoever obtains the Pangu Institute's legacy will hold Chinjo City's future in their hands. Work with me. Overthrow the noble clans and build a better new Chinjo City. Torch Dragon answer Mad Tiger's offer of cooperation with a sharp sword blade. Sorry, but I refuse. You make it sound nice, but what about people like Little Seven, who were extorted, robbed, and even driven to death by you? You also see ordinary people as machines to be squeezed dry. Even if you overthrow the noble clans, would it not merely mean replacing them with another privileged class under a new name? It seemed words had run their course. This battle was unavoidable, and Mad Tiger immediately ordered his subordinates to launch a full assault. To Torch Dragon, these small fry were not worthy of a serious fight. With just a few casual moves, he knocked them all down. Are you really counting on these people to take me down? Only then did Mad Tiger realize that the young man before him was no ordinary opponent. However, he was still only a 3rd-tier genetic warrior, just like Mad Tiger. Golden Silk Finch may have told you about the entrance to the secret passage, but she does not know that my home is connected to my 2nd and 3rd brothers' homes by secret tunnels as well. Even in the middle of the night, they can get here at once. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand 3 3rd-tier genetic warriors at the same time? 2nd brother, 3rd brother, come out and fight. Strangely, however, Mad Tiger called again and again, yet received no response. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, did you fall asleep? Torch Dragon sighed. They will never be able to answer you again, but if you want, I can send you to meet them. Only then did Mad Tiger understand. His 2nd and 3rd brothers had already been killed by the person before him, and naturally, he himself would be next. Backed into a corner, Mad Tiger was not about to wait meekly for death. He erupted with all his strength. Do not celebrate too soon. I will personally tear you to pieces. At the same time, numerous warnings suddenly appeared inside the energy tower that kept the entire city warm. The pressure is suddenly rising. Same here. It is about to become uncontrollable. What is happening? Is there a problem with the energy tower? The newly arrived man was Duanmu of the Noble Clans, deputy director of the Heavenly Works Department, and the person in charge of the energy tower. According to the technicians present, it seemed that the steam core might be on the verge of exploding. This core was originally expected to last another 10 years, but several consecutive winters have been colder than expected. The steam core is now overloaded, and the pressure inside the furnace cannot be lowered. If this continues, it will be extremely dangerous. Duanmu snorted coldly. No matter what method you use, keep the steam core from failing. If the core fails, every one of you will be sent to the Blood Tax Bureau. Just as everyone was panicking and at a loss, a white-haired old man appeared and calmed them down. Oh, elder son, you came at just the right time. Deal with this problem immediately, Duanmu ordered. Elder son inspected the situation. The overload is severe. It should have undergone maintenance long ago. At this point, there's only one option. Shut off the transmission circuit and forcibly open the core chamber to release the pressure. But if we do that, before Elder Son could finish, Duanmu cut him off. No more objections. Do it. You cannot. Deputy Director, the bespectacled young man beside him hastily said. The blazing fire grand formation draws power from the transmission circuit. It is the middle of the night. If the blazing fire grand formation stops, the consequences will be unimaginable. Duanmu directly drew his gun in threat. Shut up, all of you. Do as elder son says. Prioritize stabilizing the steam core and keeping the upper city warm. Nothing else matters. Forced into doing this, elder son could only sigh helplessly. What a sin. The moment the connecting bridge was cut off, the energy tower immediately ceased operations. Outside, the blazing fire grand formation that prevented monsters from invading also stopped functioning. Energy tower crisis. Mission description: a major accident has occurred at the energy tower. The blazing fire grand formation has failed. Heating in the lower city will decrease by 50 for 12 hours. The monsters have gone berserk, and the frozen hell is encroaching. Mission reward: after 12 hours, every surviving player will contribute an additional 10,000 points to the final prize pool. Though this news increased the value of the reward, it was clearly bad news for all players. Tonight, they might have to face both the bitter cold and the monsters at the same time. While Torch Dragon was distracted by the newly issued notification, Mad Tiger seized the opportunity to leave a wound on his face. No more time to play with you. Torch Dragon immediately summoned the Eye of Calamity. The space behind him was immediately torn apart, and a terrifying eye slowly emerged. The instant it appeared, Mad Tiger and all the Frostblood subordinates began trembling violently. I had not intended to use this move, but I have an urgent matter to deal with now. A beam of deadly energy shot out from the Eye of Calamity. Like lightning, it pierced straight through Mad Tiger's body, killing him before he could utter a word. With their leader dead, the Frostbloods officially fell apart, and their subordinates scattered in all directions. You have used the power of the evil god. It cannot be used again for the next 10 hours. This strike consumed far too much. With Torch Dragon's current spiritual power, it was still a little beyond his limits. Even without the 10-hour cooldown, he would not have been able to use it a second time. Now I need to deal with the emergency mission that was just issued. The scene shifted to Golden Silk Finch, who received Qin Fang's report on what had just happened. It is not clear yet, but heating systems everywhere have noticeably weakened. Azure Bird entered with Tommy. The energy tower has malfunctioned. The blazing fire grand formation was forced to shut down, and heating in the lower city has been cut in half. Golden Silk Finch asked suspiciously, "How did Miss Azure Bird learn of this?" My own sources. Azure Bird did not reveal that she was a player. Guild leader Golden Silk Finch. Has the energy tower ever suffered a similar incident before? Never, Golden Silk Finch replied. Once the blazing fire grand formation shuts down, the aberrations will definitely enter the city. Qin Fang urged Golden Silk Finch to hide in the secret chamber at once. If what Azure Bird says is true, the lower city will certainly run red with blood tonight. If we guide them properly, the people's anger may force the noble clans to concede benefits. The prerequisite is ensuring safety and having enough strength to make the noble clans wary. We must keep these outsiders close. Miss Azure Bird, could you please protect the people? We will certainly repay you generously afterward. Azure Bird replied, "Indoors, yes. But the temperature outside is too low. Even we would find it difficult to fight effectively. That is already more than enough." Golden Silk Finch immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you so much. I will do my best to gather the gang members. The remaining genetic warriors will also assist you. Qin Fang, lead everyone you can find to the Hall of Brotherhood." That is an order. Though Qin Fang wanted to say something to stop her, seeing Golden Silk Finch's resolute attitude, he could only remain silent and obey. "You two can head to the Hall of Brotherhood first. Qin Fang and I will contact the gang members immediately. Hurry, arrange for every member still in the gang to be present. Send the elderly, women, and children into the secret chambers first." The scene shifted to the inner city. No matter how earth-shattering the events outside were, the rich and powerful within the inner city were still leisurely playing mahjong. "I heard something happened to the energy tower outside. No wonder it is so noisy. It must be serious, right?" The red-haired woman calmly played a tile. 2 dots. "My husband already said it will not affect heating in the inner city. Even if those lower city peasants die, it does not matter. The scene shifted to Chinzhou City's Hall of Supreme Harmony, where heated arguments continually erupted. Save those words for the rioters. How can you jump to conclusions before investigating the matter? Just as the argument became fierce, an imposing voice rang out. Silence! How disgraceful to make such a racket in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Everyone immediately fell silent and lowered their heads respectfully to greet the city lord. Duanmu, what happened? Explain everything clearly to everyone. Duanmu immediately reported, the Energy Tower's steam core has been severely damaged by prolonged overuse. The Heavenly Works Department was forced to temporarily disconnect the circulation chain and release the pressure. What? Is your Heavenly Works Department just for show? You dare to shut down the blazing fire grand formation. Has the inner city security force prepared any countermeasures? The elders present immediately bombarded him with questions. Duanmu stammered. The prolonged overload was to ensure nighttime heating for the inner city. This incident only affects the lower city. At last, the city lord spoke. Increasing nighttime heating was a decision made by the Central Secretariat. Now that matters have come to this, further discussion is useless. Let us discuss a solution. One minor official hurriedly said, since the inner city is safe, we must consider calming the populace. Lord Duanmu, how do you intend to explain this accident? Duanmu hesitated. Well, the steam core overload was an unforeseen accident. The Heavenly Works Department promises to strengthen supervision and management. Enough. The city lord's expression darkened. The people do not need to know the truth. They merely need someone on whom to vent their anger. Blame this incident on an individual error. To set an example for all, execute the culprit before the Meridian Gate. Does anyone object? But who are we supposed to convict? Duanmu asked. Is that not simple, Duanmu? Does your family not still have 2 unfilial nephews? The scene shifted back to Torch Dragon. Ignoring the bitter cold, he raced toward Azure Bird and the others. A red warning appeared. Player affected by twisted energy. Negative status acquired. Bone-chilling cold. System, check personal status. Current negative statuses include cold invasion. When dodging, there is a 20 chance of entering a stiffened state. Disappears after exposure to sunlight. Evil energy mutation, affected by twisted energy. A physique check will be performed every 30 minutes. Failure will result in a random mutation. Disappears after exposure to sunlight. Frost contact. Cold energy has seeped into the blood vessels, sealing 2 random skills. Tribulation creation flame and cloud step have been sealed. Disappears after exposure to sunlight. Bone-chilling cold. The player is in a vulnerable state. Damage received is increased. Disappears after exposure to sunlight. After the blazing fire grand formation shut down, the accumulation of negative statuses accelerated. As Torch Dragon was deep in thought, he suddenly spotted a giant bat monster in front of him. Soon, it was not just one giant bat. A large pack of snow wolves also came rushing in. With a blazing fire grand formation disabled, Chinzhou City lay completely exposed before the monster horde. They swarmed into the homes of ordinary residents. Inside, innocent civilians could only huddle together and tremble in fear of the miserable fate awaiting them. Cabinets, tables, bring over anything you can carry. The windows and doors, too. Block them all. Vajra was leading the crowd in reinforcing the room against the invading monsters. No one is allowed to leave the living room. Even if you need to relieve yourselves, do it here. Brother Vajra, will those monsters really attack us? A girl in the group asked tremblingly. Vajra could only comfort them. There's so many houses. They may not find us. But before he had even finished speaking, the dilapidated door was blasted apart by the head of a white wolf. Monster Strength Fist. Seeing that the situation was bad, Vajra immediately rushed forward to deal with the white wolf. Anyone with a knife, stab it. It seemed everyone here was a weak player without abilities, so when faced directly with an aberration, they were overwhelmed and terrified. Finally, after Vajra repeatedly urged them, the blue-haired young man gathered his courage, drew his knife, and rushed forward. With Vajra restraining the monster, he easily killed the white wolf with a single stab. But just as the blue-haired young man was about to show off before the girl he liked, a giant bat monster appeared from nowhere. Before anyone could react, the blue-haired young man was immediately seized by the giant bat and dragged out of the house. The girl rushed over, and pleaded with Vajra. "Brother Vajra, save him." But before she could finish, a notification sounded. Player number 84 has been eliminated. Reason for elimination: hunted by an aberration. Remaining players: 74. Total prize pool: 840,000. This proved that the blue-haired young man had not survived. What they needed to do now was calm down. Everyone move. If you do not want to freeze to death, find something to seal the holes in the walls. Meanwhile, on Azure Bird and Tommy's side, with Azure Bird's support, every monster that appeared was swiftly taken down by her. With Tommy's cooperation, she could detect their locations as soon as they emerged. Sister Azure Bird, there is a night tier aberration to the west. That was already the 12th one they had killed, leaving Golden Silk Finch astonished. Another 3rd tier one, and a peak 3rd tier genetic warrior at that. One person is nearly 4th tier, another is at the peak of the 3rd tier, plus an alchemist. Finding allies like this in such circumstances truly means heaven is helping me. Seeing the utter chaos outside, Tommy could not help worrying about Torch Dragon. Brother Torch Dragon should be alright, right? The twisted energy outside has increased again. Though Azure Bird was also extremely worried about Torch Dragon, she had no choice but to comfort him. No matter how dangerous the situation is, he'll find a way through it. Trust him. Back on Torch Dragon's side, he had successfully dealt with another aberration. This was already his 21st. Warning: frostbite is worsening. The player is beginning to lose body heat. Find a heat source immediately. Just as Torch Dragon managed to catch his breath, a Bishop tier winged lion appeared, with no intention of allowing him time to rest and recover. Countless icy darts shot out from the lion's mouth. Facing this fierce assault, Torch Dragon could only counterattack with blood bullets condensed at his fingertips. Yet after striking the lion's flesh, his blood bullets failed to inflict even the slightest damage. Torch Dragon could only draw his nameless sword and activate Raging Strike at the same time. He had to end this quickly. With a weapon in hand, Torch Dragon severely wounded the white lion in one strike. However, the blue blood that sprayed from the white lion's body also splashed on a Torch Dragon's arm. I could not evade it. Is it because Cloud Step has been sealed? No, it is because the heat loss has slowed my reactions and speed. It seemed that being severely wounded by Torch Dragon had enraged the white lion. Its eyes were now filled with savagery. The white lion opened its mouth and roared once more, firing countless sharp, icy projectiles at Torch Dragon like a rain of arrows. The Eye of Calamity is on cooldown. Blazing Flame is sealed. Blood bullets are too weak. Even Raging Strike cannot kill this thing. Is there any other way? What about the Soul Scales? No, that only works on players. Warning: due to the effects of Cold Invasion, you have entered a stiffened state while dodging. You cannot move for 2 seconds. Just as Torch Dragon received this notification, the white lion on the other side condensed an incomparably terrifying palm strike. Facing the power of the white lion's attack, Torch Dragon could not move. Was he truly going to die here? Just before the palm strike hit him, a mysterious figure wrapped from head to toe in clothing suddenly appeared and blocked the entire attack. So cold, freezing me to death. That was a close one. Good thing I made it in time. Before Torch Dragon could ask what was going on, the man cut him off. The lion is about to lose its temper. We'll talk later. The man then threw a strange round object at the lion and pulled Torch Dragon away in the opposite direction. Run. That's some kind of Type 2 flash explosive device. I think that's what it's called. As soon as they had run some distance, the spherical device exploded. The blast tremors shook the entire mountain. Warning: you have failed the physical test for this evil energy mutation. Your body will undergo a random mutation. Mutation type: internal injuries. As soon as the notification ended, Torch Dragon spat out several mouthfuls of blood and his body went limp. Before losing consciousness completely, Torch Dragon only managed to say one name: Tommy. The man immediately understood that Torch Dragon wanted him taken to Tommy for treatment. The scene shifted to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where the city lord and his trusted guard were led by a subordinate to the study. "My lord, we have arrived at the study. Shall I light some incense?" The city lord suddenly tapped the subordinate's forehead with one finger. "You must not tell anyone that I came to the study tonight, not even me." The subordinate immediately seemed to lose his mind, nodding obediently like a controlled puppet. Once he had left, the two figures suddenly changed form. They were actually the blonde hypnotist and the disguised assassin. "Your ability really is convenient," the assassin remarked. "But you came straight to the city lord's residence. Aren't you afraid he might suddenly return?" Don't worry, the blonde woman was utterly fearless. The Council of Elders will be meeting all night to discuss the Energy Tower incident. We can use this chance to find the information we need. That said, with books piled like mountains here, it was impossible to tell where the intelligence they sought might be. I can guess. A man who has been city lord for 40 years, sleeps only 4 hours a day, and is obsessed with control. How could he allow the most important thing to leave his sight? If it were me, I would build a mechanism right where I could see it. Servants clean up brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, while identical books on a desk would be far too conspicuous. So, if I'm right, the mechanism must be beside the city lord's seat. Sure enough, the instant she touched the stack of rolled documents, a secret door appeared before them. The two followed the mysterious staircase downward. The farther down they went, the dimmer the light became. Relying on the instincts of a veteran assassin, he sensed that someone else seemed to be down there. But that was no problem for a hypnosis master like the blonde woman. With one simple motion, she confidently ensured that no one else could detect them. After descending, they discovered that the place resembled a sealed research center, with many people busy conducting experiments. Numerous fluid bags containing blood-like solutions were displayed on the experiment tables. After tasting a little, the assassin confirmed that it was human blood. Just then, a piercing roar rang out, making everyone present tremble in fear. That thing seems hungry. Where's the blood? Bring it blood now. Though the blonde woman and the assassin did not know what that thing was, they were certain it was nothing harmless. Curious, they followed the group to see what it was. Upon witnessing it with their own eyes, both of them cried out in shock. What the hell is that? It seems the people of this world have gone farther than we imagined. The scene returned to the Hall of Brotherhood. Tommy immediately sensed Torch Dragon's aura approaching, along with someone else's. Their auras are very close together, and Brother Torch Dragon's aura seems extremely unstable. The mysterious man had brought Torch Dragon to the entrance of the Hall of Brotherhood. Hey, is anyone here named Tommy? Torch Dragon is dying. Hearing this, Golden Silk Finch spoke at once. You too, hurry inside. If any monster comes, I'll have Qin Fong hold it off. Seeing Torch Dragon's terrible condition, Tommy did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately used all his power to treat him. Brother Torch Dragon has many wounds inside his body. He's suffering severe internal bleeding. Azure Bird told Tommy to focus on healing while she interrogated the stranger. Who are you? Why did you save Torch Dragon? The man answered, I only saved him because it was convenient. Someone asked me to deliver 2 messages to you. I'll say them only once. First, the seed begins to rot from the top. Second, what is false may not necessarily be false. Azure Bird could make no sense of the 2 cryptic statements, but the mysterious man offered no further explanation. Don't ask me. I'm only delivering the message. Now that it has been delivered, it's time for me to leave. The mysterious man's skills were truly extraordinary. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished from everyone's sight as if appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Sometime later, after Tommy's efforts, Torch Dragon gradually recovered and regained consciousness. Brother Torch Dragon, you're awake. This is the Hall of Brotherhood's guest room. You've been unconscious for more than 10 hours. Torch Dragon was astonished. The Hall of Brotherhood? How'd I get back here? Tommy explained. A mysterious cloaked man brought you back. He left behind only 2 sentences before departing. The seed begins to rot from the top. What is false may not necessarily be false. Azure Bird recited the 2 phrases as she entered the room. The aberrations outside have left Qinzhou City, and the blazing fire grand formation has been restarted. However, last night's losses were still incredibly severe. The death toll is likely no fewer than 3,000. Torch Dragon, do you understand what those 2 statements mean? Torch Dragon pondered the 2 statements Azure Bird had just read, but for the moment, he truly could not understand their purpose. At the time, I was nearly attacked by an aberration when that person suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for me. My interaction with him was not much greater than yours. Azure Bird was full of suspicion. He appeared so suddenly. Didn't he feel somewhat familiar to you? Only after Azure Bird mentioned it did Torch Dragon realize that the man had indeed given him a faintly familiar feeling. Brother Torch Dragon, who caused your injuries? Was it the blood fiends or the aberrations? Tommy hurriedly asked. Neither. The injuries originated from frozen hell. At night, it not only brings extremely low temperatures, but also intense warp corrosion that continuously accumulates negative conditions in the body. This evil energy mutation causes random bodily mutations. The result of the mutation was that more than 10 wounds suddenly appeared inside our bodies. Remember when I said that warped corrosion would appear at night? Do you know what generates warped energy? The aberrations and players who lose control, Azurebird replied. She suddenly understood. Are you saying you suspect the source of frozen hell is an aberration? That's right. Torch Dragon immediately agreed with Azurebird's deduction. Our mission is to end frozen hell. Ending a natural disaster would be impossible, but ending the aberration causing that disaster is possible. I see. It's a bold, yet reasonable conjecture. But even if you are right, setting aside how powerful that aberration is, where are we supposed to find it? Azurebird asked. Where do we find it? If the extreme cold and negative conditions point to the existence of an originating aberration. Torch Dragon entered a state of intense concentration. Mutation, blood fiends, the Blood Tax Bureau, and those two strange, meaningful sentences. I see now. We misunderstood a fundamental point. We are inside a game instance, and the final frozen hell is this game's main storyline. Tommy, standing to one side, still did not understand. The main storyline? But haven't we been trying to investigate the final frozen hell all along? That's precisely the problem. You do not need to search for a main quest. We kept thinking that we had not yet found clues to frozen hell. But in reality, everything we have experienced has been a clue. Frost, warp corrosion, and negative conditions, all of them have been secretly telling us that aberrations exist. The aberrations and the blood fiends are showing us what will happen if we fail to stop frozen hell. Azurebird was startled. The blood fiends are the outcome? You mean their mutations are also related to frozen hell? That's right. Mild mutations increase strength, but complete mutation causes one to lose all reason and turn into an aberration. Tommy raised another question. But even if an aberration that triggered frozen hell truly exists, we still do not know where it is. Not necessarily, Torch Dragon continued. Do you remember the first riddle left by that mysterious cloaked man? If the seed refers to Chinjo City, then the rotten upper part refers to the upper-class aristocracy. Why can the energy tower withstand frozen hell's corrosion? Why did the aristocrats establish the Blood Tax Bureau? They must know the truth about frozen hell, but they concealed it. They have been corrupted. They have rotted. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Golden Silk Finch appeared. Hello, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Torch Dragon stepped forward. Guild leader, you came here in such a hurry. Is it because you want to know about the 3 Blood Fiend leaders? You misunderstand. Golden Silk Finch quickly replied. The fact that you were willing to help is already a great kindness. How could I dare blame you? Besides, the news that Mad Tiger and Pressed Leopard were struck down by divine punishment has already spread throughout the streets. Mad Tiger's close associates have been spreading the word everywhere since this morning, claiming that he angered a divine envoy and was punished by heaven. They say that God was indescribably grotesque, tore through space to descend, and killed Mad Tiger instantly with a single attack. Though I do not know how you did it. Torch Dragon sighed. It's all nonsense. What divine punishment? Mad Tiger probably died, and those people were so scared that they made up a story to frighten everyone else. Golden Silk Finch thought to herself. Hearing such an exaggerated description, he is not surprised at all. He clearly knows the truth. Could he really summon a god? If it is not about the blood fiends, then why have you come to see us? Guild leader. Golden Silk Finch had nearly forgotten the real matter. I came to invite you to the Meridian Gate. Last night's accident at the Energy Tower caused severe casualties in the lower city. The aristocrats will certainly come up with a way to calm the people. The city lord will personally appear and says that, in 1 hour, he will give all the citizens an explanation at the Meridian Gate. Are you interested in going to watch? Torch Dragon thought to himself that even if the aristocrats try to cover things up, this was an opportunity to learn about the city lord and the aristocracy. Torch Dragon immediately agreed. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way guild leader. The scene shifted to the Meridian Gate, a grand complex of palatial buildings. I have matters to instruct my subordinates about, so it would not be convenient for me to accompany you. After leading Torch Dragon's group to the Meridian Gate, Golden Silk Finch found an excuse to leave. Immediately afterward, a loud cry rang out. The city lord has arrived. The city lord appeared atop one of the Meridian Gate's main halls. Everyone immediately fell silent and listened respectfully to the city lord. I am Gong Sun-ji, city lord of Qinzhou City. I am deeply sorry for the tragedy that occurred last night. The citizens immediately shouted in outrage. We do not need your regrets. We need an explanation. The lives of the lower city's people are lives too. Blood must be repaid with blood. Torch Dragon immediately used the Eye of Calamity to observe the agitated crowd below and quickly noticed something unusual. All of the agitators bore tattoos. They were members of the Hall of Brotherhood. It seemed Golden Silk Finch wanted to stir up the people's resentment. The fourth tier guard behind the city lord let out a roar, releasing terrifying sound waves that suppressed all the rioting citizens below. Torch Dragon took the opportunity to gauge the man's strength. He could handle him, though it would be difficult. The city lord continued, I have come to give you an explanation, so shut up and listen. The Blazing Fire Grand Formation was shut down because the valves of the connecting conduits failed to open properly, overloading the steam core. And why did the valves fail to open properly? Because someone neglected his duty and got drunk in the duty room. Duan Muyin forgot the pride and responsibility of the aristocracy. He is the sinner responsible for the deaths of thousands in the lower city. Citizens of Qinzhou City, tell me, what should I do with this man? The people remained full of fury. Make him pay with his life. Make him pay with his life. Very well, then he shall pay with his life. The city lord immediately agreed. But not today. This matter happened suddenly, and I know many victims' families have not yet arrived. At noon 2 days from now, I will make him pay with his life here before every victim. The scene shifted to the assassin and the blonde woman. The first time, they will still be passionate. The second time, they will gradually weaken. By the third, it will disappear completely. In 3 days, the people's resentment will have faded, and after executing a scapegoat, the matter will simply pass. So today, you will go guard the energy tower. The assassin snorted. I'm not your dog. I'm cooperating with you to kill people, not to help you guard some damned energy tower. The blonde woman replied calmly. I'm telling you to go because there is someone there for you to kill. The locals may accept the city lord's clumsy excuse, but the players will not. I'm guessing that reserve defense player will definitely investigate the energy tower. Wait for him there. Beat him until he cannot resist, then bring him to me. As for his teammates, kill or spare them as you please. Hearing that, the assassin gave a sinister smile. Fine, I like this job, Torch Dragon asked. Do you think the city lord was telling the truth? There is a 90% chance he was lying, Azurberg concluded. At a time like this, the energy tower could not possibly suffer an accident. We need to find out what exactly happened last night. As Torch Dragon's group of 3 prepared to leave, a voice called out from behind them. Mr. Torch Dragon, Mr. Tommy, Miss Azurberg, the 3 of you, the guild leader requests your presence. It was Xietong. Torch Dragon did not understand. Why is she looking for us? Didn't we just meet? Xietong stammered. It's the Heavenly Pivot Academy. The Heavenly Pivot Academy has come to our door. The guild leader told me to hurry and summon you. If it was the Heavenly Pivot Academy, then perhaps Torch Dragon's demon core had been delivered, or perhaps there were clues regarding the mark. Not daring to delay, Torch Dragon immediately urged Xietong to lead the way. Very soon, Xietong led Torch Dragon's group of 3 back to the Hall of Brotherhood's main hall. Director Duanmu, I have invited them here. Whether you can persuade him now depends on you, Golden Silkfinch said. These 3 are honored guests of the Hall of Brotherhood, Mr. Torch Dragon, Miss Azurberg, and Tommy. This is Lord Duanmu, Deputy Director of the Heavenly Works District and the person in charge of the Energy Tower. Duanmu looked over the group and spoke. Were you the ones who killed Mad Tiger and his people? Golden Silkfinch hurriedly answered, Lord Duanmu, you jest. Those bloodfiend leaders committed countless crimes and were intolerable even to heaven. What could that possibly have to do with us? It was clearly a blatant lie. Duanmu pointed at Golden Silkfinch, about to curse her out. Qin Fong, standing behind her, immediately released killing intent toward Duanmu. Duanmu was instantly intimidated. Forget it. I did not come here to discuss that with you. In short, the Blood Fiend's affairs were closely connected to all of you. Now that they are gone, you must fill the vacancies in the investigation team. Are you threatening us? Torch Dragon stepped up before Duanmu and asked. Guild Leader Jean has already introduced you. You are the Deputy Director of the Heavenly Works District, the person responsible for the Energy Tower, and the head of an aristocratic family, correct? But outsiders like us will not fall for the aristocracy's trap. Golden Silk Finch stepped in to mediate. First, both of you should calm down. We are here to discuss cooperation, so why be so hostile? Lord Duanmu urgently needs results to reverse the negative impact of last night's incident. Believe me, in Chinjo City, you will not find anyone more suitable than Mr. Torch Dragon. As for Mr. Torch Dragon, only with Lord Duanmu's help will your commission to find 1,000 demon cores become easier. This woman is Vu Tan, the chief steward of the Heavenly Pivot Academy. That's right, as long as Mr. Torch Dragon joins the investigation team, the Heavenly Pivot Academy will fully support your commission and provide 200 demon cores free of charge. As for Tommy and Azure Bird, they have no objections at all. They will follow Torch Dragon's arrangements. Thank you for your kindness, gang leader, but we have other matters to attend to. It seemed Torch Dragon intended to refuse the invitation. Duanmu spoke up. I heard you're searching for clues about this symbol, aren't you? I know something about it. I even know who left this mark. Lam Fong Min, a gifted researcher at the Pangu Institute, was the only person to leave this symbol on his work. Upon hearing his father's name, Torch Dragon was immediately stunned. Believe it or not, when that genius became famous, I was still young. I only knew that he was a member of the Pangu Institute. If you want to find any information related to him, you can pay that place a visit. Seeing that Torch Dragon was agitated, Azure Bird spoke for him. Leader Jean, this happened so suddenly. Could you give us some time to discuss it? Of course, Xietong. Take our 3 distinguished guests to the room next door. As soon as the door closed, Azure Bird spoke. There is a very high chance that what that noble said is true. We never revealed the name Lam Fong Min, and he has no reason to know it. Torch Dragon sighed. My father was researching dungeon instances 3 years ago. That is impossible. Azure Bird hurriedly comforted him. Precisely because it seems impossible, we need to investigate the truth. I can handle the energy tower. We are teammates, after all. Tommy also added, I will do my best to help Azure Bird too. Go without worry, Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon knew they had to split up, and if they were going to do so, they needed to make thorough preparations. After they finished discussing it, Torch Dragon asked the other 2 to leave so he could remain in the room alone.